Chapter 52. Nelson Garcia was in a genial mood. Dressed in nothing but a pair of black silk shorts, a thick fuzz of hair covering his back from the nape of his neck to the cleft of his buttocks, the man they called El Pobrecito lay face down on the bed. Protruding from the back of both of his knees was a pair of ultra-slim needles, so thin that anyone walking in would easily have missed them. The girl leaned over him and, with great care and precision, placed 2 more acupuncture needles right behind his kneecaps. "Meridians," she said softly. "What I am doing here is all about your meridians. You have 14 meridian lines inside your body. The Chinese call this one Weizhong. It means urinary bladder meridian." He grunted, his face resting sideways on the pillow. How did this girl from the village know so much about what went on inside his body? It surely wasn't natural. Well, it didn't matter, as long as she could fix his problem. As far as his people were concerned, even his closest confidants, like Suarez, she had come to fix an intestinal issue. 3 sessions every week, cash in hand, and he was generous because she was the only one he could share his secret with. No one else must know. It would be disastrous for his reputation in the cartel. A big man like him, running a multi-billion-dollar global operation. A man who could choose at the click of his fingers if someone lived or died, and whether it was a swift or slow and painful end. No, it would not do for them to know that in the last few months El Pobrecito had become impotent. "Stay still," she commanded. "I am going to place more needles close to your spine." The drug lord did as he was told. A great slab of meat beached on the bed, putty in her hands. "This one," she continued, "is called Shensu. It reaches the 2 meridians that run either side of your spine, like a railway track." He laughed, and she placed a warning hand on his shoulder blade. "Don't move," she scolded him. "This is delicate work, and I have no wish to hurt you." No one in the cartel could speak to El Pobrecito like that, and Valentina had only been around a few weeks, but already he was growing fond of her, in an almost paternal, protective way. The girl from the village, with her nimble fingers, her soft touch, and her surprising knowledge of Chinese medicine, was like an island of innocence amid the sea of violence in which he swam. She was careful never to ask him about his business, and he respected that. Perhaps she reminded him a little of his sister when they were growing up together in the barrio, before she'd married that idiot from Cali and moved away to have his babies. 20 minutes later, Valentina plucked the needles out, one by one, and laid them carefully in the box with the clasp. "Terminamos," she announced. "We're all done." Garcia let out a contented sigh and rolled onto his side, propping his head up with his fist and considering her carefully as she tidied away her things. "Really, chica, you are una artista with your hands," he told her. "You are becoming almost a part of La Familia here. Listen, I have a proposition for you." He looked down at his free hand, examining his fingernails. Valentina had slowed her movements to listen to what he was about to say. "Why don't you move in here with us? You can have a room of your own with a balcony. Would you like that? No more trudging back and forth from the village. No more patting down at the gate from my over-enthusiastic guards." Garcia was giving her his most charming smile as he said this, but the undertone was clear. This was not an offer, it was an order, and it would not be wise to turn him down. Valentina tilted her head ever so slightly before she answered. "You know, I have to get back now," she replied. "My papi will be expecting me. He gets worried if I am late, but—" She gave him a coy smile in return. "If the kind senor is serious, then that would be a most generous offer. I will fetch my things from home tomorrow." He was about to tell her they would send a car for her, but someone was approaching on the other side of the door. It was Suarez. He recognized his footfall even before he knocked. After years of working together, you get to know someone's traits. "Venga," he called. "Come in." The heavy wooden door swung open, and his security chief came over and spoke quietly to him as Valentina put away the last of her things, folding towels and wiping down surfaces. "I have the information you asked for, Patron," he said. He paused, staring meaningfully at the girl. It was in his nature to be suspicious, and the chica who had found her way into his boss's inner sanctum, well, in his view, she was still on trial. "Her?" Garcia caught his gaze and waved a hand dismissively at Valentina. "You don't need to worry about my little Valentinita. You can speak freely." Still, Suarez lowered his voice as he continued. "You asked about the girlfriend of this Englishman, Carlton, who got away." Garcia chuckled as he remembered something. "You mean," he said, "the one we told them to call while he was our guest in the chop house? That one." Suarez passed him a photograph, printed out on an A5 sheet of laminated paper. "This is her. She works in an art gallery in London. Anna Maria has the address. She is arranging everything now." Garcia held the photo at arm's length. He did not have his glasses to hand, and his eyesight was not what it used to be. He let out a soft whistle, then tutted. "What a shame," he said sadly. "So young, and so pretty." Chapter 53. In a cold and draughty aircraft hangar at RNAS Culdrose, Luke sat sprawled on a folding metal chair, his long legs stretched out in front of him. After the tension of the nighttime intercept of the MV Maria Esposito at sea, shepherding her into Falmouth Harbour had been something of an anticlimax. They had handed her over to the Royal Navy for a fuller inspection in the early morning, and now he was back on the base, his kit packed, waiting for the transport that would take him up to Truro and the fast train back to London. A bit more low-key than the ride down in the Chinook. Already, that seemed like a lifetime ago. He had phoned Elise that morning, breaking the silence between them, and they had agreed to go for an early Italian once he'd got into Paddington. Luke could tell from her tone there were things she was holding back, for now. Hardly surprising, really, given that he hadn't exactly been there for her. The sound of a Land Rover pulling up outside the hangar had him springing up and reaching for his pack. The passenger door swung open, and a naval rating half ran towards him. "Easy," said Luke. "No rush. My train's not till 11:25. "Don't think you'll be catching it, sir. Something's come up. You're wanted in the ops room. I'm to take you there right away." They were waiting for him. The base commander, a senior policeman from Falmouth, and two young men who looked barely out of their teens. Luke took in the scene, noting the serious expressions on the officers' faces and the lad's bewildered look. His first thought was that they were trespassers, and he wondered why they were involving him. But then he saw what they were wearing: black neoprene dry suits, the sort worn by scuba divers in cold Atlantic waters. "These two," explained the commander, "are from the Porthmorgan Diving Club on the other side of the Lizard. I'll let them tell you in their own words what they've just discovered." They both started speaking at the same time, then fell silent. One laughed nervously. "Take your time, guys, no rush," said Luke. The taller of the two, his face tanned and wind-burned, his long blonde hair knotted into Rastafarian dreads, spoke up, his well-enunciated syllables hinting at a private education. "Yes, well, we set off this morning just before 7 for a drift dive off Porthleven." "We being?" asked Luke. "Oh, right, me and Josh here, and 4 others from the dive club. We've been waiting days for the winter drop, so this was our first dive in a while. Got to be careful this time of year. Those riptides can be totally gnarly." A grunt from the senior policeman, his way of saying, "Just get on with it." "It took us a couple of hours in the inflatable to get round the Lizard before we moored up off Gunwallow. It's literally just 2 kilometres from here." Luke stole a glance at his watch. He was going to miss his train at this rate. "We'd heard there's still part of an old trawler down there," continued the young diver. "It's 25 metres down, part of a wreck from the big storm of 87. Well, we found something. Just not what we were expecting." "And?" "And we found—" "You tell it," he said, turning to Josh. "We found a submarine," said the other abruptly. It was his first and only contribution to the conversation so far, and it certainly got Luke's attention. A submarine? Repeated Luke. You mean like a Second World War job? He turned towards the base commander. This was something for the local history society, surely, not for someone sent by MI6 to work on a national crisis.
No,
Dreadlocks corrected him.
not as big as that. More like a submarine in miniature, you know, a bit like those craft in the Cockleshell Heroes, except this wasn't a kayak. It was definitely a submarine.
Luke's pulse was racing. There were only two groups he knew of who used mini-subs, the Russians off the Baltic coast and the Colombian narcos. Did it look new or old? He asked. How long do you reckon it had been there?
Definitely new,
interjected Josh. And you know that because? Said the base commander.
There were no barnacles. Anything we find down there is usually covered in them after just a few weeks. I could show you photos of things growing down there you wouldn't believe.
So, said the senior policeman, the craft they found has been in the shallows for a day or two at most. Somebody's abandoned it. Luke exchanged glances with the base commander. As the senior officer at Culdrose, he would have been well aware of last night's abortive maritime interception of the Maria Esposito. He would also know this was a Tier 1 national priority. The discovery of a mini-sub so close to where she was sailing was now a potential game-changer. Does Major Loams know about this? He's getting the fleet divers onto it right now. They should be deploying on-site as we speak. Then they'll go for a recovery and bring the hull into Falmouth. Fleet Intelligence is sending a couple of experts down from HMS Collingwood in Hampshire. Luke's mind was busy fitting the pieces into place. An abandoned mini-sub, only there a day or two. Uncovered just hours after the Maria Esposito raid. No wonder that ship's captain was so bloody sure of himself. He must have known he was clean. They would have launched already. Luke's earlier despondency and fatigue were gone. The news had hit him like a double shot of espresso, waking him up. Dreadlocks and Josh were still standing there, unsure what to do with themselves, but vaguely aware that they had probably done something right.
"Any chance of a coffee?"
asked Josh, but the older men in the room weren't listening. Luke addressed the base commander again. "There's someone else we need on this." "Who's that?" The commander was a seasoned Navy man on his final posting. He had known a fair few dramas on his watch, but now he wore the wary look of someone whose patch was about to be invaded by a lot of people from London. "Commander Jorge Enriquez," replied Luke. "He's the naval attaché at the Colombian embassy in London. Knows all about mini-subs, which boats can carry what cargo. He can even match them to the cartels. We're going to want him ASAP in Falmouth the moment they bring this thing in. I wouldn't mind getting him to give the ship the once-over too. Trust me, he's the real deal." The base commander hesitated. Evidently, he wanted to play it by the book. "Well, that'll have to be cleared with the FCO and the MOD. It might take some time." "It really shouldn't," said Luke. "I'll get it cleared right now." He moved away and made a phone call. "So, he heard Josh say as he went towards the door, "do we, get any kind of reward?" Luke hurried down the corridor and into a side room, where he called Khan, who was already on his way back from Poole to Vauxhall Cross. "Yellow," came the response. It sounded as if Khan was travelling at speed in the back of a car. "Yellow? What?" said Luke. "I said yellow," replied Khan. "Go ahead. Who is this?" "Luke Carlton. There's been a development, and it's a pretty major one." Chapter 54. The evening shifts were often busy in A&E. In the 5 years she had been working at Plymouth General Hospital, Nurse Jovelyn Flores couldn't remember a week without some drunk stumbling in, bloodied and bruised, his knuckles broken or his face cut. She had seen a lot worse in her native Philippines. She shuddered to think of the knife wounds she had dressed in her time at the Golden Gate General Hospital in Batangas. Plymouth was tame by comparison. Of course, there were always the teenagers, dumped half-conscious in the doorway by their mates who roared away in cars with souped-up engines. She had seen some bad cases, boys barely out of school overdosing on chemical pills sold in cellophane wrappers, probably by some unscrupulous dealer in a thumping nightclub. Tonight was set to be no different. As the triage nurse, Jovelyn sat in her booth behind a glass window, neat and organised, wearing her regulation blue uniform with white trim, making those all-important decisions on who got to see the doctor and when. The words, "Take a seat, please. We'll call you when it's your turn," tripped off her tongue like a mantra. She practically mouthed them in her sleep. Looking up from her computer, she surveyed the waiting room. At least 3 of the faces she recognised, serial brawlers. They would not be top of her list tonight. Then something caught her attention. A man had just come through the sliding doors, stumbling, confused. She was about to mark him down as another drunk when she caught her breath. His face and hands were covered with red blotches, like blisters or welts. Burns? She couldn't tell. But it was obvious that he needed immediate attention. He stood, swaying, just inside the doorway, as others in the waiting room noticed him and recoiled. Nurse Flores buzzed the intercom to the receptionist. "Can you take his personals, then send him straight to me?" But the man didn't even make it across the floor to reception. He collapsed where he was, his body seemingly turning to jelly before her eyes. There were gasps of horror from the waiting patients. She raced over to where he lay and saw that his lips were perforated with unsightly ulcers. They were moving. He was trying to say something, but no words came out. She bent over to hear better, but he was seized by a series of convulsions. Then he was violently sick on the pale green floor, with flecks of telltale crimson in his vomit. He was very ill indeed. Other patients nearby had abandoned their seats and were standing with their backs against the far wall, keeping as far away as possible. A young boy, sitting with his mother, started to film the scene on his mobile phone. "Wicked!" he kept saying, until she took it off him and put it in her handbag. Nurse Flores told reception to summon a cleaner, and after a few minutes a man in overalls emerged with a mop and an angry frown. Oblivious to the pool of vomit at her feet, the nurse examined the red welts on the man's skin. On his wrist she found a blue mark, like a bruise. She looked more closely and saw that it wasn't a bruise but a tattoo of an anchor. And then she noticed something else. A clump of his hair had fallen out and lay matted and sodden in the vomit. He had lost almost half the hair off his scalp, but not evenly. It was falling out even as she watched. Something was very wrong. "Get the house doctor in here now!" she called. The man twitched at her feet and vomited again, feebly this time. Then he lay perfectly still. Chapter 55. In the A&E waiting room at Plymouth General there was a ripple of excitement. Cuts, bruises, sprains and fractures were all temporarily forgotten. Everyone was more interested in the man who lay silent on the floor. While she waited for the doctor to arrive, Nurse Flores stood over him, like a bird defending her brood, scolding anyone who tried to sneak a picture on their mobile phone. He was in a dreadful state. In addition to the vomit that had pooled around his head, he had soiled himself, and the stench filled the room. People were clamping their sleeves over their noses, a child wailed, and several patients got up and left. The duty matron was the first to arrive on the scene. A tough but kind-hearted woman in her late 40s, Rona Braddock had seen it all, or so she thought. As a clinical professional, she did not flinch when the smell hit her nostrils. Symptoms, treatments, cures, this was her world. She leaned down, touched the man's forehead with her gloved hand, and nodded. "He's running a fever. Must be at least 40 degrees. Get him into isolation and page Dr. Patel," she said. "I want a clinical nurse specialist on this one. See who's in tonight." Nurse Flores spoke to her as quietly as she could. With so many people listening in, she didn't want to start a panic. "Is it Ebola?" The matron shook her head vigorously, then motioned the nurse to follow her out into a side room. She spoke in low tones, almost conspiratorially. "Without the burns," she told her, "I'd have said Ebola was near the top of the list. He's hemorrhaging badly, and he has a high fever. Classic symptoms." She peeled off the purple latex gloves and dropped them into a bin, then pressed hard on the disinfectant dispenser on the wall and rubbed the gel into her hands. "But this is something else. It'll be for the doctors to make the call, but I can tell you one thing. We've never had anything like this before at Plymouth General.
It's one for Public Health England. We'll need to inform the authorities."
After that, things happened very quickly. The senior medical staff at Plymouth included a number of military medics on secondment, and at 10:30 p.m., as the two women returned to the collapsed patient on the floor, the sliding doors hissed open and a team swept in, led by a surgeon commander. He took one look at the scene and issued a terse order. "Clear the waiting room. Move everyone away from this man and keep a 3-meter cordon from him. Do it now." In the early hours of the morning, a convoy of vehicles drew up outside, escorted by police outriders. It was just as well that the public didn't see what followed, which could have been a scene from a Hollywood disaster movie. 4 figures, dressed from head to toe in white biohazard protection suits, entered the now evacuated waiting room, breathing loudly through their respirators. Methodically and efficiently, they passed red and black contamination monitors over the prone man as he lay breathing weakly, starting at his head and working their way down to his feet. They paused to check the digital readings, then passed the devices over him once more. One spoke briefly into a radio mic attached to the inside of his helmet. "It's positive. 550 millisieverts. He's contaminated." His voice was rising. "We're going to need to file a JSP 392 straight away." A small group of hospital staff huddled in the car park, oblivious to the autumn chill as they watched the proceedings. The surgeon commander was with them, and when he heard the reading, he swore quietly. Nurse Flores had noted the worry on his face, and she moved close to him.
"What are they doing? Who are these people?"
she asked. She was scared for the first time since she could remember. "They're from the Defence Radiological Protection Service. They've come down from Alverstock near Gosport. Drove through the night as soon as we alerted them. He looked Nurse Flores up and down, as if noticing her for the first time. "I'm afraid you're going to have to get checked over as well, you and the duty matron. We need to follow procedure here."
"Checking for what?"
But Nurse Flores already knew the answer. "Radioactive contamination. Our man here has received a potentially lethal dose of radiation poisoning. If I was a betting man, I would say his odds were not great."
"Oh, my Lord!"
Jovelyn Flores's hands flew up to her face. Then she made the sign of the cross. Chapter 56. Later that morning, shortly before 10 a.m., anyone walking along Whitehall might have noticed a number of figures converging on the entrance to the Cabinet Office. They would have seen them trot briskly up the 3 wide stone steps, push through the blue-framed glass doors, stenciled with the government's coat of arms, and turn sharp right. They gathered in a windowless conference room, an unusually large group this time. Their numbers swollen by several technical experts rushed up to London. A Cobra crisis meeting had been convened at extremely short notice, chaired by the Home Secretary. Sid Khan sat beside him. "I'd like to thank you all for getting here so promptly," the Home Secretary began. Youthful and energetic in his movements, his jet-black hair glistening with a hint of product, Alan Reynolds had been in the job just 2 months. After a bruising row with the Police Federation about overtime pay in his first 2 weeks, he was still getting to grips with the unwieldy leviathan that is the Home Office. "As most of you know by now," he continued, "the Prime Minister has asked me to chair this session because of the developments overnight in the West Country." He removed his spectacles, with their thin scarlet frames, and folded them away in his top pocket. "A man has shown up at a hospital in Plymouth with symptoms of acute radiation poisoning." He let those words sink in. 10 years had passed since the Russian dissident Alexander Litvinenko had died a slow and painful death in a London hospital from the same complaint. "We are still awaiting all the facts, but we are obviously taking this extremely seriously. It is absolutely imperative that we identify the source of that radiation, isolate it, and secure it. The man in question is unconscious. I understand he's very sick indeed, and we can't be sure that he'll survive. Detectives from the Met's SO15 are waiting to interview him, if he wakes up." Reynolds stopped and glanced down at the bare table, as if a sheet of notes lay there. "We need to move as fast as possible on this one, so the PM and I wanted you all to be fully briefed. To that end," he nodded at 2 men sitting halfway down the long table, I have asked 2 of our defence radiological experts to come in today, Professor Linton Macaulay and Dr. Frederick Bourser. Over to you, gentlemen." The 2 scientists got to their feet, but seemed unsure of where they should stand, so Reynolds gestured them to the far end of the table. Macaulay spoke first, buttoning up his suit jacket before he began. A senior figure at Britain's atomic weapons establishment at Aldermaston, he had a soft, soothing Scottish burr, which to those present seemed strangely at odds with the unpleasantness of the topic. "You will all have heard, no doubt, of the Brazil cobalt case back in 1987, yes?" he began. There were some nods around the table, but others looked blank. "And the one in Mexico in 2013? Even fewer nods this time. "And I wonder how many of you in this room have heard of the Polish cobalt-60 theft in 2015? Reynolds interrupted. "Let's assume we're not familiar with any of these, Professor. Please go on." Macaulay's expression suggested he found it hard to comprehend that anyone could not know about them. In early March 2015, 22 canisters, each containing pellets of radioactive cobalt-60, were stolen from a warehouse in a Polish town called Poznan. Cobalt-60, along with strontium-90 and cesium-137, is a radioactive isotope that, left unshielded, emits harmful gamma rays. There were worried looks of recognition around the table. Everyone had heard of gamma rays. They can cause horrendous burns, but they also pass right through human skin to attack the body's cell walls. Put bluntly, you start to decay rapidly from the inside. "Like Litvinenko?" interrupted a young man from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office's Counter-Proliferation Department. "Not quite," answered Macaulay. "Litvinenko died from alpha-emitting particles that he had ingested from drinking poisoned tea. It had been laced with polonium-210. Unlike gamma rays, alpha rays are very weak. They can't penetrate our outer membranes, but once ingested, they cause enormous damage. It took us quite a while to figure out what was wrong with him. It was his urine that gave it away in the end, positively brimming with radioactivity. By then it was too late, and even the best care possible at University College Hospital couldn't save him. When the poor man died, he had so much radioactivity in his body, they had to bury him in a lead-lined coffin." The Home Secretary interrupted again. "Sorry to have to move you along, Professor, but time is pressing." "Of course," said Macaulay. "So, Poland. It was several days before the Polish authorities reported the theft to the UN's nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the body that tries to keep tabs on all this stuff around the world. As long as the radioactive material is shielded with enough lead lining, it can't harm you. We call it a pig container. Please don't ask me how it got that name." Several people exchanged glances. "Sorry, could you elaborate there?" That was Laura Dean, Deputy Director of MI5, who had spent much of her career running agents inside extremist groups. Macaulay took a moment to locate who had asked the question. "A pig container," he replied, peering straight at her, "is basically a thick metal cylinder, like a really heavy thermos with handles. It has a hollow centre where the radioactive source is inserted. If anyone is stupid enough to go unscrewing the top of the pig and remove the source, they're likely to get a lethal dose of radiation in under 5 minutes." "Just so we're clear," said the Home Secretary, "is that what you believe has happened here, in Plymouth?" Macaulay held up his hand authoritatively. He was definitely enjoying bringing his pet subject to this Whitehall audience. "That," he said, "is not a judgment for me to make. I'm going to let my colleague answer your question. I expect many of you have come across Dr. Bose's work," he asked. "No? Well, Dr. Frederick Boser is the senior consultant at the Defence Radiological Protection Service, part of the government's Defence Science Labs. He was the author of the Oman report last year. So, Doctor." The man who stood beside Macaulay at the far end of the table could not have looked more different from everyone else in the room. In contrast to the sombre business suits and uniforms arrayed around the table, Boser wore a green tweed jacket with a loud yellow check and a flamboyant bow tie. "That's a brave choice," murmured a man from the MOD to the policeman beside him. From the front, Bursar appeared to be quite bald, but the moment he turned his head, they could see that what hair he had left was tied into a neat little ponytail. Dr. Frederick Bursar was no Whitehall clone. "And so," he began, as if finishing off an earlier sentence, "the reason we are all here today is that we believe that the man who presented himself to the hospital in Plymouth last night has received a potentially fatal dose of radiation from an unknown source that is emitting gamma rays." He spoke with just the faintest trace of a German accent, but it did not go unnoticed. "It is the job of my agency to find that source and secure it. We cannot do this alone, naturally, so this will be a combined effort." Reynolds prompted him. "Thank you, Doctor. And the RDD? Could you summarize what you told me on the phone?" "Ah, yes, an RDD." The scientist's eyes shone with fervor as he scanned the faces in the room. "It stands for Radiological Dispersal Device. Short of an atomic bomb going off, an RDD is perhaps our worst nightmare. Some people call it a dirty bomb. Essentially, this device combines radioactive material with high explosive to scatter it over a wide area. In a city like London, it would make a whole district uninhabitable." "Could you be more precise, Doctor?" asked Reynolds. "What sort of timescale are we talking here?" "My department has done projections," replied Bursar, "and we estimate that if terrorists got their hands on enough material for a small to medium-sized RDD and detonated it in, say, the centre of Birmingham, the entire business district would have to be evacuated." "For how long?" asked a woman from Public Health England. "It depends on the clean-up operation," answered Bursar. "But we are talking weeks. Whole city blocks could potentially be contaminated." "Jesus," she breathed. "So how did we suddenly get from a sick man walking into A&E in Plymouth to talking about a dirty bomb going off in Birmingham?" Reynolds cleared his throat and addressed the room. "It's time we shared something with you, so that we're all on the same page. Some of you," he nodded towards the MI5 Deputy Director, "already know what you're about to hear. But I think everyone needs to hear what Syed Khan of SIS has to say. Sid?" When he stood up to address the room, Khan chose his words carefully, weighing them up as he spoke. "As most of you are aware, we are already facing a national security threat in the form of an unknown weapon being sent, by sea we believe, to this country's shores. My service has been working flat out on this for weeks now. We've just had a significant development." Even those in the room who knew what he was about to say were giving him their full attention. And that was the discovery, just off the Cornish coast, of a miniature submarine. Intelligence is, as we all know, an imperfect science. We rarely get our hands on every piece of the jigsaw. Instead, we try to make the connections between the pieces we do have. Khan stopped as the door opened, and a civil servant came in and whispered something in the Home Secretary's ear. Reynolds nodded, the man left, and Khan resumed. "So, we now have 3 pieces of the jigsaw." He held up 3 fingers for emphasis. "There's the suspect ship, the MV Maria Esposito, which our special forces raided unsuccessfully 2 nights ago. We're still holding her and her crew in Falmouth while the Navy goes over her with a fine-toothed comb. Then there's the mini-sub that's been found very close to where the ship was intercepted. A coincidence? We don't think so. And now we have a man showing up in A&E with acute radiation sickness." Khan looked down at the Home Secretary, who nodded just once. Khan took a short breath, then delivered his coup de grace. "As of this morning," he told the room, "it is our belief, with a high degree of certainty, that in the last 48 hours an RDD, a dirty bomb, has been brought ashore in this country." Reynolds stood up once more as Khan sat down. "So let me be clear on our priorities before I close this meeting. I want every possible resource deployed to locate this device, neutralize it, and arrest the people involved. I want every precaution taken to protect the places we think they might try to set it off. In the meantime, we have no choice but to follow the recommendation of the JTAC, the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre. I am raising the national terrorism threat level to critical." Most of the people in the room had expected that, but some hadn't, and one man dropped his spectacle case on the table, causing it to spring shut with a loud snap. "Sorry," he mumbled. "In case anyone needs reminding what critical means," said the Home Secretary, "it means an attack is expected imminently." As they filed out, grim-faced, it occurred to many of those attending the Cobra session that this was the moment things had changed. A line had been crossed. Chapter 57. The Cornish town of Falmouth, with its picturesque harbour and cobbled streets, is not a mainstream naval base like Portsmouth, but it is home to something just as vital to Britain's defence industry. With one of the largest deep-water harbours in the world, Falmouth has the biggest ship repair complex in the country. Sheltered from the Atlantic by the promontory of Pendennis Head, Falmouth docks are a confusing maze of engineering and electrical workshops, cranes, gantries, and vast sheds. With 3 large docks and the capacity to take in vessels of up to 100,000 tons, the Port Authority had had little difficulty in accommodating an 8,000-ton freighter registered in Manila, even at short notice. The MV Maria Esposito was moored, under Royal Navy guard, at dock number 2. Floating beside her, hidden beneath a frayed grey tarpaulin and likewise under guard, lay a patchily dark green vessel just 6 metres long. The salvaged mini-sub had been brought in to join her. Luke had wasted no time in calling Commander Jorge Enriquez at the Colombian embassy. He needed his expertise. The young naval attaché had cleared his engagements for the next day, and by the morning after the mini-sub's discovery, he was on the 0925 Flybe scheduled flight from London Gatwick to Newquay. As Dr. Bursa was briefing the Cobra Crisis meeting in Whitehall, Luke was meeting Enriquez in the arrivals hall.
"Madre de Dios!" exclaimed Enriquez. "You've been through it, my friend. I heard what those bastards did to you."
He gave Luke a bear hug, then held him at arm's length to look him up and down.
"Seems you lost weight, too. I guess those narcos didn't feed you too well."
Luke shrugged, picked up Enriquez's overnight bag, and walked him to the waiting Land Rover. He had only the slightest of limps now, and the pain in his foot had almost disappeared. By 11:15 they were on the A30, driving south to Falmouth. At the entrance to the dockyard, Luke produced his government ID and signed in his guest. They proceeded past the gatehouse, keeping to the designated 5 mph speed limit, and parked on the quayside next to where the mini-sub lay tethered beneath its tarpaulin. A pair of armed naval ratings in camouflage stood guard in front of it. Once again, Luke flashed his ID card on its coloured lanyard, and the sailors moved aside a barrier to let them pass. "That's a bit pointless," remarked Luke, when they were out of earshot. "What is?" said Enriquez. "Those sailors on the barrier, both carrying weapons with no magazines in. Not much use if we were terrorists." They stopped just short of the edge of the quay. There, wallowing in the water, lay the salvaged mini-sub, its crude iron hull stained, pitted and streaked with rust. Someone appeared to have given it a coat of dark green paint some time ago, but most of that had worn off to reveal the scarred metal beneath. At the stern, a pair of tiny propellers was just visible above the waterline, between 2 hydrovane flaps that protruded from either side, giving it the means to dive or ascend in the water. On top of the hull, slightly aft of centre, there was a round access hatch with its lid open. Luke and Enriquez descended the metal ladder embedded in the wall of the quay, then jumped onto the mini-sub's hull, steadying themselves on its smooth, curved surface with their hands. "So, what do you think?" asked Luke, as he straightened. "How does this thing compare with the sort of craft you've been catching in Colombia?"
"I'll tell you one thing," replied Jorge. "If this boat belongs to anyone other than a cartel, then it's a damn good copy. We've been busting vessels like this up and down the Pacific coast for at least 7 years.
"Which begs the question," continued Luke, as he approached the access hatch. "What the hell is one of your country's mini-subs doing all the way over here? Shall we?" He pointed to the hatch, hauled himself over the lip, and started to let himself down the inside of the funnel, rung by rung. Almost immediately, he stopped and came back up. "No," said Luke. "I've got a better idea. You go. You'll know what to look for." Enriquez moved past him and paused to extract his wallet from his pocket.
Look after this, will you? It's a tight squeeze down there.
Commander Jorge Enriquez was big for a Colombian, a well-fed descendant of a long line of Spanish conquistadors, and a whole head taller than some of the indigenous Indians in his country. It took him a few seconds to squeeze his broad shoulders through the hatch and into the gloomy interior. Just as he had expected, it was intolerably cramped. He guessed that whoever had piloted the craft had been chosen as much for their small stature as for their navigational skills. He reached down and took out a small pencil torch that he had brought with him from London, with exactly this in mind.
"You okay down there?"
called Luke.
"Yeah, no problem."
He began to scan the interior. Back home, he had crawled into vessels like this to find them stacked high with cellophane-wrapped parcels of pure cocaine, but this one was empty. There was a basic steering wheel console at the front and a couple of crude metal seats. For whoever had piloted the craft, he noted, there had been absolutely no view, nothing to look at, just a bare metal bulkhead. It was enough to drive a man crazy. Enriquez could see that whatever navigational equipment there had been had vanished. Jorge Enriquez was about to call it a day when his torch caught something in its beam. He arched his body closer to get a better look. There, on the wall of the coffin-like cabin, someone had used a sharp implement to carve their name. Except it was not a name. It was a phrase, a gang totem, a marking of the turf. Enriquez froze. He recognized it at once. It brought back memories of mutilated bodies dumped in back streets, hostage videos of grown men crying for their mothers as they went to their deaths. It was just 2 words. Los Inocentes. To Enriquez, that meant everything. It meant that someone, or something very bad, had been in the submarine. "Look," he called, a brittle edge to his voice that even he didn't recognize. He knew in that moment that Colombia's murderous drug war had crossed the Atlantic. The narcos had brought their war to Britain. Chapter 58. In the Stratford Gallery that afternoon, everyone noticed the difference. Elise, only recently back from her extended leave, was unusually happy, even radiant. For days she had appeared drawn and stressed, something clearly playing on her mind, but now she tripped into the gallery from her lunch break with a smile.
"Someone's in a good mood today," said Samantha on reception. "Care to share?"
"It's Luke," she replied, putting her bag on the desk, brushing her hair back, then retying it. "He's coming back tonight." If Elise had known the true circumstances of Luke's return to London that day, it might have tempered her good mood. The inscription found inside the mini-sub at Falmouth dockyard had triggered a flurry of frantic phone calls to London. The Colombian naval attaché had rung his ambassador, and Luke was on the phone to Vauxhall Cross, speaking to his boss. Los Inocentes, he told Angela, was another name for Garcia's cartel, the very people he had gone after in Colombia. Angela, in turn, told him about the man who had collapsed the previous evening in Portsmouth A&E with acute radiation sickness. Khan had yet to return from the Cobra crisis meeting, but, one by one, the pieces of the jigsaw were slotting into place. At least now they had some idea of what they were up against. A radioactive dirty bomb, smuggled into Britain. A task force was being set up, she told him, inside Thames House, the headquarters of MI5, to coordinate the hunt for the radioactive material and the people behind it. Luke was to represent SIS, and he was to report there first thing the next morning. Luke chose to share none of this with Elise when he rang her on her lunch break. Instead, he tried hard to keep the tension out of his voice. He wanted more than anything to put a soft cocoon around her, an invisible blanket that shielded her from all the unpleasantness he had to deal with in his job. It was bad enough that he had come back into their Battersea flat nursing a weeping hole drilled into his foot by psychopathic criminals. He certainly didn't want her having nightmares about the full horrors of a dirty bomb. Elise retrieved her bag from Samantha's desk in the gallery. "Any messages while I was out?" she asked. "No, but I almost forgot. There's a lady here to see you. Wants to take a look at those new watercolours. She's in the quiet space." Elise walked through to the inner room. As an art dealer, she had acquired the knack of knowing if someone was serious or not about buying. Of course, These days you couldn't always tell for certain where the money was. More than once she had nearly made the mistake of ignoring some unshaven young man in a t-shirt and trainers, only to find he was a dot-com millionaire with a black Amex Centurion credit card or something similar. But this lady definitely had money, Elise concluded. Mulberry oxblood handbag, pearl earrings, and matching necklace. A tailored jacket that looked like Armani and killer heels. Were they Christian Louboutin? Probably. "Hello. How can I help you?" Elise greeted her with a warm smile and a practiced familiarity, intended to make customers feel at ease. The woman was still studying the softly lit paintings on the wall as Elise held out her hand. Elise Mayhew, Head of International Sales. It was a pretentious title, really, given that there were only 3 of them on the sales side, but it sounded suitably grand. The woman turned to face her and removed her glasses, which had ultra-modern thin steel rims. She seemed to be studying her, which Elise now found a little disconcerting. "Ah, yes, thank you," said the woman. A faint trace of an accent, and a slight lisp, Elise noticed. "I am looking for works by the Portuguese artist, Agostinho Bacalhau." "You have him here?" "Agostinho Bacalhau?" Elise's forehead furrowed into a frown. "I don't think I know him. Is he in the catalogue? Let me go and check." But the woman was already moving towards the door. "It's all right," she said. "I have to go now. Maybe I come back later." How odd, thought Elise, as she walked her to the door. "Do you have a card, maybe? Then we can let you know if we come across any of his work. Oh, and I didn't catch your name." "It's Anna Maria," said the woman, and closed the door softly behind her. Chapter 59. The next morning the taxi dropped Luke in the forecourt of Millbank Tower, on the north bank of the river, and he covered the final 100 metres on foot. Thames House is an imposing sight, a stolid Grade 2 listed building that sits like a grumpy uncle, guarding the western approaches to Whitehall, a fitting place for the headquarters of MI5. As he walked up the wide, sweeping steps, he knew immediately he had made the wrong call on dress. He was wearing a suit, and almost everyone else here was in casual clothes. What with the Colombia trip, the MV Maria Esposito debacle, and yesterday the mini-sub, it felt like an age since he had set foot inside an office. It was not a prospect that filled him with joy, but, physically, he felt on top of the world. His injuries from Buenaventura had almost healed, and last night had been brilliant. A tentative reunion with Elise that had culminated in their cancelling their dinner reservation and staying in bed for nearly 10 hours. He smiled. This morning he ached in places he had almost forgotten about. At the top of the steps he fished out his intelligence service ID on its coloured lanyard, pressed the pass to the electronic reader, and keyed in the code that Angela had told him to memorize. For a split second he caught sight of his reflection. He hardly recognized himself in a suit. The cylindrical perspex door slid open, and he stepped forward onto a round black mat. The door closed behind him with a click. He felt as if he was on the set of a sci-fi film, walking into a teleporter to be beamed onto some alien planet. In front of him, another perspex door opened. On either side of him, men and women, mostly young, some in jeans and trainers, were streaming into work. How many of them knew about what Garcia and his narcos had sent to these shores? How many of them were still chasing the jihadists, the Russian spies, the Chinese cyber hackers, and the real IRA diehards that accounted for MI5's daily workload? And how many would now be redirected to this latest, most terrifying priority? He would soon find out. From the lobby, a corridor extended to both left and right, and he could see several widescreen LCD televisions on the wall, showing a silent rolling stream of Sky and BBC 24-hour news. A woman was coming forward to greet him. She was short and neat, dressed in a dark blue jacket and skirt and no-nonsense black shoes. Perhaps his suit had not been a mistake after all. "Luke Carlton?" she checked. "Yes, that's me." "Hi, good morning. I'm Sangeeta Lal, from Task Force Support. Welcome to Thames House. I'll take you through to meet the team." She led him through a set of swing doors, then into the lift, up to the second floor, and along another corridor. Somehow, possibly because this building was so much older than MI6's 1990s headquarters at Vauxhall Cross, Thames House felt more institutional, with its cream-painted corridors and massive walls. It reminded Luke of any one of a dozen Defence Ministry sites he had had the displeasure to walk into. Invariably, he couldn't wait to get out. "Here we are," said Sangeeta. They had stopped outside an unmarked door. "You're going to need an extra security code to get in here," she told him, indicating the swipe reader on the wall. "It's printed on the card I'm going to give you now. Can I ask you to memorize it? We prefer it that way." "Sure." Luke took the card, glanced at the numbers on it, then handed it back to her. "Coffee and tea are just down the hall there," she added. "Do you want to give that code a try? We'll go in and meet the team." Love it, Luke thought. I'm being tested like I was at school. After all he had been through, there was something strangely comforting about this. Sangeeta, he suspected, would probably not have been told about his ordeal in the chop house. Luke swiped his ID card through the reader and keyed in the code. After a series of beeps, a tiny light flashed green, and the door clicked open to reveal a room crammed with desks and a window that looked out onto a blank wall. The first thought that came into his head, this looks exactly like a classroom. No view, not much natural light, just walls of pale, fluorescent-lit lavatorial green. The desks were arranged in a U round the room, all facing towards the principal workstation at the apex. Around 15 people were at work, most of them staring intently at computer screens. At each desk there were printed title cards with roles like Team Leader A, Investigative Desk Officer, Support Worker, and so on. "Let's get you introduced, then I'll leave you to it," said Sangeeta, leading him to the man at the head of the room. "This is Damien Groves, the group leader on this investigation," she said. "Damien, this is Luke Carlton, from across the river." To Luke, the man bore an uncanny resemblance to the actor who played Harry Pierce, the spymaster in the TV series Spooks. A red lanyard hung around his neck with National Security Council printed on it. "Thanks for joining us," he said. "Welcome to the crisis cell. In fact, welcome to the security service. We're still just setting up in this room, as you can see. I've come across from G Branch myself, our agent handling division. Sorry, I expect you knew that." Luke shrugged. He hadn't known it. "We've allocated you a workspace over there by the printer. I'll get someone to give you the logins for the secure network. That way, you'll be able to talk directly to VX from your laptop." He turned to Sangeeta. "Before I forget, Sangeeta, can you tell Cheltenham we'll book the line from here for the video conference call at 3? He turned back to Luke. "Sorry about that. Got rather a lot going on today. I'll let you get settled in. I'm addressing everyone in 10 minutes, so best not to take any comfort breaks just yet." Luke thanked him, then walked beside Sangeeta as she gave him a whistle-stop tour round the task force. "Basically," she told him, "we've pulled together a lot of different disciplines from a number of different agencies, and we're all crammed into this one room." She pointed out various people at various desks, but almost no one looked up. "So, you've got covert surveillance over there, that's my service. Next to them is agent handling, also MI5. Over there is GCHQ, Public Health England, the Metropolitan Police, and next to them you've got the National Crime Agency." "And those four?" asked Luke. He indicated a group sitting slightly apart, almost like a cell within a cell. They appeared to have an enclave all of their own at one end of the room, and he could just make out some graphic charts flickering on their screens. "They're the scientists, the Defence Radiological Experts from DRPS," she replied, lowering her voice for no apparent reason. "They're absolutely key to all this. Okay, it looks like Damien's about to start, so I'll head off. I'm on extension 5550 if you get stuck for anything. Best of luck." She flashed Luke the briefest of smiles, then let herself out. Damien Groves was standing and looking at his watch. "Could I have everyone's attention, please?" he said, as he waited for phone calls to end and the room to settle down. "Before we begin to zero in on our intelligence targets," he continued, "we need to have a clear understanding of what we're dealing with here. I want each and every one of you to be fully conversant with the nature of the threat we're facing. The threat. How many others in this room, wondered Luke, had come as painfully close as he had to its sharp end? As a young Marine, and later as an SBS operative, he had always held a certain disdain for desk-bound analysts. But his months with SIS were whittling away that prejudice. Quietly spoken men and women he had dismissed as backroom pen-pushers were turning out to have rather interesting field records, running agents in the dark recesses of Moscow backstreets, the souks of Dubai, and across the porous Turkish-Syrian border. Luke leaned forward and gave Groves his full attention. So to that end, I want to introduce you to a subject matter expert. He gestured towards the woman standing next to him. She was dressed in a black jacket and scarlet shirt, with a wide open collar, and she had one of those frosty, brittle hairstyles that left not a single hair out of place. Luke put her at around 50. "This is Dr. Sheila Morton," continued Groves. "She's from the DCU. That's from the Divisional CBRNE unit based here in London. Anything chemical, biological, radiological or nuclear that's liable to go off inside the M25 is their call." It occurred to Luke that it might be a bit presumptuous to narrow the target down to Greater London when they still didn't have a fix on it. But day one on the task force was probably not the best time to interrupt. "Good morning, everyone," began Dr. Morton. "I've been asked to give you a basic scientific briefing on what we think we're dealing with here, RDDs. She looked around the room, searching for recognition. "There are essentially two types of radiological dispersal device, those that go bang and those that just quietly emit dangerous isotopes. Both can kill you if you get close enough, and both are, potentially, a national security threat." She moved out from behind the desk and began to pace slowly up and down. "Now, we don't yet know," she said, "which type of RDD the players are planning to detonate or where they're hoping to hide it. But as of yesterday afternoon, we've got every single radiological detection device out and deployed around the country." She stopped pacing and thrust both her hands deep into her jacket pockets. "Washington," said Dr. Morton, "is understandably concerned. They're sending over a team of nuclear physicists from the National Laboratory at Argonne, Illinois. If that man walked into A&E in Plymouth with acute radiation sickness, that means the material is not properly shielded, which means that, wherever it is now, it should be detectable. We're starting with Plymouth and working outwards from there. We'll be using detectors in every major city up and down mainland Britain." "Not Belfast, then?" interjected an MI5 intelligence officer at the front. His voice carried a soft Ulster burr. "No. Our assessment is that if the players have gone to the trouble of bringing this thing ashore in Cornwall, then dumping the mini-sub that carried it in, they're not going to bother shipping it off by sea a second time." "Fair enough," said the Ulsterman, and scribbled a note on his pad. "So, let's assume for now," continued Dr. Morton, "that this is a classic RDD. That's going to be a combination of high explosive with a radioactive isotope. The blast itself won't kill any more people than a normal bomb would, but it will do two other things. It will aerosolize the isotopes into the atmosphere, exposing anyone within range to radiation." Aerosolize? This expression was new to almost everyone, and several people were jotting it down. "Gamma rays go through human tissue, so anyone who comes into contact with it will be affected," she added. "The closer you are, the higher the dose, and the more chance you have of being poisoned, possibly fatally. And the second thing?" The Ulsterman at the front again. "The second thing is panic." She was perched on the edge of the desk now, facing the room and swinging her legs. "When radioactive dust settles on surfaces after an explosion, we call it ground shine. Depending on which isotope is used, it can take years to decay. It's called a half-life. Some of you might remember that from GCSE science." There were knowing nods from her trio of colleagues in the DRPS cell. "In some cases, you're looking at a half-life of 30 years. Imagine what that can do to the centre of a city like London. It could make several boroughs uninhabitable for a generation." Her briefing had plunged the room into a mire of introspective gloom. Truck bombs, IEDs, suicide bombers, marauding machine gun attacks and kidnappings were the staple fare of the terrorist plots that MI5 had been working to prevent. Known threats of a known magnitude, but this was a whole new order of terror. A young woman from Public Health England raised her hand with a question. Yes? I understand that there are ways of mitigating the effects of radioactive contamination. I mean, it can be cleaned up, can't it? Yes, it can, Dr. Morton answered with some hesitation. But I wouldn't want to give you the impression that that's all in a day's work. It's intensely laborious and eye-wateringly expensive. Believe me, I've seen the projections. It would still take months to pronounce the centre of a city the size of, say, Leeds free from that sort of contamination. Dr. Morton tilted her head to one side and appeared to reconsider the question. But you're right. New treatments are being developed the whole time. There's some great work being done by the US nuclear research people over at Argonne. Spray on and peel off polymer gels that soak up the isotopes, that kind of thing. But let's not beat around the bush. An RDD going off in Britain would still be the worst terrorist attack this country has seen since, well, ever. The economic impact alone would be catastrophic. Another young woman had her hand up, her long, silky black hair cascading halfway down her back. When she spoke, Luke detected a very slight trace of a Chinese accent. You mentioned earlier, she said, that an exploding RDD wouldn't kill any more people than an ordinary bomb. Is that right? Dr. Morton stiffened, misunderstanding the question. Excuse me, are you questioning my analysis? Groves got to his feet, ready to defuse the situation, but the woman was ahead of him. Not at all, she replied hastily. I just wanted to make sure I'd heard you right. Oh, I see. Sorry. Dr. Morton's shoulders relaxed. Yes, that's right. At least in the initial blast. Give or take 1 or 2 extra casualties, that's our projection. It's the after effect and the ensuing panic that would raise this thing to another level. Dr. Morton, I have a question. It was the Ulsterman again. I'm still not completely clear why this RDD threat is such a big deal. What exactly does this stuff do to you? She got up and walked over to where he sat. Do you ever watch films? She said, facing him square on. Go to the cinema? Watch Netflix at home? Yes, of course. Why? Ever seen a Harrison Ford film called K-19, The Widowmaker? She turned to address the entire task force. Because I recommend that when you go home tonight, you should all order it up and watch it. Just fast forward to the bit where the Russian sailors enter the crippled submarine's nuclear reactor core to try to repair it. Because that is about the most graphic depiction of acute radiation sickness you'll ever see on telly. Skin peeling off, raw welts and blisters, vomiting, men collapsing as their legs give out from under them. And it's a true story, by the way. Everyone who went within a few meters of that radioactive core died soon afterwards. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what we're up against. Chapter 60. The Turret Lodge guest house in Plymouth was not the sort of place where anyone would want to spend their holiday if they had the choice. Its grimy pebble-dash walls and scratched frosted glass windows had seen better days. Outside, on the pavement, discarded polystyrene fast-food cartons skittered along in the wind. A newspaper, curled and yellow with age, had made a home for itself wedged between the wall and a rusting lamp-post. The Turret Lodge was cheap. It offered rooms for £29 a night. No breakfast, no Wi-Fi, no questions asked. When the 2 men with wind-burned faces and Latin looks had asked to check in without producing ID, the landlady had scowled at them. Meg Tucker was well used to taking in strangers, but there was something about these 2 she didn't care for. £38 a night, she grunted. Take it or leave it. They had taken it. All the next day they had kept to their room, ordering pizzas to the front door and watching TV on the small boxy set that sat on top of the cupboard. Meg Tucker reckoned they were up to something and tiptoed onto the landing to listen outside their door. Soap operas. That was all she could hear. Twice she'd had to bang on the door to tell them to turn it down. The second time, the door had opened a crack, and she'd caught a glimpse of the younger man lying on the single bed by the window. He did not look well. She detected a faint smell of vomit mixed with stale pizza.
Is he all right, your friend?" "He's okay," said the other man, gently pressing the door against her furry slippered foot. "He doesn't look well to me," she insisted. "Don't want me to call a doctor?" "No, he's fine," said the older man, and closed the door on her. It was later that evening, after she'd finished her tea and tidied away her things, when she heard a car draw up outside. Meg Tucker peered out from behind the net curtains of her tiny kitchen window. She always liked to know who was coming and going. It was a radio taxi from Dial-A-Cab. She recognized the illuminated logo on the roof, but she didn't recall ordering one for any of her guests. The driver was opening the back door, and the two foreign men were getting in. One didn't look at all well. His friend seemed to be holding him up as he walked. She couldn't be sure in this light, but he seemed to have blotches all over his face. She'd have to give that room of theirs a good going over when they left. Meg Tucker put it out of her mind as she sat down to watch the Graham Norton show. But half an hour later, when she heard the taxi return, she was sure only one pair of feet went up to the room. She padded back onto the landing outside for a listen, but this time there was silence. Not even the TV. It was an odd business, no doubt about that. And she thought about calling the police. But what would she tell them? After all, they hadn't done anything wrong, and they'd paid up front, in cash. Besides, she needed the money. There was not a lot of demand for rooms at this time of year at the Turret Lodge guest house. Chapter 61. Luke bought a sandwich from the trolley for lunch and ate it at his desk in Thames House. Avocado and bacon on wholemeal bread. He chewed it methodically as he worked at his laptop, hovering the cursor over an interactive digital map of the UK. As it passed over certain points, a box would flash in the top right-hand corner, enclosing a brief set of data. These were the CTUs, the counter-terrorism units, distributed around the country, showing where MI5 had combined forces with the police, running agents into local communities. Sec 2, read the first line in the box as he paused at a village just north of Oxford. Then, Southeast Counter-Terrorism Unit, followed by the name of a detective superintendent, the head of ops, and their mobile numbers. Next, Luke pulled up a page of statistics from the Met's intelligence unit, detailing every criminal conviction among the 200,000-plus South Americans living in England and Wales, with their registered home addresses and place of arrest. He cross-referenced that with data supplied by Colombia's National Crime Bureau on known criminal gangs smuggled into Britain, mostly by Eurostar, often on forged Mexican passports. He sighed and leaned as far back in his chair as he could, closing his eyes and ruffling his hair. This really wasn't his thing. Sid Khan had asked him to do it, to send a report back to VX that combined what SIS knew about Colombian international criminal gangs with whatever the Met, the NCA, and MI5 had on their activities in Britain, which, as far as he could see, wasn't very much. Luke could certainly see the value in this as a starting point. If they were to have any chance of catching the people holding the weapon, they had to start second-guessing where they would most likely be hiding and with whom they would be in contact. Unless, of course, it was a completely self-contained cell sent in for this sole specific purpose. In which case, they were in even deeper trouble. But this was an analyst job. Luke saw himself as an operator, not a desk jockey. "Need any help?" It was the girl with the Chinese accent and the long silky hair. She was standing over him, hand out in greeting. "Jenny Lee. I work here at 5 as a case officer." She had delicate Asiatic features, but not fully Chinese. Mixed parentage, he guessed. Luke catapulted forward in his chair and shot out his hand to shake hers. "Luke Carlton. I've been sent from across the river." "I know." She smiled. "I read your biog." She indicated the space at the desk next to his computer. "May I?" She sat down without waiting for an answer. "You read my biog?" repeated Luke. Was she flirting with him? Surely not, today of all days. "Don't flatter yourself," she replied crisply. "I read everyone's biog in this room. I like to know who I'm working with." "And?"
Luke was half expecting her to quiz him about his time with the SBS, or what he knew about Garcia and his cartel. Instead, she replied, "It looks like you could do with some IT instruction. You know, there's an in-house program for what you're trying to do there. It's called Circuit. I can load it for you, if you like. Save you a lot of time." "Wait," said Luke. "You've been tracking what I'm pulling together, but you're sitting on the other side of the room. We're all paid our salaries out of the single intelligence agency account, remember? We're all on the same team. Now, do you want me to load that program?" Before he had a chance to answer, their attention was requested. Groves had an announcement to make. He looked rather shaken. "I've just taken a call from the Surgeon Commander at Plymouth General," he said. "The patient who presented himself at A&E 2 days ago with radiation sickness has just died." There was an audible intake of breath. This was a further reminder, as if any were needed, of the urgency of their task. "He had internal bleeding and raging infections," added Groves. "He took a cumulative dose of 550 rads, and his white blood cell count had dropped off the scale. Unfortunately, he never regained consciousness, so SO15's detectives never got the chance to interview him. That means we're none the wiser on where he received this lethal dose." Dr. Sheila Morton, who had briefed him first thing that morning, had left some hours ago. In her absence, one of her colleagues from the Radiological Protection Cell posed an all-important question. "Did the Surgeon Commander mention what the isotope was that killed him?" The man asking had thick, black-rimmed glasses and, despite flecks of grey in his hair, retained the faint scars of teenage acne on his face and neck. "Yes, he did," replied Groves, hunting for a note he had scribbled down. "You should be getting the details any minute through your own channels from DPRS. But here it is." He held up a piece of paper to the light so he could read it. "It's Cesium Chloride. I'm told it's used in medical laboratories." The trio of scientists exchanged knowing looks. "That's true," said the man with the glasses. "It's also soluble in water and can get into all sorts of cracks. It's hard to clear up, even with a polymer gel." "So, what are we talking about here?" asked Groves. "Is this isotope a solid, a powder, or a liquid? I'm confused." "Most likely a powder," answered one of the scientists. "Cesium chloride has about the same density as talc, and it's white. Think of it like a large bag of sugar or flour, except it will be held in a shield container." "A container that obviously leaks, or has leaked," added Groves. "So it should be possible to plot a trail from everywhere that shows up traces of it, just as the Met did with Litvinenko." "Unless," said Luke, "that trail is at sea, not on land." Several faces swiveled round to him. "Can I ask how long it would take for someone to show up with symptoms of radiation sickness?" "Well, that depends on how big a dose they got," answered the man with the glasses. "It could be hours or days. But if Plymouth are saying their patient got 550 rads," he blew through pursed lips, "well, that would take effect within 24 hours. "Right," said Luke. "So if, and we don't know this for certain yet, but if the cartel brought this material ashore in that mini-sub, the one down in Falmouth Dock, it's quite possible that was where the contamination took place, which would make our dead patient a submariner." Even as he spoke, a terrible thought struck him. Jorge Enriquez had been crawling around inside that mini-sub only yesterday. He had to alert him immediately, tell him to go and get himself checked out. There would be questions asked, of course, since no one had authorized him to go inside the sub, but that could come later. Luke excused himself from the meeting and took his phone out into the corridor. He scrolled down his contact list and dialed Jorge's mobile, but it went straight to voicemail. He called his friend's work number at the embassy, and a woman's voice answered. "Oficina de Comandante Enriquez, buenas tardes." "May I speak to Senor Enriquez, please? It's Luke Carlton from the FCO." "I'm sorry," she said. "Commander Enriquez has gone home. He is not feeling well." Chapter 62. Nobody took much notice when Luke let himself back into the task force ops room. His face wore a look of profound concern, but that was hardly surprising, given the circumstances. Britain was facing a catastrophic threat, and he was one of the privileged few to be burdened with that knowledge. Groves was still speaking, as Luke returned to his seat, wondering if he should report his fears about the Colombian naval attaché and the mini-sub. But the prospect of seeing his friend carted off and quarantined in an isolation unit when he was probably fine put him off. He would give it 1 more hour, no more. "Carlton, glad you're back," said Groves. "We've had another update. I've just been sharing it with the team here. That ship, the one you intercepted off the coast? The Maria Esposito," said Luke. "That's the one. It turns out there's considerably more to her than we thought." "More than you thought," reflected Luke. "We always suspected she was hiding something, just needed more time to search her." "The Navy divers and search teams have finally been all over her, top to bottom," said Groves. "It took them a while to bring in the right equipment, but they've come up trumps. It transpires she had a false hold with a concealed hatch. She'd had a lot of work done before the voyage, enough to hide a 6-metre mini-sub beneath all those useless tractor parts from North Korea. They're holding the crew in Falmouth. Devon and Cornwall Constabulary are working on the charges now. So," Groves raised his voice to include everyone in the room, "now that we know how they got this stuff over here, we can move forward. This is what needs to happen." At that moment, Luke's mobile vibrated quietly in the breast pocket of his suit. As discreetly as possible, he lifted it out to see who was calling. It was Jorge Enriquez, the Colombian naval attaché, returning his call. "Carlton," said Groves, looking straight at him. "Yes?" His phone was still vibrating. He had yet to answer it. He really needed to take this call, but now was not the time. Groves was about to issue a tasking order. "I'll need you to coordinate everything we have coming in from every CHIS inside the Colombian international criminal networks, both here and overseas." "Sorry to interrupt," said a scientist, "but what's a CHIS?" "Apologies for the jargon," said Groves. "It stands for Covert Human Intelligence Source. There are moles inside whatever group we're trying to penetrate." With the attention off him, Luke stole a glance at his mobile. Enriquez had rung off. Keeping his eyes on Groves as far as he could, Luke tapped out a text. "Are you okay? You ill?" He pressed send. "Connor." Groves was talking to the Ulsterman now. "I need G-Branch to shake up every CHIS we have with any connections to the South American underworld." "I'm going to be straight with you," the man replied. "We don't have a lot of traction in that area. We tend to leave it to the NCA and the Colombian embassy. They've not really been on our radar as a national threat priority until now." "Understood," said Groves. "Cross-check with the NCA if you need to, but keep it discreet." Luke's phone was buzzing again. It was Jorge. This was getting really awkward. He excused himself and slipped out into the corridor. "What's up, buddy?" said Jorge. "What's with the messages? I'm nursing a hangover here." He certainly didn't sound like someone dying of radiation poisoning. "I'm going to cut straight to the point. That mini-sub you climbed into yesterday, down in Falmouth?" "Don't tell me you want me to go back." "No, quite the opposite. It's possible, we're not sure yet, that it's contaminated." There was a long pause at the other end. "Jorge? You still there?" "I'm still here. I'm not happy to hear this, Lucas, but I'm still listening." "You need to get yourself checked out for radiation poisoning." Luke told him to go to University College Hospital in Euston Road. It was the best he could offer right now. When he walked back into the ops room, Groves shot him an irritated look. "If we could keep your attention in here for just 5 minutes, Carlton," he told him. "There's been another development. It seems every time you step out of this room, we get a new piece of the jigsaw." "Sorry, sick relative," Luke lied. "I've a Plymouth General on the line again. They've just taken in another casualty with suspected radiation sickness, and this one's conscious. They're transferring him up here immediately. He'll be coming in by air ambulance and going straight to the isolation ward at UCH." "That's the death ward," said a man from the Met. "It's the one they put Litvinenko in." Groves ignored the morbid remark and looked at Luke. "Carlton, you speak fluent Spanish, don't you?" "Pretty much, yes." "Good. Because apparently that's the only language the patient speaks. You'll get first crack at him. Jenny, go with him to the hospital. Oh, and please listen to the medics there. Don't take any chances on protection when you interview this patient. I don't want anybody else getting contaminated. Chapter 63. Elise Mayhew was not a worrier. Since paying off her student debts early, with a bit of help from her parents, she had had few financial worries, although the art gallery, it has to be said, did not exactly pay her a generous wage. But she was acutely observant. That was partly what had got her the job in the first place, and perhaps why she had spotted Luke at that party. Now something had registered with her that just didn't seem right. It was halfway through the afternoon when she looked up from the digital archive she was skimming through online. "Samantha," she called, to the girl on reception. "Did that woman from yesterday ever call back? You know, the one who was waiting when I came back from lunch?" "I don't think so, no." Samantha had been eating a biscuit, and she had to swallow the last of it before she could answer fully. "Why? I mean, let's face it, most of them don't come back, do they?" "It's not that," said Elise, biting her bottom lip distractedly. "She asked about a Portuguese artist, Agostinho Bacalhau. She was very specific about his name. And he doesn't exist. There's absolutely no record of him in any catalogue. I googled him too. Nothing. And that surname just means codfish. You don't think that's odd?" "Maybe, a bit. If she comes back and you're out, I'll make sure I get her card." With that, she replaced her earphones. Elise put on her coat, walked outside, lit a cigarette, and observed the shoppers of St. James's as they scurried along the pavement. Should she mention it to Luke? She knew he was incredibly busy right now, and probably wouldn't welcome the call. No, it could wait. Besides, she was holding out for the right moment to broach something rather more delicate with him. Chapter 64.
"Frijoles," he growled. "Simple refried beans. Nada más. Nothing more. So what the fuck is wrong with my chef that he can't cook them the way I like, hmm?"
El Pobrecito was not a happy man that morning. Since the massacre of the police commandos at the fortified farmhouse at Ituango, Nelson Garcia and his entourage had moved their base deeper into the hills to avoid retribution from the state. They had chosen an uninhabited coffee planter's villa as their new headquarters. The place was crawling with ants, and Garcia had been grumbling constantly as he pined for the lost comforts of his farmhouse.
"Tranquillo, patron,"
Valentina purred, as he lay face down on the makeshift acupuncture table.
"You give yourself too much tension. Here, I'm going to make it better."
Gradually, like an angry dragon being lulled to sleep, the cartel boss's bad mood subsided and his shoulders slumped. A smile of contentment settled on his coarse, pockmarked features, and his eyes closed. For a man with 5 mobile phones, a multi-billion-dollar drugs empire, and a great many enemies, this was perhaps the only time of day when he could completely relax. Outside the window, the rain fell in sheets, drenching the untended crimson heliconia shrubs that crowded up against the wall and soaking the lush foliage that cloaked the hills. Valentina looked down at the bear of a man beneath her as she removed the needles, one by one, then began to knead and massage his shoulders. His street-fighting days were far behind him, but the muscle bulk was still there, built up over long hours in his mother's filthy backyard, endlessly lifting 2 concrete breeze blocks stuck on the ends of a scaffolding bar. Valentina, too, was stronger than she looked, her slender frame hiding a toughness that few could see from the outside. Now there was an interruption, a soft but urgent knocking at the door. Nelson Garcia roused himself with a scowl. His time with Valentina was supposed to be sacrosanct, regardless of which safe house she was summoned to. Had he not issued a standing order that he was never to be disturbed at this hour, unless it was a matter of great urgency? The door opened, and Suarez stepped into the room, the only man permitted to come into his inner sanctum. Garcia sat up and faced him with a mixture of weariness and expectation.
"Entonces? So?"
"You need to come down to the signal room, Patron. There's something you'll want to see." The drug lord threw a glance at Valentina.
"Can't it wait?" he said. "No, it's happening now. You have to see it with your own eyes. Believe me, Patron, you won't want to miss this."
El Pobrecito threw on a Hawaiian shirt, wrapped a towel round his waist, and followed his security chief towards the door. To his surprise, Valentina asked if she could come too.
"Am I not, as you say, a part of La Familia now?" she said coyly.
Garcia laughed and beckoned her to follow, but Suarez stood where he was and shook his head firmly. What he wanted to show his boss was sensitive, and he still didn't trust the girl. To him, she would always be una persona ajena, an outsider. Valentina looked crestfallen, but she returned obediently to her station beside the acupuncture table. Down the steps the two men went, along a corridor damp with humidity, until they came to the door of a room that served as the nerve center for the cartel's global operations. The two guards posted outside stood up when they heard them coming, cradling their Gallo assault rifles and nodding deferentially to Garcia and Suarez as they swept into the signal room. Suarez was still working on beefing up the physical security measures for the place, but when it came to online digital security, Morales, the cartel's cyber wizard, was way ahead of him. Every phone call made over the internet, every text message, every email, incoming and outgoing, was routed and rerouted through a bewildering chain made up of thousands of different IP addresses dotted around the globe. At each stage, it was re-encrypted, so that anyone thinking of intercepting, like the NSA at Fort Meade, for example, would have to get very lucky. They would need to know exactly what they were looking for. It was not so much a question of searching for a needle in a haystack, more that the haystack was built of needles, and nearly all of those needles would lead to a dead end.
"It started 10 minutes ago," said Suarez.
He was standing next to his boss with his arms folded, watching his reaction.
"Can you see now why I wanted you to be here?"
"Incredible," whispered Garcia. For once, he was almost lost for words. The thing about being the boss of a super-rich drug cartel is that when an invention comes out, you don't have to wait around for it to hit the mainstream retail market. At the urging of Vicente Morales, the cartel had acquired one of the most advanced models yet of a three-dimensional printer, and now here they were, in a coffee planter's discreet villa on a Colombian hillside, watching it do its stuff. In the center of the room, a shape was taking form before their eyes, rising up from the floor like a phantom. Made of pale yellow resin, it was growing and morphing, as if it had a life of its own.
"Dios mío,"
breathed Garcia, and crossed himself. He didn't trust it at first, but yet it still fascinated him.
"Is this the replica of—" "Si, Patron.
They phoned to alert us it would be coming through."
"My God, this is amazing!"
Garcia erupted into a great belly laugh and hugged Suarez.
"I want them to tell me all about it. Get them on the line now. Wait! We should give it a name first."
Garcia's face bore a mischievous expression.
We will call it La Palomita, the little dove."
Chapter 65. With calloused hands, Garcia stroked the shape before him. Then he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, held them to his nose, sniffed, and wiped them on his Hawaiian shirt. This creation, he decided, was un monstruo, but it was a beautiful monster. It was his monster. It reminded him, for just a moment, of the container they had put his little brother's ashes in all those years ago in the barrio, after he had swallowed the rat poison someone had placed around the drains. But this replica, this avatar, which had miraculously built itself in quick-setting resin, here in the communications room of his villa, was a source of pride, not of sadness. It had been Morales' idea, buying a 3D printer so the boss could see for himself the instrument of his own very personal revenge on the British, and Suarez, never far from his boss's side, had approved it. It had taken more than 2 years to get to this point, 2 years of mounting bitterness and frustration, as one shipment after another had been stopped and impounded, all due to the meddling of the British spies and their sons of bitches informants at the ports. The idea had come to them in 2014, soon after that terrible, terrible April day in Cartagena.
7 tons!
Those malparidos, those bastards at customs had seized the lot. All those sealed packages, carefully hidden in an innocuous consignment of pineapple pulp bound for Rotterdam. It wasn't all his, of course. A massive shipment like that needed to be shared with other players, like the KIA and the Yamaha cartels. But it had cost his people dearly. Over $250 million at a conservative estimate. More, when you took into account the revenues that washed back into the network from the sales on the street. From that moment on, vengeance had been only a matter of time and careful planning. Suarez and those who worked for him had done their research diligently, then trawled through their international contact base until they found the right connections. A meeting was arranged with the North Koreans on neutral ground in Havana. A down payment was made, and a memorandum of understanding was agreed as to when the material would arrive and how it would be delivered. But when disaster struck again a year later off Scotland, with 3 tons being seized at sea by Britain's border force and the NCA, Garcia had erupted in fury. That had been the final straw. The project, he had demanded, must be brought forward without delay.
Get them on the line, he told Suarez now. I want to know how my palomita will work.
I can explain it to you myself, Patron, if you would like. As the cartel's security chief, Suarez preferred to avoid unnecessary phone calls whenever he could. He believed he would live longer that way.
No,
insisted Garcia.
Call our people in Inglaterra right now. Have them explain it to me. I want to hear from the científicos, the scientists.
Minutes later they handed him the phone, and the voice crackled through the earpiece from across the Atlantic. Garcia stood there, listening, still in his Hawaiian shirt and with a towel wrapped around his waist. He nodded, impressed and inquisitive at the same time.
I understand, he said. So, 3 component parts. El explosivo and the nuclear thing and the shield. So what am I looking at here?
Garcia patted the 3D printed replica beside him.
Which beat did you send us, All of it? I see. And when will my little dove be ready?
Those in the signals room that morning noticed that it was at exactly this moment that his demeanour changed markedly. For the worse.
What do you mean? Un problema.
There was a pause on the line, and he could hear urgent whispering.
Don't talk when I can't hear you,
he shouted at them.
What problem?
The voice at the other end sounded hesitant, even afraid. That was natural. Garcia expected people to be scared of him. He liked it that way. But it was not him they were afraid of.
Senor Patron, said the voice, the device, it is making people sick. The 2 submarinistas who sail with it, they're not well at all.
Then prepare it quickly. Waste no time. Suarez will tell you when it is time.
He cancelled the call and handed the phone back to his security chief.
If there are any more problems,
he said, as he left the room,
I don't want to hear of them. Just tell me when it is ready.
Chapter 66. As Garcia sauntered back to his private room in the villa, a midnight blue BMW eased quietly out of a London side street and merged into the afternoon traffic on Millbank. It took a right turn at the roundabout, crossed Lambeth Bridge, past the IMAX cinema, then crossed back over Waterloo Bridge and headed north along Southampton Row and beyond that towards a hospital on Euston Road. In the back sat Luke and Jenny Lee, a slew of scientific papers spread on the seat between them. He was unsure why Groves had assigned her to go with him when he really needed a radiation expert from DPRS, not a case officer from MI5. "How much do you know about CBRNE?" he asked. His tone was neutral enough, but it was still a loaded question. Not very much was his guess. When she didn't answer straight away, he added, "Sorry, that's chemical, biological, and I know what it stands for, Luke. I did a degree in chemical engineering. My thesis was on industry safety protocols." Ah. So that was why Groves had assigned her to this. They had stopped at the lights beside Holborn Tube Station, and through the tinted rear windows, Luke looked out at the streams of pedestrians crossing in both directions, blissfully unaware of what he and his team were striving to prevent.
"What about you?"
said Jenny.
"Excuse me?"
He had zoned out there for a moment.
"I was asking how much you knew about CBRNE."
"Only what I picked up in the military," he replied. "The Cold War was well and truly over by the time I joined up, so it wasn't considered too much of a priority."
"Not a problem,"
she replied.
"The Cabinet Office commissioned quite a good paper on this that you might want to read. It's among this lot somewhere."
She rummaged through the papers on the back seat, then handed him a slim pamphlet.
"Here you go.
Strategic National Guidance." Luke read the title page out aloud as he took the booklet and started to flip through it.
"You might want to go straight to page 44, she told him. "It's an appendix on radiological substances. Gives you the basics."
She flashed him a superficial smile and went back to sorting through the documents on her lap. Luke read on. "Gamma rays are the most energetic of the 3 types of radiation and can pass through the body. Gamma rays can penetrate most materials and require a substantial thickness of lead or concrete to provide an effective barrier."
How the hell had the 2 submariners been poisoned? Had the protective shield broken? And what about Jorge Enriquez?
Luke was seriously worried about him. And now he was probably going to bump right into him at the hospital. This was getting messy.
"And there's this one."
Jenny handed him the confidential report on the various stages of Alexander Litvinenko's terminal decline.
"It's all in there," she told him. "The urine test, the hair falling out, the attempts to reverse it with Prussian blue. I think we should brace ourselves to expect something similar with our guy."
She looked up as the car slowed.
"Oh, we're nearly there."
The MI5 driver let them out in the forecourt of University College Hospital, parking just behind a St. John's ambulance. They pushed through the double doors, making room for a woman being wheeled in on a gurney, then approached reception. A man emerged from behind the desk to meet them.
"Luke Carlton? Jenny Lee?" he asked. "Welcome to UCH. Follow me this way, please."
Through a set of swing doors and down a spotless corridor, where every few seconds a disembodied voice in the wall above them admonished everyone in a stern, matronly way, "Please help us to protect our patients. Gel your hands." Up in a lift, along another corridor, then they came to an abrupt halt outside a room. 2 armed uniformed policemen stood guard at the door.
"They're here to see the patient brought up from Falmouth," said the receptionist quietly, as if confiding a secret, even though no one else was around.
"Sorry, can't let you in." It was the older of the 2 policemen who spoke. "I think you can," said Luke, his voice carrying an authoritative hint of his years as a Royal Marines officer. He produced his security service pass, and Jenny Lee did the same. "Someone should have told you we were coming," he added. "No one's told us anything," replied the policeman, studying Luke's ID and handing it back like an unwanted flyer. He might as well have shown him a library card, for all the good it did. "We're going to have to ask you to move back now. This is a secure area." "Seriously?" said Luke. This was unbelievable. "Seriously," replied the policeman, moving closer to Luke now and squaring off opposite him. They were about the same height, but the policeman was heavier, his body made bulkier still by his stab vest and utility belt. "No one goes through unless we get told by Gold Command. Now, please, sir, I'm asking you once more to move along." The man who had escorted them from reception seemed suitably embarrassed. Clearly, this was above his pay grade too. "Can I suggest," he said to Luke and Jenny, "that I take you both down to the cafeteria while we sort this out? It shouldn't take long. Really, I'm very sorry." Jenny Lee had a face like thunder. "I've taken that man's badge number," she hissed to Luke as they walked away. "He's not heard the last of this." Precious time was lost as they sat in the cafe on the ground floor, drinking weak tea and making small talk while the receptionist worked the phone, chasing authorization. Luke's mobile vibrated twice with an incoming text message from Jorge Enriquez. He read it and felt like shouting for joy. "Head the scan, all clear." That was a massive burden lifted off his conscience. An hour later, when authorization had arrived, all 3 returned to the isolation room and saw, with some satisfaction, that the policeman had changed shift. They were let in immediately. The smell hit them as soon as the door closed behind them. "Sorry about that," said a voice behind them. "It's glutaraldehyde. We use it as a broad-spectrum disinfectant. I'm Thomas Krycek, the consultant here." He smiled, but kept his hands at his sides. "We operate in a sterile zone," he added. His white medical coat was partially open, revealing a crisp Charles Tyrwhitt shirt and designer jeans. His patent brown leather shoes looked strangely out of place in the clinical, aseptic environment. "Look," he seemed to be gathering his thoughts. "I'm afraid our patient is not in a good way. His immune system is heavily suppressed, so any infection could finish him off. We're having to take every precaution." "Is he well enough to talk to us?" asked Jenny, cutting straight to the point. "If he wants to, yes. But I'm afraid you've just missed your chance for now. He's back under sedation. He'll be out for the next few hours. His body needs all the strength it can get to fight this thing. I can call you when he comes round. I must say, we were expecting you a bit sooner. He was wide awake just 15 minutes ago. Was it the traffic then?" Chapter 67. "Can't say I'm a fan of this coffee," observed Jenny Lee. Then, for the nth time that hour, glanced at her watch. "This is just so annoying," she said, jiggling her foot distractedly. "I can't believe those two on the door blocked us like that. If they had any idea how much this is setting us back. And what if he never comes round? We'll have missed our best chance. Ah!" Luke had been using the enforced waiting time to read up on radiological half-lives and the different properties of cesium chloride. He smiled to himself. This was a very different Jenny Lee from the cool, calm and collected individual who had come up to him in his lunch break. "You can't blame the coppers," he told her. "They're only doing what they've been told to do. And besides, the patient may not know anything useful, or tell us, even if he does." "In human intelligence," Jenny said slowly, "everything is useful. Every phrase, every offhand remark. Trust me, you let nothing go to waste. So when we get up there, Luke, we'd better make damn sure every second counts." Luke was about to reply when the receptionist rushed into the cafeteria. It was the same man who had welcomed them hours ago. "You're on," he said. "He's awake and lucid. Best be quick in case they change their minds upstairs." Luke and Jenny were on their feet even as he said this, cups abandoned on the table. Back the way they had come, dodging past groups of hospital staff heading home after their day shifts, they half walked, half ran to the isolation room. Thomas Krycek was in the anteroom, looking tired but animated, his Charles Tyrwhitt shirt less pristine now. "I can let you go in," he said, "but you'll have to put on these first." He pointed to a pile of what looked like white spacesuits. "They just go over the top of your clothes." "Just us in there with him, right?" checked Luke. "That's the access we've been told to give you," replied the consultant. "But we'll be watching from next door, on the monitor. If we think he's getting distressed or needs medical attention, the interview has to stop as soon as I say so. I'm afraid that's the deal." They nodded as they struggled into their protective suits. "One last thing," said Krycek. "I'm sure I don't need to remind you. Just don't touch the patient. Okay, in you go." Luke wasn't sure what he expected to find when he pushed open the door. A scene from the biological disaster movie Outbreak, perhaps, with a man only vaguely visible beneath an oxygen tent. But there was no tent, no drama, just a solitary man in a light green hospital gown, lying slack and listless, an IV drip in his arm, his scalp smooth as a billiard ball, his eyes barely open. They hardly registered a flicker as he and Jenny walked in. Luke pulled up a chair and sat as close to the patient as he dared without actually brushing against him. Jenny remained standing in front of the closed door. There was a strange, sickly smell in the room that he couldn't quite place. Urine? Yes, probably. He spotted a bag of golden liquid suspended beneath the man's bed and winced inwardly. He had been in a bed like that not so long ago himself, recovering from his Afghan wounds at the Queen Elizabeth in Birmingham, drips going in and tubes coming out. But he had made it. And one look at this man told him there wasn't going to be a happy ending here. There was no time for preamble or introductions. Luke decided to go for broke.
Tu estás muriendo, he told him flatly. You're dying.
A flutter of eyelids in response.
These people here, Luke continued in Spanish, gesturing to the door behind him and the hospital in general, they're doing their best to save you. They're trying to help you, to make you comfortable.
The patient groaned quietly and turned his head to one side against the pillow. He didn't look very comfortable. His eyes were open now, but they were dull and vacant. If they were focused on anything, it was the blank expanse of wall next to the window. Luke couldn't even be sure that he was listening, so he put his head closer still, close enough to hear the rasping of the dying man's breath.
What did you do?
Luke whispered.
What did you bring into this country? You need to tell me. You have nothing to gain by keeping it secret now.
Slowly, the man turned back to face Luke. He seemed to be trying to raise his head, and now his lips were moving. Luke strained to catch the words. Even Jenny Lee had left the safety of her post to edge closer to listen.
Es una bomba.
His head sank back onto the pillow, as if the effort of saying just those 4 words alone had exhausted him.
Where?
There was no point in asking complicated questions. For all he knew, this was the man's last hour on Earth.
Where is the bomb hidden?
Again his lips moved, soundlessly this time. Luke could see he was trying to pursue them, but they were trembling.
Manchas.
Luke looked at him sharply. La Mancha was Spanish for the English Channel, and he knew the device was already ashore. But the patient hadn't finished. His lips were still moving.
Manchester,
he gasped. Luke looked at Jenny. She had heard it too.
Manchester,
repeated Luke, making eye contact with him. He needed to make sure he had heard him right. The sick patient didn't move, didn't say anything in response, but his eyelids blinked twice. Then he closed them and was still. Chapter 68. The lights were burning long after dark at Vauxhall Cross that evening. Nothing unusual about that. Sometimes they stayed on all night, blazing like a candelabrum across the muddy waters of the Thames. It was after 7 o'clock when Angela Scott knocked on Sid Khan's door. For once she didn't wait for an answer, but marched straight in and confronted him. "I've been waiting all afternoon for you to be free," she barked. "Just what kind of an operation are you running in Colombia?" There were other directors who might have taken great offence at her tone, but not Sid Khan. "And good evening to you too, Angela. Please, have a seat." Khan waved at a chair and put away his glasses. "Cup of tea?" "No, thank you." Angela remained standing, her pale, freckled face slightly flushed. "I want to know why you allowed one of my team, and you know who I'm talking about, Luke Carlton, to be sent off on an extremely hazardous assignment without giving him the full intel picture." "Sorry, I'm not following you." "You know exactly what I'm talking about, Sid." She walked up to his desk, placed her hands flat on its polished surface, and leaned towards him. "I'm talking about Tradewind." Khan flinched, but said nothing. "When were you going to tell him we have another agent in place? An agent who just happens to be absolutely crucial to this whole operation?" Khan studied her, but still said nothing. "Because do you know what I'm thinking?" said Angela, her face more flushed than ever now. "I think you've done the dirty on Luke Carlton. If I didn't know you better, I'd say you set him up to fail. You may be 2 ranks my senior, but I swear to God, there had better be a good reason for this, or I'm taking it upstairs. Please, Angela, it's just us in here." Khan looked rattled now, but he gestured once more at the empty chair. "I'm asking you to sit down." Reluctantly, she did so, straightened her charcoal-grey skirt, and faced him square on. "I spoke to Carlton over at Thames House today," she began. "I needed to bring him up to speed on that Joint Intelligence Committee meeting we attended. And? He wasn't born yesterday. He's not some spotty school-leaver who's watched too many episodes of Spooks and happens to have passed the psychoanalysis and come up clean on developed vetting. He's already served his country with distinction. He's an ex-Special Forces officer, for Christ's sake, with a conspicuous gallantry cross. He pretty much worked it out for himself." "How's that?" said Khan. His forehead had started to shine with sweat, and she couldn't help noticing that damp patches were appearing at the armpits of his polo shirt. "How's that?" she repeated sarcastically. "Try looking at what's been coming in from Bogota Station. Luke's been given access to everything Clement sends us from Colombia, but he's noticed some material he didn't recognize. It didn't match anything from Langley or Foreign Liaison with the Colombians either. So he asked me to check it out with Agent Comms. Turns out it came in on a separate standalone satellite feed. You've been running Tradewind off the books without telling him." "I hear you." Khan held up an admonishing hand. "I haven't finished yet. Ordinarily, I'd say this is none of my business. But given the current threat level, and the fact that Luke was tortured and narrowly escaped being macheted to death, I'd say it's every bloody bit my department's business. Angela, you've been in this organization long enough to know some things are so sensitive that the fewer people with access the better for everyone. Tradewind is one of those situations. I can't tell you who he or she might be. There is an extremely tight circle of people who know about this, all within this service, and we need to keep it that way." She waited for him to say more. So far, he had told her nothing. "Okay," said Khan, relenting now. "We do have an undeclared agent down there. That person is in deep cover, really deep cover. Their ability to communicate with us is severely limited, but the product we get, when we get it, is pure gold." Angela took a deep breath and shook her head. "Would you mind closing the door?" he said. "Why? They've all gone home on this floor. That's why I waited until now. Can't be too careful. Remember what happened in Baku? Anyway, I'll level with you, Angela. Tradewind is placed extremely close to the principle we're focusing on. So close that most of this building doesn't even know." "And you choose to keep this from Luke? You don't think he deserves to know? Given that he's been down there at the sharp end, not you or me?" Khan shrugged. "I'm afraid I've said all I'm going to say on this. You'll just have to manage the situation. I'm sure you'll find a way." He smiled at her. "Now, if you don't mind, it's getting late, and I've still got a heap of stuff to get through here." "All right." She got up to leave. "I'll defer to you on this one. You're the director of CT, not me. If there's a reason to keep Luke in the dark, I can accept that. But please, just make sure it's a good one." Chapter 69. By the time Luke got home, it was nearly midnight. Day 1 on the Thames House task force, and already he felt exhausted. The second he and Jenny Lee had left the isolation room at UCH, they had paced quickly down the corridor until they found a quiet corner to call in what they had gleaned from the desperately sick patient. They agreed that Jenny would call Groves, whilst Luke would alert Khan. They stood a few metres apart, their backs to each other, beside a broom cupboard on the second floor. "It's Manchester," said Luke. "At least, that's what he's telling us. And he says it's a bomb, which we pretty much knew." "Go on," said Khan. "That's it. That's all there was. Believe me, it wasn't easy getting that out of him." "Young man," replied Khan, "you need to go straight back in there and try again. We need a lot more than what you've just told me. Like, where in Manchester? The town hall? The cathedral? The Etihad Stadium? Come on, we need names, addresses, phone numbers." Luke waited for him to finish. "Sid, I don't think anyone's told you just how far gone the man is. He's at death's door. He can barely speak. He is very, very sick. We can give it another go, if they'll let us back in. But I thought you should know about Manchester straight away." "You did the right thing," said Khan. "Is he fit enough to be polygraphed?" "Not in his present state," Luke replied. "Do we believe him?" "Hard to say. I think he knows he's at the end of the road, so what's he got to lose by telling us?" Khan was silent, digesting this new development. "Does Groves know about this?" he asked eventually. "One of his case officers is telling him now." Luke ended the call and turned to Jenny.
"Let me guess," she said,
and they recited in unison.
"Names, addresses, phone numbers."
It was the only light moment in a very dark day. After that, Jenny had left quickly, heading back to Thames House to work with Groves and others on the Manchester angle. Luke had stayed on at the hospital, waiting for the green light to revisit the patient, but it never came. A different consultant had taken over for the night shift. Every half hour or so he had come out to see Luke. The patient was alive but unresponsive. At 11 p.m, Luke had called it a day and caught a cab home to Battersea, which was where he found Elise, still up, dressed in a black and silver kimono and holding a glass of wine. She came over to greet him, put a slender arm around his neck, pulled him towards her, and gave him a lingering, wine-wet kiss.
"Welcome home, babes," she said softly. "I've missed you today."
After the day he had just had, which seemed to Luke to have lasted about 36 hours, he had envisaged tiptoeing quietly into bed and crashing straight out. Now he slumped on the sofa, resting his head on the back and closing his eyes. Elise walked round behind him and reached down to loosen his tie, then gently massaged his shoulders.
"I won't ask you how your day was," she said, "because I bet you can't tell me. Instead, I've booked us a nice surprise."
"And what might that be?" asked Luke, looking up at her from his position on the sofa.
"A secret escapes weekend for two? A visit to Victoria's Secret?"
She gave him a deadpan look, then a fixed smile.
"No, Luke Carlton. I have not been shopping for lingerie. I've got us tickets to see Ellie Goulding at the O2.
"Great. When?"
"Next Saturday."
Luke said nothing.
"Oh, come on," said Elise. "Don't tell me you can't make it."
There were some things Luke just couldn't hide. All those years in Special Forces, successfully giving his interrogators the blank poker face on escape and evasion exercises. Name, rank, and number, that was all. Anything else? I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question. Yet here he was now, transparent as a pane of glass when it came to Elise. He knew that a week hence he could be anywhere. In fact, the chances were he probably would be somewhere else, given what they had learned today.
Would they have found the device by then? What if the patient had been bluffing, and London, not Manchester, was the real target?
His brain racing, Luke found it hard to picture himself skipping off to an Ellie Goulding concert when he was one of the very few people who knew that a radioactive bomb could go off anywhere in Britain at any moment.
"It's fine," he lied. "I thought I had something on then."
But Elise knew him too well.
"Bollocks," she said calmly. "It's me you're talking to. I'm not one of your squaddies, remember? If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, I get it. Just don't give me any BS. I thought we'd agreed on that." "You're right, and I'm sorry."
Luke ran his hand through his sandy hair and let out a deep sigh. He had so much on his mind, he wondered if now was the time to break protocol and let her in on some of it. But how many other couples were in the same situation? He was damned if he'd be the first to break the circle of trust and leak.
"Luke,"
said Elise, pulling him closer and kissing him again on the lips.
"Luke, I love you. I hope you know that. But some things have got to change. Things haven't been right between us these past few weeks. It's okay. I'm not about to accuse you of anything, but you have to admit you've been quite distant, haven't you?"
Luke could hardly deny she had a point.
But where was all this leading? "So I've been thinking," she continued. "Now would be a really good time to consider moving to something a little more stable."
Luke met her eye. "Elise, I have a stable job. I work for the Foreign Office. Well, let's call it a branch of government anyway. They pay me a monthly salary, remember?"
"Yes, I know that, and I don't want to stop you doing what you like. It's just that you're hardly ever here, are you?"
"I'm here now," he replied, and she shot him a look. "Sorry," he added. "That was crass. Where are you going with this?"
"Well," she said, brightening, "you remember Hugo at Goldman Sachs?"
Luke groaned. "Oh, God. What's the golden boy up to now?"
"I know you don't like him,"
continued Elise. "A lot of men don't. But hear me out. Hugo's brother, Jackson, runs the family investment business." "Of course he does." She ignored his interjection. "Well, Jackson wants to meet you. He's looking to hire someone with your skills." "My skills?" Whoever Jackson was, he couldn't have the faintest idea of the sort of thing Luke had spent the last few years doing. If he did, it would probably give him nightmares. "And what kind of a name is Jackson? Is he in entertainment?" Almost as soon as he'd said it, Luke regretted it. He was coming across as an ass. "I'm sorry," he told her. "I'm just out on my feet here. If that's what you'd like, then sure, I'll meet him." Go through the motions, thought Luke. At least you can say you've made the effort. Listen to what he's got to say, pretend to consider it, then make your excuses and leave. "Great," Elise smiled. "I'll set it up." She forgot to mention the mystery woman at the art gallery. Chapter 70. While Luke slept fitfully, the wheels of government machinery were rolling through the night, unseen by the public. The single word Manchester, uttered by a sick man in a London hospital, had triggered a national response. The Prime Minister and senior members of the National Security Council were alerted. Authorization was quickly given for full preventative measures to be taken. One of the first calls made from the Task Force Operations Room in Thames House was to the Police National CBRNE Centre at Ryton in Warwickshire. Located south of Coventry, and 130 kilometres down the M6 from Manchester, it was judged the most suitable base to respond to the new information. All leave was cancelled. Officers were called at home, brought back on duty, then organised into 4 strong search teams, equipped with FH-40 radiation detector pagers, grey devices that resembled a bulky mobile phone. Every available scientific detector van was mobilised, with 2 being diverted from East Midlands Airport and sent up to Manchester. Under Operation Cyclamen, the joint venture between the UK Border Agency and the Home Office to prevent radioactive materials entering the country, a light aircraft with detection equipment was put up to crisscross the night skies over Greater Manchester. Of course, one awkward question was troubling those directing the operation. What if Manchester was just a red herring to distract everyone from the real target? "We can't take any chances on this one," said Olwyn Hughes, the National Security Advisor. It was 1 a.m., a full 5 hours since Luke and Jenny had reported in from the hospital, and he was speaking on a secure line to the Director General of MI5. "The advice the Home Secretary and I have given the PM," he said, "is that we maintain those assets up in Manchester, but be prepared for this device to crop up in any of our cities, especially London." "We've put out feelers with all our CHISs around the country," replied the MI5 boss, "and the Greater Manchester Police Counter-Terrorism Unit is working its sources now. Kelly's gone straight up there to oversee it." There was a brief buzzing on the line. "Sorry, I didn't catch that," said the National Security Advisor. "Who?" "Kelly Little, the National Coordinator for CT. "Of course, good. Look, I don't think we can maintain this level of activity for very long, so the pressure is on your people to find this thing, and it's only going to get worse." "Do you think I don't know that?" said the Director General. "Of course you do, forgive me," said the Welshman. "It's just that sitting where I am right now, it's bringing this whole thing into focus. I've just signed an order to break open the strategic reserve of casualty bags. 300. Chapter 71. Anna Maria Acosta was not an impatient woman, but the journey from 94 Ashburnham Gardens to the house in Twickenham took her nearly an hour, during which time she used the horn no less than 7 times. Driving her beloved midnight blue Audi RS5 convertible through the lurching late-afternoon traffic of southwest London, she went over the priorities. Suarez had been quite explicit on the phone. Drop everything, get over to the safe house where the hired muscle was staying, and sort things out. Use your discretion, he had told her. From the sound of it, something had gone very wrong in that house, and things were unravelling fast. They couldn't have that, not at this late stage in the operation. It needed to be dealt with immediately. Her plan for the English spy's girlfriend had to be put on hold. She parked in the quiet suburban street and reached onto the back seat for her outsized tan leather handbag. She locked the car, walked up to the door, and pressed a manicured finger to the entry phone for the ground floor flat. Anna Maria grimaced. The buzzer was smeared black with overuse and slightly sticky to the touch. She wiped the tip of her finger on her jeans.
"Si?"
came a disembodied voice from inside.
"Final,"
she replied. It was the simplest of prearranged code words, and she was buzzed in. The room stank. That was the first thing she noticed. That and the unmade beds, the empty beer cans, the discarded fast food containers, and the scattered porn mags they had made little attempt to hide. Anna Maria stood there in her dark denim skinny jeans, her immaculate leather shoes, her tailored jacket, and her crisp white shirt, which revealed only a hint of cleavage, and took it all in at a glance. 5 men, sitting, squatting, sprawling among all this detritus. 3 were smoking, drawing long gasps on those coarse, piel rojas black tobacco cigarettes from South America. Another was cramming the last of a takeaway doner kebab into his mouth, absent-mindedly wiping his greasy fingers on the thin yellow bedspread beside him. Then he licked them. These men disgusted her.
"Que barbaridad,"
she remarked, curling her lip in contempt.
"Which of you wants to speak up?"
They looked from one to another in silence.
"Fine."
She pointed at the man who had just finished eating his kebab.
"You,"
she commanded.
"Tell me, in your own words, and please take your time. What in hell has gone wrong here? You were given a simple task. Collect the merchandise, bring it to London, store it somewhere safe. Other people, smarter than you, will take over. But no. We've lost 2 people. They're in hospital and the alarm has been raised. This bastardo government knows what is coming now. The net will be closing in on us. So, Senora."
He was a big man with big fists, but spoke meekly. Anna Maria Acosta had acquired a certain reputation within the underworld.
"We followed our instructions. We did exactly as you ordered. The pickup in Cornwall went without any problems. We covered our tracks on the beach. We made the rendezvous at... ¿Cómo se llama? What was it called, that place?"
He turned to the others behind him.
"Jamaica Inn,"
they chorused.
"Yes, Jamaica Inn. We made the switch there, then drove up here to Londres. We come off the M4 at the junction as planned, and took that road on the map. And now, Mira, we are here, in Twickenham."
He stopped, catching his breath.
"So, what went wrong?"
she pressed.
"At first, everything was to plan. We have housed the cargo at the address they gave us. It's in a lockup, not far from here, and take me there."
She cut him off in mid-sentence.
"I need to see it. Signora, please, we cannot go in there, not now. Not after what has happened. You see, they called us, the 2 submarinistas. They called us from Plymouth when they began to feel sick. They warned us. This instrumento we have been transporting, it makes anyone who goes near it fall sick. It is not safe to be around it."
Anna Maria scanned their faces. Was anyone here going to man up and finish the job? Apparently not.
"So, does this mean,"
she spoke slowly and deliberately,
"that you will not be completing the job you have been asked to do?"
All 5 men looked down at the carpet, too embarrassed to speak.
"That's okay,"
she said gently.
"I understand. Just do me this one favor. Write down the address of the lockup, and you can all go back to your lives. You will be taken care of. Don't worry."
The men brightened. She took out a pen and a small notebook and passed them to the man still squatting there. She waited patiently, still close to the door, as he scribbled down the address and returned the notebook to her.
"And now I must pay you all your farewell bonuses," she said.
Her back to them, she reached into her handbag. Later, safely buckled into the Audi, she reflected on their expressions when she had turned to face them. Priceless. Something she would always treasure. It was the look of despair, the acknowledgement of failure, the acceptance of punishment. The silenced check-made Scorpion machine pistol had bucked and trembled in her hand, as she emptied the entire magazine into the room, sweeping it from side to side, slicing through the worthless trash who had let her and El Patron down. 30 rounds should do it. When the shooting stopped, she had sniffed and smiled, the weapon still warm in her hands, savouring the familiar smell of cordite smoke from the spent cartridge cases that littered the floor at her feet. God, how she missed killing. There were so few opportunities now in this job. Anna Maria punched a number into her phone. In another part of London, a man with slick back hair and ponytail answered the call. "Hola," she said. "It's me. It's done. Send someone to clean it up." Chapter 72. "Is that it? All that fuss for this? Madre de Dios. Is nothing special, is it?" For a long time they just stood there, staring at it, keeping their distance, but fascinated by its latent power, by what it could do, the damage it could cause. Behind them, the heavy metal door of the lockup had been bolted shut. The instructions had been clear. It was paramount that nobody should see what was inside. Outside, just beyond the industrial park, the residents and workers in the shops, the off-licences and law-abiding businesses of Twickenham went about their daily lives, oblivious to what was hidden in their midst. The pig, the cylindrical object that had been conveyed halfway across the world to them, was unremarkable to look at. True, it was an unusual shape, like a giant metal thermos or a miniature milk churn. Its only distinguishing features were its 2 metal handles and the small yellow and black sign near the top with the triangles. But to Anna Maria, standing at a respectful distance, it was all about what it could do. To her, it was beautiful. "This isn't going to be a problem, is it?" said Silvio, the man with the slick-back hair. "What, the drivers?" she replied, surprised. "Of course not. They've played their part, and now no one is to know. Suarez is already choosing the replacements for the next phase." "And the welder?" "He's ready. He's been working hard for us." Silvio nodded. Then a frown creased his forehead as he remembered something important. "You know, El Patron is concerned about this contamination issue. He's not worried about the 2 submariners. They, too, have played their part. But he wants to know if this is going to affect the operation." Anna Maria composed her thoughts. How much should she tell him? Perhaps not everything. Silvio could be jumpy at times. Now was clearly the time to offer some reassurance. "I consulted our expert, that head of department at the university. He tells me there is a reason behind it. They got sick because they were exposed for too long, that's all. They spent days with it at sea. He says as long as you keep your distance, you're fine." Instinctively, Silvio took several paces back, moving away from the device. "But how do we know that it's not leaking now? We could be contaminated ourselves without knowing it, no?" Anna Maria laughed. "You shouldn't worry," she said, staying exactly where she was. "If there was a risk of contamination, all those idiots I disposed of in the flat would have been sick. And they all looked fine, believe me, just scared and useless. The operation is better off without them." "How much did they know?" asked Silvio. "Is there a chance they could lead the police here, to this place?" "Those goons? None at all. I checked the flat. There's nothing to reveal where this place is. That piece of information died with them." "And the submarinistas? What if they're telling everything they know to the medics in hospital?" Anna Maria had suddenly had enough of his questions and his worrying. "Escúchame," she told him. "Listen to me. You need to have more confidence in Senor Suarez. He thinks of everything. The 2 submariners were fed a cover story, some city up north. If they tell anything, it will lead the gringos to look in the wrong place. Those pilots were useful fools, that's all." Silvio took a cautious pace forward, still wary of the shiny metal container that stood inside the suburban lockup. "So, when do we begin the next phase? Has the other material been sourced?" Anna Maria glanced at her watch to check the date.
You mean the explosives? Yes. We're on schedule. We have time. The party is still days away.
As they spoke, the welder was hard at work, goggles and gloves in place, in a windowless basement not 3 kilometres away. Keith Gammon loved his work. Ever since he was a boy, he had worked with metal, cutting it, crafting it, welding and shaping it. And this was his biggest challenge yet. 10 years ago, he wouldn't have touched a job like this, but since then, his life had taken a different course. It had started well, with a stint in the Royal Engineers, learning explosives and demolitions. But when he left the army, he'd fallen in with a bad lot. He'd made his choices, been caught and convicted. They'd done him for theft of copper signal cabling, resisting arrest, and causing grievous bodily harm to a British Transport Police officer. Keith Gammon had come out of Wandsworth Prison an angry and bitter man. In his last 6 months inside, he had made certain connections, people with good contacts on the outside. When the legitimate job offers did not come knocking at his door, he had made the call to the number they had slipped him just before his release date. It was small stuff at first, modifications to vehicles and equipment, erasing registration stamps, putting decommissioned firearms back into service, nothing too taxing for a man of his skills. Later, when the big offer had come from the man with the ponytail, he hadn't had to think too hard about it. The welder was under no illusions, of course. Even though they gave him only a vague outline of what the job entailed, he knew it would be highly illegal, and not without risk to himself. He certainly didn't fancy going back inside, but what they were offering in return almost made his eyes water. $250,000 in cash, half up front. Well, he could do a lot with that money, and he knew exactly where he was going to put it. The welder had his eye on a down payment for a nice little place in the sun, a gated compound near Marbella. After this, Keith Gammon was going straight. It would be adios Inglaterra once this job was over. The Colombians were being more than generous, he reckoned. He had given them a shopping list of what he needed for the task, and they had come good. Even got him a brand new Miller 625 Extreme Plasma Cutter, fresh in from the US. He held it now, admiring its clean lines and latent power. Metalwork had come a long way since he was a lad. He shook his head and laughed as he went back to work with the cutter. Practice, practice, and practice again. The job had to be done to perfection. Keith Gammon saw himself as so much more than a welder. He was a top-level metallurgist, and nothing if not a consummate professional. Chapter 73. In the rolling hills of Colombia's Antioquia province, it was raining again. Great drifting skeins that moved like grey ghosts across the verdant landscape. Valentina gripped her umbrella and picked her way carefully down the potholed road, trying not to ruin her shoes. Behind her lay the road that led up to the planter's villa, El Pobrecito's current safe house, where she had nodded goodbye to the guards on the gate and set off for the long weekend to see her family. Everyone across the country was getting ready for the Fiesta Nacional, and, as she approached her village, she felt its relaxed party mood. Children were tying ribbons to balloons in doorways, and coloured lights hung outside the low thatched huts that lined the road, connected to the generators that hummed and shuddered in their aluminium frames. Valentina was not in a relaxed party mood. In fact, she felt far from it. The information she had overheard in the last 24 hours was burning a hole in her conscience. She had to pass it on, first chance she got. So she did not go straight home that day. Stopping 800 metres short of her parents' house, she turned off the road down a narrow, overgrown track that wound through the forest. Good. There were no recent footprints, and the broken branches she had placed across the track were still in place. She stopped twice, pretending to take shelter from the incessant drizzle, scanning the track behind her in case anyone was following, the way the Englishman had taught her. 300 metres in, she turned off the track and picked her way through the wet foliage until she found the tree stump. She reached into her bag and took out a metal comb. It was an unremarkable object. Garcia's guards had not given it a second glance when they searched her bag, but now she turned it sideways and drove it into the ground. Valentina began to dig and scrape. The soft, wet earth gave way easily, and as she removed the mud with her bare hands, the hole soon turned wet and slick with rain. But she persevered, using the metal comb to probe the earth until it met a hard edge. She had found what she'd come for. Valentina was already soaked, but she didn't care. She pulled out the flat stainless steel box, about the size of a laptop case and still sealed airtight, just as she had left it. She used her sleeve to wipe the mud off it. Valentina was not, by profession, an acupuncturist. That was pretty much the last piece of training she had received, some months earlier at the embassy safe house outside Bogota, along with several other cover professions. A student dropout from Colombia's Universidad Javeriana, she had been a sore disappointment to her family. They had had such high hopes when she had won the coveted place to read Latin American literature at the prestigious university, the first person from her district to go there. It was in her second semester that she had started to hang out with a different crowd, a bad crowd. There were whispers that they had connections to the narcotraficantes. Not that her family were any the wiser, being 500 kilometers away on the other side of Medellin. But the university had its own security people, all ex-cops and military, and they were not blind. The raid on the accommodation block had swept up Valentina and 3 of her classmates. 850 grams of 90% pure cocaine in a canvas book bag, with several hundred tiny plastic sachets ready for sale, all made for pretty incriminating evidence. Pleas of, "It was for personal use," fell on deaf ears. Her expulsion was never in doubt. It was a clear case of commercial distribution on campus, but the dean was in two minds as to whether or not to turn her and the others over to the police. The university could do without the embarrassing questions, the publicity, the unwelcome media attention. He had raised the subject at dinner that evening with his good friend, the diplomat from the British Embassy, a certain Senor Benton. The dean was surprised and delighted to hear that the embassy ran its own re-education program for gifted individuals who had taken a wrong turning in life. Senor Benton, he learned, would be delighted to meet the troubled Valentina, with a view to taking over her education and offering her a second chance in life. After that, things had fallen into place quickly. With the promise of a British passport and a place at a London college in a year's time, Valentina had proved herself more than willing to switch allegiance. She had never really liked the narcos she had met anyway, and she had something unusual to offer. Her family lived just outside Ituango, less than 8 kilometers from the operations base of one of Colombia's most dangerous drug lords. Her family knew people who worked for him. She was young, attractive, and intelligent. Placing her inside the man's favourite refuge had turned out to be surprisingly easy. Nelson Garcia was rumoured to have health problems, and she was uniquely positioned to offer him a remedy. When she returned to her village, now a qualified acupuncturist with the certificate to prove it, it was only a matter of days before she was summoned to meet him. Her first treatment session with El Pobrecito had followed the next morning. She was in. Valentina looked up at the tree canopy and held out her hands, palms turned upwards. It had stopped raining. The storm over the hills had passed, and there was no more static in the atmosphere. It was time. She released the hasps on the sealed box, which opened with a quiet hiss, breaking the airtight seal. Carefully, she took out the waterproofed black iPad, switched it on, and waited for it to boot up. Then she removed the other object in the box, a black FiO X1 high-resolution music player. At least, that was what it looked like to the outside world. When Benton had given it to her in Bogota, he had explained, almost apologetically, that it did not play music. It was a CD, a concealed device. Hidden inside was an Inmarsat Mini C terminal, a compact transceiver that would allow her to transmit and receive messages. Valentina connected the two devices, then stared at the keyboard on the iPad, trying to recall the mnemonic she had memorized. She needed it to give her the line of code that would get her through the first security gateway embedded in the machine's hard drive. She closed her eyes, and it came to her. Her favourite line from in the glad hours of the morning, by the Mexican poet Homero Aridhis. Todo escalido en los cerros pintados de oro viejo. All is warm along the hills painted old gold. She typed in TECELCPDOV, the first letter of each Spanish word in the verse. The effect was instantaneous. The screen went blank, then turned a rich dark green, a similar colour, although she didn't know it, to the building at Vauxhall Cross. In the centre was a small rectangular box, with a blinking prompt bar waiting for her to fill in the next line of code. Valentina typed in her mother's birthday, followed by her postal zip code when she was living in Bogota. The screen changed again, to reveal a coat of arms, a black motif she recognised. It was a lion, a unicorn, and a shield, beneath a crown and a motto, Dieu est mon droit. She was through security and into the encrypted SIS program. Valentina was about to prepare her message for transmission when there was a sudden crash in the foliage not far behind her. She whirled round. Had she been followed from the villa? She had checked behind her several times as she walked down the road, and there had been nobody. She waited, frozen to the spot. If one of Garcia's men saw her now, she had no chance. Then she relaxed. A white-faced monkey loped past, giving her a cursory glance before bounding off into the trees. She returned to her equipment, moving the Inmarsat transceiver to left and right, as she had been shown, angling it towards the closest satellite, the Atlantic Ocean region west, at 54 degrees west. Finally, when the satellite signal was strong enough, she pressed send. In a fraction of a second, her message was beamed skywards in a burst transmission, reaching a satellite whose existence was known only to a very few people at Vauxhall Cross, then bounced back to Earth to be decoded in a small room just south of the Thames riverbank. Tradewind had made contact. Chapter 74. 3 days had passed since the Manchester tip-off, and the investigations were yielding precious little. Leads and clues had dribbled away into nothing, like water into sand. The search was still being discreetly conducted on the streets of Manchester, but a sudden find, a strange metal object left outside the Victoria Baths, had turned out to be a false alarm. It was an old milk churn left there by some drunken students the night before. In the skies above, the city detector planes patrolled in vain. Of the rogue isotope and its handlers there was no sign. Despite the threat they knew to be hanging over the country, there was a determination among senior officials in Whitehall that life had to go on. Remembrance Sunday was fast approaching. Sir Adam Keeling, the MI6 chief, had decided, on balance, not to cancel his private dinner with his visiting French counterpart from the General Directorate for External Security in Paris. They had met up earlier in the day at his office, but there was still so much to discuss that they would make it a working dinner at his home. 8 o'clock that evening found him in his detached house at the end of a gravelled drive in Kingston-upon-Thames, brandishing an extremely sharp knife and calling over his shoulder to his wife, "Darling, I'm carving now." On the dinner table there were candles, fine bone china, and a bottle of 2001 Montbousquet claret from Saint-Emilion, brought up from the family cellar. His wife, Margaret, had cooked the leg of lamb to perfection, crisp, brittle skin, punctured with sprigs of rosemary and garlic, the meat pink and juicy inside. Sir Adam carried the wooden board bearing the joint into the dining room and proposed a toast. The four of them stood, raising their glasses, the Keelings, the GDSE director, and his chief of staff. "The Queen," they murmured in unison. The doorbell rang. Sir Adam checked his mobile phone and saw there had been a missed call and an SMS from Khan. "Need to see you urgently. Coming over now. Sorry re short notice." He knew his director of counter-terrorism too well to question why he was disturbing him at home on a Friday evening. Jobs like theirs inevitably came with certain intrusions. The armed policeman from the Met's diplomatic protection group checked Khan's ID and showed him in. "Mr. Khan to see you, sir. He says you were expecting him." Sid Khan made rather an elaborate show of wiping his feet on the bristly doormat as Sir Adam took his coat. "Will you stay for dinner?" asked the chief. "I'm sure there's enough to go round." "Very kind, see,"
replied Khan, "but I've had my tea already." He turned to the other three. "Apologies, one and all, for interrupting you." "I think you may know Yves Moreau, my opposite number in Paris," said Sir Adam, making the introductions. "Director, this is Syed Khan, my director of counter-terrorism." "My pleasure," said the Frenchman. "Yes, we met when you came to Paris." Khan followed the chief into his study next door, adding over his shoulder, "I'll try not to keep him too long." The chief closed the door behind them and motioned Khan to one of the two heavy leather armchairs. "A drink? Can I pour you a whiskey?" Khan gave him a quizzical look, and the chief slapped his forehead. "Sorry, I always forget, of course. Something soft, then. Lime cordial?" He walked over to the sideboard, his limp as pronounced as ever, and spoke with his back to his guest. "Is this about the Estonia incursion?" He handed Khan a tall glass of cordial, tinkling with ice. "No, it's a bit more serious. It's the other matter," said Khan. "We've heard from Tradewind." The chief faced him, still standing. Khan had his full attention now. "When was this?" "Agent Combs called me just over an hour ago. As soon as I read the printout, I came straight over. Thought you'd want to see it for yourself." Khan passed him a single sheet of paper. The head of MI6 put on his glasses and spent a full minute reading and rereading it. He was emitting a low humming sound, the giveaway signal that he was less than satisfied. He turned it over in his hand, as if expecting more information on the other side, but there was none. "This changes everything," he said, sweeping his spectacles off his face and placing them on the bookcase. "If Garcia is making preparations to pack up and leave the country, it can mean only one thing." "That he's moving into the endgame?" said Khan. "Precisely. That would certainly be my assessment. He knows what's coming down the line once this thing goes off, and he's getting out while he can. Panama, she reckons?" Sir Adam looked across at Khan, one eyebrow raised. "That's what she says in her transmission," said Khan, waving at the paper still in the chief's hand. "Can we intercept him?" asked Sir Adam. "Get the Colombians to grab him before he leaves the country?" There was a soft knock on the door, and Margaret popped her head in to give Sir Adam a meaningful look. She was wearing a simple but elegant black dress beneath a necklace of blue lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, almost the sole benefit she had derived from her husband's Kabul posting. "Darling, your guests. They haven't come here to see me, you know." He lowered his head and raised a hand in submission. I know, I'm sorry. Can you tell them I'll be out very shortly? This is rather important, what we're discussing here." "I'm sure it is, but I think Monsieur le Directeur next door has heard about as much as he ever wants to about my grape-picking days in Provence. It's your turn now." She left the room, closing the door behind her. "It's risky," said Khan, picking up their conversation from where they had left off. "If we can even get a trace on where he's flying out from, lifting him now might bounce his people into detonating this thing early. The security service and the Met are working flat out to track it down before they do. They need every day they've got." Khan hadn't touched his lime cordial, the chief noticed. "Or," said Sir Adam, "if we can take their principal player out of operation, it could just decapitate their whole operation." He paused. "I think we need Langley to step up their game on this one. After all, Latin America is more their backyard than ours." "Well, there's always the JOSC option," said Khan. "Joint Special Operations could finish this job our man Luke started. Go for the full takedown of Garcia's operation, with assistance from the Colombians. But I'm not sure that's the right route to go down." "No," replied the chief. "Neither am I. We need a subtler approach. How close is Tradewind now to the main player? Can she discover where they've hidden the weapon? I'm talking about over here, because that, more than anything else in the world, is where our service could deliver a difference. We started this thing. We should be the ones to finish it." Khan looked down at the glass of lime cordial in his hand, as if suddenly remembering it was there. He took a swig. "Tradewind is in a good place," he said. "We've placed her about as far upstream in that organization as we can hope to get, without turning one of his most trusted people. But even if she can find that information for us, There's no knowing when she'll next have a chance to transmit. We don't even know if Garcia is planning to take her with him."
"How's he getting out of Colombia?" asked Sir Adam.
"Probably flying below radar cover at treetop height across the Darien Gap. It'll be from one jungle airstrip to another. Then he'll want to disappear with a new identity to sit back and watch his work here unfold on CNN or BBC Mundo."
"All right. So what do you propose?" said the chief. He knew that Khan would not have come to his home bearing problems without solutions.
"Garcia still has an exploitable weakness," replied Khan. "His health. That's how we got Tradewind in. So I've given this a lot of thought, and I can't really see any way round it. It has to be Operation Sicarius."
The chief gave a heavy sigh. "We'll need sign-off from the PM for that, and from the Attorney General. I'm seeing the PM first thing in the morning. He's going to ask what the chances are that it will work. So, what are the percentages?" Sir Adam's jaw was set firm.
"Tradewind is the only agent we have in place who could do it," replied Khan. "She's had minimal training for something like this, and we'd still need to get the material to her. But it's all we've got left in the toolbox at this stage. I'd give it about a 75% chance of success."
"Do it." He was moving towards the door and back to his guests.
"Execute."
Chapter 75. No one could accuse Luke Carlton of being superstitious. By the time of his 7th birthday, he had rumbled his dad for dressing up as Santa Claus. Even before he'd lost his parents on that terrible afternoon in Colombia, his inquiring mind had already decided there was no such thing as ghosts. But Luke did sometimes wonder if he possessed a sort of sixth sense, an antenna that alerted him to trouble just ahead of time. It had kicked in more than once on those Special Forces night raids back in Afghanistan, made him look twice at his plans, his routes in and out, prompting the minute adjustments that ended up saving lives. On his own side, not the enemy's. That morning was one of those moments. 4 days had passed since his visit to the isolation ward, and he had already had Groves in MI5 asking him, twice now, if he was absolutely certain the patient had said Manchester. If Jenny Lee hadn't been there to hear it too, he might have started to doubt his ears. The preventative measures and the non-stop searches put in place around Greater Manchester were costing millions of pounds, and questions were being asked about how long this could go on. Yet Luke now had a deeply uncomfortable feeling that forces beyond his control were shifting into gear, and that he was about to be affected in some way. It had started the night before, when he'd got back from work at Thames House. He was surprised, to put it mildly, to open the door to his home and see 2 expensively dressed young men lounging on the sofa as if they owned the place. Brothers, he guessed, but not twins. One was vaguely familiar.
"Hiya, babes,"
said Elise, greeting him with a kiss and steering him into the room.
"Did you get my text?"
Luke hadn't looked at his phone since that morning. It had remained switched off while he was working inside MI5's main building, and he had forgotten to turn it back on when he left for the day. "I didn't, but that's my fault," he replied. "Hi, I'm Luke," he said, reaching out a hand to the 2 unknowns. "Yeah, I know. I'm Hugo Squires," said the nearest of the 2, returning the handshake. "We've met before, and this is my bro, Jackson." "I don't believe it," thought Luke. "I've let myself get ambushed in my own bloody flat." He had to hand it to Elise. This was smart work. She had moved fast after their late-night chat about his career, which he had pushed to the back of his mind. But he didn't let his smile falter. "Can I get you both a drink?" he asked. "No, we're good, thanks," said Hugo.
"How was work today?"
Elise asked Luke, joining them as she sat on the edge of the sofa. He had the distinct impression he was coming in on the tail end of a conversation that might well have involved him. So. For a second he wondered what would happen if he gave them an honest answer, if he shouted across the room, "You want the truth? Work is going fucking abysmally. There's a radioactive, dirty bomb somewhere in this country, and we can't find it. Why? How was work for you today?" Instead he shrugged, then spoke quietly to Elise. "Can you give me a hand with something next door?" As soon as they were in the bedroom, he shut the door abruptly and turned to her.
Elise, what the hell?
Easy, Tiger. I sent you a text. I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to read it. You remember the conversation we had a few nights ago? About a possible career change? I do. I just didn't expect you to move this quickly. Well, the boys were free tonight, so I thought, why not? Look, I'm only trying to do what's best for us here. And you did say you'd hear him out. Jackson, that is. Well, he's here now, and he was keen to meet you. Luke regarded her for a long moment. She was so beautiful, with her long, graceful neck, that sparkle in her eyes and those full lips. He was onto a good thing, and he knew it. For the second time, he found himself saying, yes, he would hear out what Jackson had to say. Any thoughts on supper, though? We could always pop into the Woodman just down the road. He was playing for time, but she was ahead of him. No need, said Elise. I put a lasagna in the oven, and Hugo's made a salad. Hugo's made a salad? Who are these guys, Lise? Don't be a caveman. Just come next door and be nice. To everyone's relief, the evening passed off peacefully. Luke, it had to be said, couldn't quite bring himself to like Hugo Squires, but he thanked him for looking after Elise on the dreadful evening of the phone call in the restaurant. He did, though, warm to Jackson. Everyone knew the meeting was all about seeing if Luke would consider shifting careers, yet they avoided talking about anything to do with investment management. When the two brothers departed in a cab, Luke agreed to meet Jackson in a week's time. He knew he couldn't keep putting things off indefinitely. Sooner or later, it was going to come down to him having to make a choice, Elise or the service, and it would be a tough one. But he also had a feeling that bigger events were about to intervene. Chapter 76. At 7:45 the next morning, a black BMW X1 with tinted windows, the MI6 chief in the back, pulled into Horse Guards Road. At the police checkpoint that guards the discreet rear entrance to 10 Downing Street, the car turned right and slowed, but didn't stop. Certain cars in Whitehall have revolving number plates, and this was one of them. Inside the police post, the officers on duty recognised the registration number they'd been given and lowered the cylindrical barriers, allowing the BMW to sweep into the forecourt and park in the far left-hand corner. By 8:30, C's meeting with the Prime Minister had ended. He left the room, grim-faced, with the PM's signature on a document, countersigned by the Attorney-General, tucked into the inside pocket of his suit jacket. Operation Sicarius had been authorised from the top. Sir Adam Keeling walked briskly along Tudor Passage, the corridor connecting number 10 to the nearby Cabinet Office. Now he had to brief a hastily convened meeting of the senior members of the National Security Council. Taking his place beside Sid Khan, he faced the room. "We are holding this meeting," he began, "because a situation has arisen with our principal player in Colombia which leaves us little choice. We've looked at all the options, but I'm afraid we're going to have to go for a termination." No one at the table said a word. The way things were going, or rather were not going, with no breakthroughs in locating the ticking bomb, everyone had expected something like this. "Let's not delude ourselves here," continued Sir Adam. "This still doesn't give us any guarantee we can stop the detonation. But with the principal eliminated, it is our assessment," he coughed, "it is our assessment that his other operators will lose their incentive to go through with the attack. If anything, we expect it to set off an internal leadership battle within the cartel." While the chief was speaking, a balding man in a dark pinstripe suit had let himself quietly into the room and taken his place at the other end of the table. "I would just like to add a word here," interjected the newcomer. "As Attorney General, I have looked long and hard at this. Is it legal? Is it proportionate? Does it comply with international law? Well, Sir Adam and I have gone over every angle with the PM. I need hardly say that it would be infinitely preferable if our Colombian friends could capture the man alive and bring him to justice." Several figures round the table nodded, although the Home Secretary remained noticeably impassive. "But we understand," continued the Attorney-General, "that is next to impossible. We've seen what happened when the Colombian police tried to close in on him. They lost nearly a dozen men, and Garcia got clean away."
"What about a drone strike?" asked the Defense Secretary. "The Americans ought to be able to deploy a Reaper from Florida, surely."
"Let me answer that one, if you don't mind," said Sir Adam. "Getting a drone into theatre isn't the issue. It carries with it a certain risk."
"I'm sorry?" The Defense Secretary leaned forward. "I'm not following you."
The chief hesitated before answering. "You'll appreciate," he said, "that this is highly sensitive. But we have an agent in place close to the target. A drone strike on Garcia would be a death sentence for that agent. Plus, we don't have an exact fix on where he is right now."
"Can't you extract him?" asked the Defense Secretary. "The agent, I mean."
"Not at present, no. We have no means of contacting them. Plus, what they're providing us with, when they can be in contact, is Grade A intelligence."
There was a silence, broken after a few seconds by the Attorney General.
"Now, it has long been this country's policy," he resumed, "that we don't do assassinations. Obviously things changed in late 2015 with Syria, where those drone strikes were judged as legitimate self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. The situation we're facing today is a little more complex."
"Which is why," interjected Sir Adam, "this will not be our operation."
"It won't? Then whose will it be?"
asked Sir William Orgrave, Cabinet Secretary, the ultimate Whitehall warrior.
He knew full well that if this came washing back in their faces, he would be the one left sorting it out.
"Washington's," replied the chief, regarding the Whitehall Mandarin with an unwavering gaze. "Officially, this will have a CIA signature, just with a little input from us."
"And the Americans are on board with this?"
questioned Orgrave.
"Completely," replied Sir Adam. "We had an early conference call today with their national security advisor. The CIA already have a substantial presence in country, and they're working up an insertion plan as we speak."
His tone carried a note of finality.
"Now, if there are no more questions, I must be on my way. We have a rather busy day ahead of us."
It was not yet 9:30 a.m. The meeting broke up, and Khan caught a lift back to VX with the chief. He had stayed silent throughout the meeting in the Cabinet office. Nearly 20 years younger than Sir Adam, he was in no hurry to stick his neck out on an operation he considered to be right on the cusp of legality. But if Sir Adam Keeling was happy to put his name to it, then that was fine by Khan. As the car swept westwards down Millbank, ignoring the speed limit and the yellow box cameras that flashed in impotent disapproval, both men stared out across the Thames in the weak, early November sunlight. "Dangerous times, Sid," remarked the chief. "Dangerous times." It was a comment that could have applied equally to the national threat situation or to their own careers. Heads were going to roll if they messed this one up. As they sped past Tate Britain, home to some of London's finest art treasures, the chief broached the subject he and Khan had been mulling over. "Who did you have in mind?" he asked. "Who's going to deliver the goods?" Sid Khan suspected the chief already knew the answer, just wanted to hear him say it out loud. "Well, it has to be Luke Carlton, doesn't it? There's no one with a better skill set." "I concur," said Sir Adam. "We'll need to pull him off that task force at Thames and get him into the lab at VX right away. I want him back in Bogota by this time tomorrow." They had reached the junction with Vauxhall Bridge Road. The lights were changing to amber, and they were swinging left onto the bridge, hugging the left-hand lane. "That said," cautioned Khan, "we do have a duty of care here, Chief, given that he nearly got himself wiped out on the last assignment. On a scale of 1 to 10, how dangerous would you estimate this mission to be?" At first, Khan didn't answer. He peered out of the window at the grey expanse of the river beneath them. "I'd look at it another way," said Khan. "On a scale of 1 to 10, how much danger is this country in right now?" Sir Adam grunted, reaching to unbuckle his seatbelt as the gate opened to let them through. "Fair point," he said. "Send in Carlton." Chapter 77. The frisson, the buzz,
The elixir of excitement that Luke had experienced on that earlier mission to Colombia was now spent. He felt inert. This was a job, an assignment, nothing more, not a calling. Now heading west once more over the Atlantic, no fretting lawyer in tow this time, he gazed at his reflection on the in-flight entertainment screen. He had not yet got round to switching it on. His face stared back at him. He looked tired, even before the mission. Luke rubbed the knuckle of his partly missing middle finger and considered the last 24 hours, pursing his lips. He didn't want to think about Elise's reaction when he had given her the good news that, yes, he was off again. First had come the call from Angela, pulling him out of the ops room at Thames House. A car was waiting outside, she told him, to whisk him across the river. Time was tight if they were going to get him on the 12:50 flight, but first he needed to come into Vauxhall Cross. Luke had known from her sympathetic tone that someone higher up the chain was about to shovel a load of metaphorical manure in his direction. "You absolutely have the right to refuse this one," she told him, as she met him by the lifts in the circular lobby on the ground floor of the MI6 building. "And you think I should be saying no?" "I didn't say that. But that's what you're implying. Listen, Luke." Without knowing she was doing it, she squeezed his arm, then immediately let go. You're already proving yourself here. You're starting to think like a case officer. You're on the point of making the grade." Angela stopped as two colleagues passed, nodding at her but saying nothing. "You really don't need to take on this mission," she said, in a hushed voice. "They can always find someone else." "But someone who doesn't speak Spanish, right? Or know the Colombian cartels? Or how to handle themselves in a firefight?" "It's conceivable," she said, picking her words carefully, "that we don't have anyone else in the service with all three of those skills. We could hand it to the Americans. They've certainly got the resources. But then we relinquish control, and, of course, we are the target here." "Well, that settles it," he said, giving her an easy smile. His safety seemed to trouble Angela more than it did him. "I don't really have a choice, do I? Given the threat that's hanging over this country right now." 4 floors up, and 5 minutes later, in Sid Khan's office, it had been a very different conversation. No room for wavering there. It was straight down to business. "You'll be going in with the Americans," announced Khan. "So, as you know, we're putting you on the 12:50 BA flight non-stop to Tampa." He glanced at the clock on his wall. "That's just under 3 hours away, so we don't have a lot of time to prep you for this. You're due to land at 17:40 local time, and someone from Langley will meet you and take you straight to MacDill. I expect you know it." "MacDill Air Force Base," said Luke. "For my sins, yes. Home of SOCOM, U.S. Special Operations Command. I did a course there once." His mind flashed back to days and nights of grueling, bone-breaking training alongside the operators of Delta Force and Naval Special Warfare. His muscles ached just thinking about it. "You'll be going in with a mixed team," said Khan. "CIA and Special Ops. You'll have a complete security envelope around you at all times. There'll be no repeat of what happened last time." "That's reassuring," replied Luke. Khan shot him a look, which reminded Luke that he still had questions to answer about going off-piste on his last mission. Apparently, today was not the day for a reprimand. "I cannot emphasize enough," said Khan, speaking with unaccustomed gravitas, "how critical this mission is." "Got it. It's your task, Luke Carlton, to make contact with Tradewind, deliver the package, show her how to administer it, then stay on location long enough only to make sure the job is done." Khan stood up, came round to Luke's side of the desk, and sat on its edge, looking directly at him, as if searching for reassurance that the proven warrior they had selected really was up to the task. "Garcia," he continued, "has to be terminated before he can flee Colombia. Why? Because once he gets to Panama, he's immune. At least, he'll think he is. The moment he decides he's somewhere safe, he'll execute his plan. Bang. Then we're too late. He's already moving towards the end phase now." "Tradewind is someone you've had in place for some time. An agent recruited by Benton before he was murdered by the narcos?" Khan said nothing. "Why wasn't I told this the last time you sent me over there?" Sitting just a few centimetres away from Khan, Luke could see that his words were making the other man uncomfortable, but he didn't care. If they were about to send him back into the jaws of hell, then he deserved to know the full picture. "I'm going to level with you, Luke," said Khan. "I may have misjudged you at first. I didn't let you in on Tradewind because I didn't think you were ready. Right now, that agent is the most valuable human source we have in the whole of Latin America. There are only 6 people in this building who even know she exists. Now there are 7. By the time you've read your assignment brief, you'll know as much as I do." Khan glanced up again at the ornate clock on the wall, a gift long ago from the Lahore Cricket Club. "Time is running short, and the boys and girls in Tech Division are waiting downstairs to give you a crash course in the dark arts." He stood up and held out his hand. "For the second time in a few weeks, I'm finding myself saying this to you. Good luck. Execute the task, and please, come back in one piece." Chapter 78. In a darkened room at Vauxhall Cross, Luke sat waiting as the screen in front of him jumped to life. It was a 2002 news clip from Moscow. Black-clad Russian special forces were bringing a violent end to a standoff with Chechen terrorists who had taken around 1,000 people hostage in a theatre. "Fentanyl," said the biochemist sitting beside him. "They used a form of fentanyl to end that siege, remember?" I think I was still at uni at the time. "Fentanyl is an opiate, a narcotic analgesic that's 80 times more powerful than morphine. In tiny doses, it can be perfectly benign. You've probably heard of people using a fentanyl patch as an analgesic." Luke nodded. "It's also used in substance abuse, combined with other ingredients. As a chemist, I have to say, I dislike the term designer drug, but that's what they call it. It's got other names too, like China White, Perca-Pops, and Dance Fever. It's led to a lot of sudden deaths." The video playing on the screen was now showing a procession of bodies being carried out to ambulances. A light flurry of Moscow snow was swirling around them. "Used as a gas, as they did inside the theatre there," continued the chemist, "it can be lethal. It shuts down the body's respiratory system, leading to asphyxiation, cardiac arrest, and death. The Russians basically got their sums wrong, and around 130 people ended up dead in that place. We never did discover the exact formula they used." The chemist held up his hand as a signal, and the image on the screen changed. "Know who this guy is?" he asked. A bearded man, silver-grey hair, intense eyes, open collar. "Looks familiar," said Luke. "But no, sorry." "Khaled Mishal, the political leader of Hamas. In 1997, Israel's Mossad sent a hit team into Amman to kill him. Their weapon of choice." "Fentanyl?" offered Luke. "Close. Levofentanyl, a derivative. The plan was to distract his attention, then spray it into his ears, and for him to expire quietly 48 hours later. But it didn't quite work out like that. They got caught, Mishal went into a coma, and there was an almighty diplomatic row, Clinton on the phone to Jordan's King Hussein, and so on. In the end, the Israelis had to hand over the antidote, and he lived. Major embarrassment for the Israelis." Luke could see where this was going. "And you're going to ask me to do the same thing to our player in South America?" "Not exactly. Things have moved on quite a bit since then. Come with me." Luke followed him into an adjoining room. It had fluorescent strip lights and a clean, almost aseptic feel. Men and women hunched over their workstations or conferred quietly while pointing to streams of data on screens. Even to Luke, still only in his 30s, they all seemed incredibly young. "Not quite the gadget palace you see in those Bond films," said the chemist, leading him to a table. "And no silver Aston Martin lurking behind the curtain, I'm afraid. But we do have this." The chemist turned and nodded just once. A young man hurried over with a small green plastic box marked Traveller's First Aid. "Jed," he said, "I'd like you to show Mr. Carlton the toolkit." Carefully, the assistant opened the lid of the box and laid its contents on the Formica table. Luke leaned in for a closer look. He saw a set of needles, a syringe, and a pair of thin, transparent phials, each filled with a clear liquid tinged slightly yellow. "It's an acupuncture set," announced the chemist, "but with a twist." He sounded as though he were describing a kitchen blender with more than one setting. "Your agent," said the chemist, indicating the row of needles, "will need to administer these ordinary needles first. They're harmless, but these," he indicated a row set apart, noticeably thicker than the others, "are hollow, like a hypodermic. They deliver the poison. It's a form of fentanyl citrate. Just 2 milligrams is more than enough to kill a man." Luke had to resist the urge to move away from the display on the table. One slip-up, and his mission would be over before it had begun. He watched as the chemist completed the demonstration. "The needles fit like so into the syringe. All you need to do is draw out the liquid so that it fills the needle, point it away from you, and give it a squirt. Then you detach the syringe and leave the needle in place." He saw Luke's expression. "I know what you're thinking. Surely I need to press down on the syringe to inject it right. Well, no. This stuff is so potent that to work it just needs to break through the epidermal layer. Puncture the skin. Until then it's held inside the needle by surface tension. When that's broken and the needle enters the subcutaneous tissue, hey presto, it's checkout time for your man. Want to have a practice?" "Not really, no," said Luke. "I imagine the same applies if I or our agent sticks themselves by mistake." "It does, and we've taken that into account." The chemist lifted the base of the box to reveal a further phial and syringe. "Under here you'll find the antidote. Naloxone. But I really wouldn't advise going down that route if you can avoid it. It, hasn't always been 100% successful." "Thanks," said Luke, as the two chemists packed away the contents and presented him with the green box. "I'll bear that in mind." Chapter 79. The warmth of the Florida afternoon wrapped itself round him the moment Luke stepped out of the terminal building. Late afternoon, still 26 degrees, and he could just make out the high-rise skyline of the city shimmering in the heat haze. After nearly 10 hours cooped up in the plane, he took a deep breath of the balmy air. This was a pleasant change from the wet winds and single-digit temperatures of London in early November. "Welcome to Tampa. You've just missed the tail end of hurricane season," said the man from Langley, who had met him off his flight. Their conversation had dried up on the short, straight drive along Route 589, then the 600, from the international airport to the South Tampa Peninsula that ended in a high-security gatepost and a sign saying simply, MacDill Air Force Base. Through security, and driving along the North Boundary Boulevard with the windows down, Luke felt a moist breeze blowing in off Hillsborough Bay. He ducked as something large and unseen roared very low overhead. "Don't worry about those," said his escort, breaking his silence at last. "That'll be the KC-135s coming in to land. Air-to-air refueling tankers. Gotta bear in mind, this is first and foremost an Air Force base." And a lot of other things too, Luke noticed, as they passed a pair of large red-roofed buildings with a sign announcing the headquarters of CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command, the division of the U.S. military that runs all its operations from the Middle East and beyond, into Afghanistan and Central Asia. He wondered how much thought had gone into that, as they drove past a road signposted CENTCOM Avenue. They pulled up at the officers' quarters, and the escort checked Luke in for the night. Clean bedding, a wash basin, and a wardrobe. Frugal, but functional. Elise would probably approve. He had once made the mortal mistake of telling her about some 5-star suite he had been put up in on an assignment in Dubai. "That's it," she had told him. "You're bloody well taking me with you next time." American breakfasts, Luke reflected, are one of life's guilty pleasures. You know that they can be spectacularly bad for you, all those deliciously crisp rashers of oak-smoked bacon saturated in cooking fat, jam with every ounce of natural goodness purged out of it, waffles piled high, with the bottle of maple syrup within easy reach, yet it all tasted so good. He had taken his tray and sat down at a crowded table in the Special Ops canteen, wedged between large men with bushy beards, bunching, load-carrying shoulders, and straggly hair. Most, he noticed, had crow's feet around the eyes, and the thin white tan lines below the temples that came from wearing wraparound shades on operations in hot countries. They didn't talk much, not even to each other. The man next to him reached over and silently passed him the salt and pepper without being asked. One look at the men told Luke they had spent an unhealthy amount of time in the most dangerous corners of Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, and Somalia, seeing and doing things they could probably never talk about. "Luke Carlton?" A large figure loomed above him. "Todd Miller." He flashed a perfect white smile and held out a tanned hand the size of a joint of gammon. "Glad you got in all right. I'm the mission commander. Hey, no rush, take your time. I'll run you over to the briefing room when you're done. Then you can meet the team." "Cheers," said Luke, wiping his mouth with a paper napkin and rising to his feet. "I'm good to go, thanks. Let's head off now." The guy was huge. Probably a college quarterback in his younger days. Luke wondered what had driven him to join this death or glory outfit. Patriotism? Ambition? A passion for extreme sports? If it had been 10 or 15 years earlier, he would have put it down to the 9/11 effect, all those thousands of outraged young Americans signing up to serve their country as best they could in the wake of the worst terrorist attack it had ever known. But Todd Miller looked too young for that. He would still have been at school when the Twin Towers fell. There were 14 of them in the briefing room, keeping themselves to the edges by the framed pictures, sipping coffee. Black, no sugar, Luke felt sure. Talking quietly. It was a mixed bag, just as Khan had said. Part CIA, part JSOC Special Ops, only 2 women, probably from Langley. An unusual insignia on the wall caught his eye, a large blue, red and yellow emblem featuring a spear surrounded by what appeared to be flames. Emblazoned across the top were 2 words, Molon Labe. "It's ancient Greek," said Miller, handing Luke a coffee. "Molon Labe means come and take 'em. It's our motto here at the Special Operations Command. It's supposed to be what King Leonidas said to the Persians when they demanded his 300 men lay down their weapons at Thermopylae." "Nice one," said Luke. "A sort of ancient version of fuck you. You got it," replied Miller, giving him a firm slap on the back. A short, squat man with ginger sideburns came into the briefing room and clapped his hands just once. "Okay, listen up," he announced. "Captain Miller's going to start the briefing." No uniform, but everyone seemed to know who he was. Luke put him down as the unit warrant officer. Everyone took their places as Todd Miller stood by the wall screen at the far end of the room. He was dressed, as most of the men were, in beige cargo trousers with capacious pockets, dark brown mountain boots, a skin-tight polo shirt, and a baseball cap with the brim curved over, shielding his eyes. Miller signalled for the first image to come up on the screen, and Luke nearly sent his coffee hurtling across the table. It was Nelson Garcia, El Pobrecito to his people, and someone had helpfully labelled him principal player. Well, of course, they'd all need to see what he looked like, but still. Looking across the room now into those cruel, sadistic eyes, and remembering what the bastard had done to him, and what he had nearly had done to him, sent a chill down Luke's spine. He thought back to those hours in the chop house where Garcia's thugs had been preparing to lop off his limbs, one by one. Christ, was he insane to have taken on this mission? Undoubtedly. And to think that Angela had offered him an out, what, only yesterday? But it was a bit late to change his mind now. Miller had stopped talking, and the image on the screen suddenly changed. A headshot of a Hispanic girl appeared, early 20s. Lightly tanned face framed by a neat bob of dark hair, haloed by a beam of sunlight against a whitewashed wall. She looked almost beatific. Luke couldn't help but smile as he heard the rumble of approval come from the assembled men. "Valentina Gomez, ladies and gentlemen," said Miller, tapping the screen with a telescopic aerial snapped off a discarded transistor radio. "Our asset in theater. And note, she is a friendly. This lady is a UK intel asset. I say again, she is a friendly intel asset." Luke looked down at the thin A4-sized classified file he had brought with him and rifled through it until he found what he was looking for. Vauxhall Cross's blurred file photo of Tradewind did not do her justice. Benson's skills as an agent runner had clearly not extended to photography. "The Brits have codenamed her Tradewind," continued Miller. "So we'll use the same nomenclature. She's co-located with the principal player who frequently moves location, mostly in Antioquia province here." Valentina's face vanished to be replaced by a satellite map of Colombia that zoomed in on a province northwest of Bogota. She has no means of contacting London unless she leaves the estate and visits her folks in the village," said Miller. "The last transmission she made was just 48 hours ago. It was marked top urgent, and alerted her controllers in London that Garcia is packing up and preparing to ship out in the next few days. She thinks it's to Panama. We have no means of contacting her, but we do know she's with her family right now, and they live here." The satellite image tracked smoothly across the terrain and zoomed in on a row of basic houses. It did not escape Luke's attention that US optics were a whole lot slicker than the ones he was used to back home. "I have a question, Chief." It was one of the JSOC guys. He had stopped chewing gum just long enough to ask his question. "Any reason we don't just call in a drone strike and flatten the place? Save us all a lot of trouble." "Hoo-ha!" echoed someone next to him, and the two knocked fists with an audible clunk of bone on bone. "There are plenty of good reasons," replied Miller, "and I'll let our British guest here address them. Mr. Carlton?" Luke grimaced. Mr. Carlton reminded him of all those PT instructors on the All-Arms Commando course in Devon, their Mr. dripping with sarcasm. He put down his coffee and got to his feet, nodding his thanks to Miller. "Morning, everyone," he began. "As some of you know, we have a very delicate situation in play over in the UK right now, a CT situation." He noticed the CIA guys from Langley all looked down at their coffee. They knew. "The action we're undertaking in Colombia has to be finessed so we can achieve a specific aim." Oh, for God's sake. He was starting to sound like a management consultant. "Okay, let me put it another way. There are two reasons we can't use a drone. One is that we would likely take out Tradewind along with the target, and the other is that we don't know where Garcia is right now. She is the only asset we have inside this inner circle. She's the one with access to him, so that means—" Luke sensed from looking round the room that they had all got it, but he completed his sentence anyway. "We have to get her to her village, hand over the goods, give her a crash course in how to use them, and then she has to execute the task, the first chance she gets. Todd?" Miller thanked him and took over. The briefing moved to logistics, routes in and out, extraction plans, call signs, backup contingencies. "So, to sum up," he concluded, "wheels up at 1300 hours, 4 hours flight time into the base of Medellin, insertion by road, in position by 1900 hours local. Any questions?" As the meeting broke up, Luke saw a man and a woman making their way towards him, waiting patiently for their chance to squeeze past some of the hulking special ops men. They were civilians, he guessed. They didn't have the military mannerisms of the others in the room. "Hi there," the woman said brightly when they reached him. "We're from OTS." She looked at him expectantly. "OTS? You know, OTS. The Office of Technical Service? Part of DS&T?" Luke looked from one to the other blankly. Was this a test? "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm not familiar with that. I thought you were from Langley." "Oh, we are," she replied. "We work at the Directorate of Science and Technology. We do the gizmos for the agency." "Ah," said Luke. Why hadn't someone told him? Once again he had the feeling he was being sent into action without the full knowledge set. "We'd like to show you something," said the woman. "Something we'll need to hand on to Tradewind, if now is convenient for you." She and her companion pulled up chairs next to his. The man still hadn't said a word, but now he reached into the satchel he was carrying and silently placed a woman's compact on the table. He flipped it open to reveal a circular mirror and flat powder puff. "Looks kind of normal, right?" remarked the woman. "But you'll see we've made some modifications." She peeled back the powder puff and put it to one side on the table. Beneath it, inside the compact, lay a tiny keyboard and a miniature eyeliner pencil, sharpened at one end to a fine point. "It's a communicator." The man broke his silence. "It's only short range, about 10 kilometers max, but it does the job. The SIGINT guy on your team will be able to pick up her messages on his receiver. You tap the keys using this." He indicated the sharp end of the eyeliner pencil. "And is powered by a tiny lithium battery at the back here." Luke was lucky enough to have good eyesight, but he had no idea if Valentina would be able to cope with such a tiny keyboard. What if she can't make out the keys? If they're too small for her? "We've taken care of that," said the woman.
If you look at the mirror, you'll see it's magnifying. Oh, and all the keys are printed in reverse, so they show up the right way in the mirror."
"Not bad," said Luke.
"Yeah, we think so too," she replied, with a smile. As they got up to leave, she added, "Just one thing. It is super fragile, so no hard landings, huh?"
"Roger that," said Luke, and tucked it into his breast pocket. Back in his room in the officers' quarters, Luke took out the green plastic traveller's first aid box and snapped it open. He took a long look at the needles that would inject the poison into the man who was wreaking such havoc in Britain. Now would be the moment to look forward to Garcia's end. But Luke felt nothing. He just needed to be sure he knew exactly what to tell Valentina when he showed her what to do. He snapped the box shut, lay back on his bed, and phoned Elise. Chapter 80. In the planter's villa in the hills of Antioquia there was a bustle of impending departure. Only the tight inner circle around El Pobrecito knew either the reason behind it or his real destination. But everyone who worked for him was aware that the big man was moving out. Something major was going down, and he obviously had no intention of being around when it happened. The rumours were rife, especially among his more junior employees, like the men who washed his fleet of jeeps, maintained his extensive armoury, or brought in the pineapples he so enjoyed. Some said he was planning a hit on Señor Margolis, the mayor of Medellin, or on one of the rival cartels to the north. There was even some wild gossip that he was retiring. But the word on everyone's lips was that Nelson Garcia was moving his base up to Panama and taking only a handful of his most trusted people with him. Amid the packing cases and the designer suitcases, El Pobrecito was focused on the task in hand. With just days to go, he wanted nothing left to chance. He called Suarez to join him on the balcony, gesturing for him to take a seat on one of the flimsy cane chairs that had seen better days.
"That Englishman, Carlton, the soldier spy," began Garcia. "The one those idiots in Buenaventura let escape. Where is he now?"
"Back in London, Patron. One of our people at El Dorado Airport saw him board the flight."
"I think it's time we made life uncomfortable for him, don't you? Is Ana Maria ready?"
"She is," replied Suarez, brushing a mould stain from the chair off his linen trousers. "She's had a little matter to take care of, but that's done now."
"Then it's time to put the pressure on. Tell her to go ahead. Hide the Englishwoman somewhere safe and start sending demands to keep him guessing. I want him to lose his mind."
"Of course, Patron.
Right away."
In London, the evening was already drawing in when Elise left work for the day. She could feel and see the difference now, the shorter, darker days, as the impending British winter announced itself with lights coming on at 3:30 p.m. and squalls of fallen leaves swirling up from the pavements. Leaving the Stratford Gallery and the well-lit streets of Piccadilly behind her, she caught the bus south of the river, as she often did when the wind was turning the Thames choppy and she didn't fancy commuting home by river taxi. Deep in thought, she walked the last few hundred yards to their flat in Battersea. Except that Luke would not be home tonight, or the next night, or the one after that. He was off on yet another of his bloody assignments. And just when she thought they were making progress, that second meeting with Jackson all set up, the prospect of a more stable life for them both so tantalizingly close. It was as she was passing beneath the arch of the railway bridge that it happened. A blind spot where, if there was no other traffic on the road, no one would see what was taking place. The white van sped past her, then slammed on its brakes, slewing to a stop just ahead. It happened so incredibly fast she had no time to react. The doors flew open, and before she knew it, she was being dragged into the back. A cloth was crammed into her mouth, and a black hood pulled over her head. In less than 30 seconds, the van had moved off. Jolting around in the back of the windowless vehicle, her arms tied roughly behind her back, Elise's mind was in turmoil. Who were these people? Why her? It must be a case of mistaken identity. But as the shock of capture began to wear off and she took stock of her situation, she realized she knew exactly who was behind it. And if they were the same people who had happily drilled a hole in her boyfriend's foot, she was in deep trouble. Chapter 81. Anna Maria Acosta had thought hard about what she would do with Elise when they brought her in. Should she keep her in comfort, or deprive her of sleep and starve her? Have her bound hand and foot and chained to a radiator, or let her pace around, scared and confused, in a locked room? Maybe she could even have a bit of fun with her, play with her, like an orca tossing a seal into the air before the kill. After all, the bosses seemed indifferent to what she did to her, whether she lived or died, just as long as her continued captivity proved a distraction to the interfering Englishman, Luke Carlton. But Anna Maria was nothing if not thorough when it came to preparation. She was not a woman who left anything to chance, a quality that had marked her out for great responsibility within the cartel. By the time Elise was being snatched that evening, Anna Maria had already chosen a succession of different hiding places where they would hold her. Some were cartel safe houses, secure addresses all over London with well-established covers, where the rent was always paid on time, in cash, and nobody asked awkward questions. Just one aspect of the massive multi-billion-dollar global cocaine trade that had oiled and corrupted its way into so many hidden corners of the economy. Others were out in the home counties, a discreet rural garage or a disused stables on a farm tucked well away from the road and prying eyes. It was vital that they kept moving the girl around, never let her stay in one place for too long. Which was why Anna Maria was so apoplectically angry when they phoned her to tell her where they had initially taken Elise. "How stupid can you be?" she shouted. "Unbelievable!" The idiots had driven her to a garage in a Twickenham cul-de-sac, just 2 streets away from the lockup containing the device. Apparently the van was sitting in there now, engine off, with Elise in the back. Anna Maria heaved a sigh of exasperation. She made a snap decision. "Move her," she told them. "I'll text you the address, and don't ever take her back there. Do you understand?" Then a thought occurred to her. No, surely they couldn't have overlooked that. It was in the instructions. But she'd better make sure. "Y muchachos," she added. "And guys, please tell me you took her phone off her straight away." There was a long pause before the reply came. "The phone is not with her." "You mean she has no phone?" pressed Anna Maria. "Or you took it off her?" "We took it off her." "When?" "A while back." "And you've thrown it away?" Again a pause before the answer. "It's thrown away." It was like dealing with primary school children. Anna Maria was far from happy with the responses she was getting. It was blindingly obvious that they had forgotten to take Elise's phone. But she knew she would never get a straight answer out of the people the cartel had sent for this job. She would have to work with what they had given her. At least the phone was gone. Now they needed to move the prisoner to a new location. Inside the van, the air was thick with tobacco smoke and expletives. The men who had snatched Elise were an eclectic bunch, 2 Colombians, 2 Spaniards, and a Bolivian, a taciturn South American Indian, the others rudely called indigeno, native. As they waited for the address to come through, they had some colourful names for the bossy woman from Madrid with her elegante language and her condescending tone. They grumbled about her and the fuss she was making. None of them paused to wonder whether their prisoner might understand Spanish. Silent and motionless beneath her black hood, Elise was tuning in to every word, learning to recognize each separate voice, noting their disapproval of Anna Maria and running through the possibilities of how she could exploit this. Curiously, she was not scared. She felt alive and alert, poised like a predatory cat. She would wait for her moment. A few kilometres away, and in another borough of Greater London, the woman they cursed was working on the message to be delivered that night. Over the past few weeks, Anna Maria had tried gently to argue against the kidnapping. It was not that she felt compassion for Elise, far from it. More that she had a fine sense of operational security. Why jeopardize the main event, she had asked. Why risk leading the Ingles to where the device was hidden? Or to the arrest of a main team member? She had a strong sense that Suarez shared her misgivings. But El Pobrecito was adamant. He wanted to taunt Carlton and his government. That was his vindictive nature. And he was the boss, the patron. So Anna Maria did as she was told, and drafted the message she would give them. She read it back. "We have your Elise Mayhew. We know about her. She is your spy's girlfriend. So you have 48 hours. Send home all of your spies from our country, or she disappears. Forever." No, that didn't sound right. She crossed out the last 4 words and replaced them with something more cryptic. "Or you will see the consequences." Now, how best to communicate it? It was a choice between a cyber cafe or a phone box. Anna Maria decided to go for the traditional approach. Just why, she wondered, as she pulled on her coat and hunched her shoulders against the damp night breeze, does anyone use phone boxes anymore when everyone has a mobile? Call girls and criminals, she decided, glad that a few phone boxes had survived. Ideally, of course, she would have sent someone else to deliver the message over the phone. She had not kept her name off every criminal database for so long without being extremely cautious. But Anna Maria had had enough of others making crass mistakes, and she remembered the advice her mother had given her all those years ago in their kitchen in Madrid. "You want a job done properly? You do it yourself." How very true. She heaved open the heavy door of the red public phone box, ignoring the gaudy calling cards of the prostitutes and the rank smell of urine that wafted up from the stone floor. She took a small black box, about the size of a cigarette packet, from her bag. The VC300 portable voice changer had been Suarez's idea, and she was glad of it now. A length of wire extended from the box to an acoustic coupler, which resembled a single-cushioned headphone and had to be placed next to the phone's receiver. Then she dialed 999. When the call connected, she asked to be put through to the police. Anna Maria spoke clearly and without fear, delivering her scripted message in exactly 10 seconds, then hung up. Precisely 47 seconds later, she was in a car heading west, putting some distance between her and the phone box. She had kept her mobile switched off. Chapter 82. Sid Khan was working late in his Vauxhall Cross office when he took the call from the Met. It was from Central Communications Command in Lambeth, and a phone call from them at nearly 10 o'clock at night was unlikely to be good news. The Metropolitan Police receive an average of 21,999 calls every day. Some are genuine emergencies, most are not. The one they had received at 2012 hours that night had sounded like another prank, but the call handler wasn't so sure. She logged the call, recorded its contents, mapped its source on the geolocator, a phone box in Shepherd's Bush, and alerted her supervisor, pointing out that the caller had hung up after just 10 seconds. The supervisor had wasted no time. She had rung SCO 19, Specialist in Crime Ops in Cobalt Square, just south of Vauxhall Station. She relayed the message that a man with a thick Glaswegian accent had rung in from a phone box, claiming to be holding hostage one Elise Mayhew. In Cobalt Square, they had run a quick data check on the name, and Luke Carlton had flashed up alongside it, with instructions to alert the switchboard at SIS in case of any suspicious incident. "Sorry to bother you so late," said the voice in Sid Khan's ear, as he took the call in his office, nursing a cup of Tetley's tea, one of the few comforts left to him during all the extra hours he had put in, night after night, since the crisis had erupted. "It's Superintendent Chris Warlock here. I'm the senior investigating officer on a potential hostage case, which might involve one of your people." When the call ended, Khan put down the phone and held his head in his hands. This could not be happening. But it was. And while the police would do their thing, acting on what little they had to go on, he needed to take certain measures at his end. They had a duty of care towards Luke, who would expect to be told at once. But Khan also had a live operation running. He reached for the phone and started to punch in Angela's number, then stopped, his finger poised over the buttons. Slowly, he put down the receiver. Quietly, Khan tidied his desk, turned out the lights, and left for the night. Chapter 83. The Colombian city of Medellín is served by a large and busy airport, José María Córdoba International, the second biggest in the country, But the flight coming in from MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, did not land there. Instead, under a discreet agreement between Washington and Bogota, clearance was given by the Colombian government for the grey-painted U.S. Commando II transport plane to touch down at the lesser-known regional airport of Olea Herrera. Out of sight of anyone passing through the passenger terminal, the military flight from MacDill taxied to a stop inside one of the large hangars to the south. On board, Luke stretched, yawned, and unbuckled his seatbelt. Anticipating a long night ahead, when he would need to stay fully alert, he had slept for most of the 4-hour flight. The operatives from Langley were checking the signals on their mobile phones, while the special ops guys were knocking gloved fists together, a silent gesture of good luck before a mission. When the ramp went down, the team filed out to a waiting fleet of 3 mud-spattered civilian minivans. All 3, Luke noted, had little curtains pulled across the back windows, ostensibly against the sun. A man was standing in front of them, with his hands on his hips and a cigar clamped in his mouth. He seemed vaguely familiar to Luke, yet at first he couldn't place him. He knew he didn't particularly like him, but he couldn't recall why. As soon as the man opened his mouth, he remembered. It was Sergio Ramirez, the laconic CIA officer he had encountered in Tumaco, the one he had initially mistaken for an OAP playing drafts. So much had happened since then, but Luke remembered 2 things about Ramirez: that he had refused to give him anything useful on El Pobrecito, and that he had warned him to stay well away from the drug lord. This could be awkward. Ramirez was shaking hands with the people from Langley and directing them to their vehicles, but when he spotted Luke, he came over and gave him a bear hug.
"Glad you made it through, buddy," he said. "That must have been some ordeal in the chop house."
"Thanks," Luke replied warily.
"But hey,"
added Ramirez, disengaging himself and raising an admonishing finger,
"don't go solo on us again. We're here to support you Brits on this mission, so stick with us. And we're on the same page here."
"We are."
"Good. Then let's go to work."
Each vehicle had a Colombian driver and passenger seated up front, fully vetted and paid-up individuals run by the CIA station in Bogota. Born and raised in Medellin, they knew the best routes around the city. They also knew which of the roads leading out of the valley and into the hills of Antioquia would be watched by Garcia's people and should be avoided. The journey from the airport to Valentina's village, normally a 4-hour drive, would take closer to 6. It was just past 16:30 hours when they moved off in convoy, nosing out of the airfield through a service gate and merging into the traffic on Carrera 81. Back in this country for the first time since his narrow escape in Buenaventura, Luke was having distinctly mixed feelings. This was all happening a lot sooner than he would have liked, given the grisly ending Garcia and his men had had in mind for him. But the professional in him wanted to see it through. He needed to see Garcia out of his life once and for all. It wouldn't be easy, given the graffiti he had spotted on the urinal wall at the airport.
"Fuera gringos," it read.
"Foreigners get out," and "Muerte a los Americanos," death to the Americans. He had seen similar many times, painted on peeling walls in Ciudad Juarez, up on the US-Mexican border. But Luke realized that whoever had written it at the airport had had access airside. For all he knew, they had even watched them land and leave. And that did not give him a good feeling about the mission. Chapter 84.
"We have something of a dilemma here,"
announced Sid Khan. He looked around the faces assembled in the windowless room on the 6th floor at Vauxhall Cross. They were in the Sitzen, one of SIS's situation centres, designed for exactly the kind of emergency that faced them now. It was the morning after Elise's kidnap, and Khan had called the meeting so early in the day that outside, in the grey half-light of a November dawn, many of the cars along Vauxhall Bridge still had their lights on.
"Do we do the decent thing," he continued, "and inform Luke Carlton that his girlfriend's been kidnapped, which could jeopardize the whole Medellin operation? Or do we quietly let him get back on with it and leave the Met to try to resolve it before he gets back?"
Hands and fingers shot up around the table as several people jostled to have their say, but Khan held up a restraining hand, palm outwards, tilting his head to one side. "Before you make up your minds, I'd like you to hear what Superintendent Warlock has to tell us. He's the SIO on the case, and he's come across the road from Cobalt Square to brief us. Chris." The policeman buttoned his jacket and half rose out of his chair, then thought better of it and sat back down. "Thank you." He looked around the room as he spoke. "As of now, we do not, as such, have an exact location for the hostage, Ms. Elise Mayhew. But I do have some details I'd like to share with you from the Green Team at Cobalt." "Excuse me? Green Team?" interrupted Greg Sanderson, head of Latin America. "What does that mean?" "Sorry, police jargon. Whenever we have a kidnap situation, and around half the UK's kidnappings occur in London, we divvy up into 3 teams. Green handles intelligence, blue does surveillance, and red the negotiating." "I see, thanks." "So here's what we know," continued Warlock. "The individual concerned left her office in central London at 17:45 hours yesterday. She travelled by bus to her home in Battersea. At precisely 20:12 hours, one of her captors made the 999 call that Lambeth passed on to us. We estimate she was lifted off the street sometime between 18:30 and 2000 hours. "Genius," muttered a voice down the table. It was Carl Main, operations director. A fiercely ambitious man nearing the end of his career in the service, everyone knew he saw Khan as his rival. "Carl, please," admonished Khan. "Just hear him out." Warlock looked from one man to the other as if to say, "When you two have quite finished." Then he went on. "So, we're hoping to do the comms exploitation on Ms. Mayhew's mobile, if we can recover it. We've accessed her service provider, and we've built up a clear digital map of where she was taken, for the first 20 minutes. And," said Main, a touch impatiently, "and here it is." Warlock handed round a single sheet printed with a grid map of West London. A thick green line traced a route from Battersea, westwards through Richmond, and out to Hanworth, a suburb near the M3 in Middlesex. "Well, shouldn't you be there now?" suggested Main. The policeman had volunteered to leave the ops room at Cobalt Square to brief these people at Vauxhall Cross, but now he was having second thoughts. They seemed an ungrateful bunch to him. "We've already sent a team to Hanworth," he replied patiently. "They're going through the bins now and knocking on doors. We see this a lot with kidnaps, believe me." "See a lot of what?" Main again. "The kidnappers suddenly find a mobile phone on their captive, so they rip out the SIM card and chuck it away. Then they move off fast. I'm not holding out a great deal of hope we'll find anything at that location, but we're going through all the CCTVs in the area, looking for any vehicle passing through in that time frame that's big enough to hide someone in the back. But the bottom line, Chris," Khan wanted to remind everyone why they were there, "is that you're broadly confident that you can find her, yes?" "No, I didn't say that exactly. What I said was that historically most kidnaps end peacefully within 12 hours to 3 days. Usually it's money they want. But this one is different. They're asking you to close down whatever you've got going in whichever country it is these people are from." "Colombia," said Khan. He didn't think there was much point in hiding it. They were all supposed to be on the same side. "Anyway, we've still got a decision to make," he added. "Do we tell Luke Carlton?" Angela Scott let out a strangled snort. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice rising. "Did I hear you right? We're actually debating whether or not we inform Luke Carlton that his girlfriend has just been kidnapped. Are we really having this conversation? Of course we need to tell him. It's a duty of care." "Angela, please," interjected Carl Main. "It's a legitimate question. No one's suggesting we don't tell him, just that we delay it by, say, 24 hours. Do I need to remind everyone we're running an extremely sensitive op that has a major impact on the current national security threat? And Luke is integral to the success of this op." There was a short, awkward silence until Sanderson asked, "Do we know exactly where he is right now?" "We do," replied Khan. "He landed in Medellin a few hours ago. He's with the team from Langley. He should have made contact with Tradewind by now. So, whatever he does is mission critical." "For heaven's sake," exclaimed Angela. "He has a right to know. It's not too late to tell him." "Whoa, whoa, whoa," said Main, making a vertical slicing motion through the air with his hand. a legacy of his army days in the Household Cavalry Mounted Regiment. No one's calling anyone until we've thrashed this out. Let's say we tell him right away. What effect do you think that's going to have on his operational capability?" "I know what the answer would be if it were my wife," said the head of HR. "Precisely," said Maine. "Which is why I don't think we can possibly tell him until the operation is concluded. There is simply too much at stake. Sid, any thoughts?" Khan took his time answering, but it was fairly obvious to anyone in the room that he had made up his mind some time ago. "I concur," he said. "I've got the National Security Advisor ringing me practically every hour to check where we are on this. I don't think it's feasible for me to say, 'Sorry, we've pulled the op on compassionate grounds. We're letting the main player get away.'" But Angela was not giving up without a fight. "Is it out of the question," she asked, "for someone else to fill in on this job instead of Luke? Are we really saying the whole of JSOC and Langley, between them, have got no one else who fits the bill? Because I find that rather hard to swallow." "OK," said Maine, suddenly standing up and ignoring her question. He, too, had made up his mind. "I'm going to take an executive decision here. Wherever anyone's moral compass happens to lie on this one, and, Angela, for the record, your concerns are duly noted, I'm afraid that the national interest takes priority. We are not informing Carlton until the mission is over, and that," he paused to look everyone present in the eye, "is final." Chapter 85. Potholes. They had been travelling for just over 2 hours, and already Luke was sick of them. Along with everyone else in the convoy, he was being pitched forward without warning or thrown sideways, banging the side of his skull against a window every time they drove over one, which seemed to be about every 20 metres. Luke pulled back the frilly curtain to peer out through the tinted glass at the darkened scene flashing past outside. There were long stretches of black nothingness as they drove past thick vegetation. Then there would be a kaleidoscope of colours, filtered through the raindrops that splashed against the windowpane, as they passed through tiny village night markets lit by yellow hurricane lamps that hung from rickety wooden stalls. He caught glimpses of pyramids of fruit he didn't recognise, and large, squat women in flowery dresses, fanning smoky braziers or turning over chicken wings spliced on sticks of singed bamboo. Absently, he pulled out a half-melted Snickers bar from the ration sacks they had brought with them and started to eat it. When they went over another pothole, he bit his tongue. His earpiece crackled into life. Stand by, RV point 500 metres ahead." It was Todd Miller in the lead vehicle. Luke was surprised to find he had been asleep. It was past 10, and he rubbed the side of his head where it had banged against the window. Some of the other operatives had wedged folded scarves between themselves and the glass. They stepped out into the damp cool of the Antioquia night, a perfect ambient temperature at 1,500 metres above sea level. No wonder Garcia had made this province his main operating base. All around Luke, people were stretching their legs, some doing lunges to wake numbed limbs, and there was a steady hiss as men relieved themselves into the bushes. They were in a deserted, darkened side road off the main track that led to the village of Naranjo. 2 Colombian operatives had guided the convoy in with red-filtered torches, and Miller now approached Luke with them in tow. "Here's how it's going down from here," he said. "Our special ops guys will push forward in a moment to recce the village from a distance. When they give me the signal, these guys here," he gestured to the 2 Colombians, but did not introduce them, "will escort you in. Still reckon you can be in and out in under 30? "I'm aiming to be out in 20, replied Luke. It seemed a world away now, but he had spent most of that morning back at MacDill rehearsing exactly how he would train Valentina to use the specialised acupuncture kit in as short a time as possible. When Miller moved off to brief the men going forward, Luke squatted on his haunches, adjusting his senses to the night. The cicadas had started up in the trees, and from somewhere inside the tangle of undergrowth an owl was calling softly. Briefly, he closed his eyes and thought about the mission. This was not the same as squeezing the trigger when someone came running towards you intent on ending your life. It wasn't even the same as killing a man in cold blood. It was teaching somebody else to carry out the job he could not get close enough to do himself. She was certainly brave, Agent Tradewent. He wondered what made her want to risk everything for the mission. Was it the chance of a new life in Britain? Or did she harbour a hidden loathing for the drug lord whose empire was infecting her country? "Okay, Carlton, you're up." Miller was back, his great quarterback's frame materialising silently in the dark. "Coast is clear. The boys will lead you in. She knows you're coming." He clapped Luke lightly on the back, then spoke quietly into his mic. "Beefeater moving now, over." Beefeater? Who had dreamed that one up, he wondered, as they started off down the track, the traveller's first aid box taped to his waist. They approached Naranjo from behind, moving quietly along the edge of the forest, where the foliage crowded in on the village. Just short of their objective, one of Luke's 2 Colombian guides tapped his arm, pointed up to his own eyes with 2 fingers spread, then indicated the undergrowth at their feet. It took Luke a second or two to spot him in the darkness. It was one of their own team, a special ops sniper with a telescopic night sight and a long rifle resting on a bipod. Todd Miller certainly had his back covered tonight. Valentina's family home looked much like all the others in the same row, a single-storey, brick-built bungalow with pink walls and a corrugated iron roof. Modest, but not impoverished. Luke could see there was a veranda with chairs at the back, lit by a light on the wall, and flowers climbing up the pillars. Baskets of more flowers hung from the rafters with a set of wind chimes. He took all of this in as he moved forward, but he was focused on the girl sitting on the back patio, wearing a white cotton dress. He recognized her immediately as Valentina. An old transistor radio stood on the table beside her, playing salsa music, turned down low. This was not ideal. He would have preferred to get her well away from her parents' place and the village, but they were working against the clock. Garcia and his henchmen could flee the country at any moment, and Luke needed enough light to show her what had to be done. He checked his watch. 22-25 hours. Hopefully her family would be asleep by now. When Luke closed the distance between them, Valentina's head jerked up, like that of a deer startled by a predator, alert and expectant. He pointed towards the house, questioning. She put her head on one side, resting on her hands, her hair hanging down in dark tresses. Good. "Agua panela?" she asked in a whisper, as Luke pulled up a chair, careful not to scrape it on the veranda's bare concrete floor. It was the first word spoken between them, and the irony didn't escape him. Here they were, about to plan a murder, and she was offering him sugarcane water. Valentina was pointing to a cup of what looked like tea with a half lime resting on the saucer. He remembered agua panela from earlier visits. It was a strong drink, a bit like coffee, and declined. He was buzzing enough already. There was no time for introductions or small talk. Luke had set a mental stopwatch from the moment he had stepped out of the shadows, and 30 seconds had already passed. He began with the compact communicator. That was the easy part. Just plain tradecraft. Nothing too far from the comms training she had received after she was first recruited to the service. Then he untaped the traveller's first aid box from its hiding place and opened it on the table, facing the box towards her. Quietly, he talked her through the different needles, the files of fentanyl citrate, and how to attach them. Then came the moment, a wobble, when she realized exactly what she was being asked to do. Valentina looked up at him, and he saw fear in those brown doe eyes. He put his hands on her shoulders. "I know," he said. "This is so much more than you agreed to do, but it's incredibly important for us and for your country, for your people." She held his eyes, waiting for him to say more, to convince her that taking such an immense risk was really necessary. "But you know that Nelson Garcia es un hombre muy malo," Luke continued. "He has killed so many people, ruined so many lives. Valentina, his thugs murdered Jerry Benton, remember? The man who gave you a second chance in life?" It was a cheap shot, but the clock was ticking, and Luke needed to be sure she would go through with it. Eventually, she nodded her assent and looked down again at the box of poison. As a trained acupuncturist, Valentina knew her job, and when it came to handling the needles, she was way ahead of him. The handover was starting to look easier than he had expected. He glanced at his watch. 14 minutes. Not bad. Luke held out his hand and smiled.
Buena suerte.
He wished her luck and started to rise from his chair. And that was when they heard her mother call from inside the house.
Tina, mi chica! You have visitors. It's your employers. I've sent them round the back to find you.
Chapter 86. In a fraction of a second, Luke and Valentina exchanged glances. He had known her for less than 15 minutes, and he had no idea how she would react. There was no time to make a plan, no time for him to escape. They would have to wing it. The traveller's first aid kit lay open on the table, its lethal contents on display for anyone to see. The sniper, he knew, would have him covered. A couple of rapid squeezes on the trigger would drop Garcia's men before they could present a threat. But if it came to that, the whole plan would unravel. There would be no chance of getting to Garcia, and the mission would fail. Luke dropped to the floor of the patio, flattening himself against the concrete while reaching for his personal weapon, strapped to his side ever since they had left the base in Tampa that morning. Valentina moved fast. She skipped down the steps into the garden at the back of the house and intercepted the two men just as they rounded the corner. Luke could hear her greeting them enthusiastically. She obviously knew them. Then she called, loudly enough for him to hear,
I'll just go and get my things, then join you at the front. Please, wait for me there.
They were taking her back to Garcia. Luke waited a full minute, then lifted himself off the patio floor, walked into the garden at the back, and vanished into the foliage, entering the forest exactly where he had left it. 15 minutes later, he was back with Todd Miller and the vehicles. He hefted himself into the second row of seats in the lead minivan and brushed a few twigs off his clothes as he sat behind Miller. "It's done," he said. "Garcia's people came to take her back. A little close for comfort, I have to say." "So I heard." Miller tapped his earpiece. He'd been getting constant updates. "We had no intel they'd be coming for her so soon." He held up a hand. "Excuse me, I have to notify MacDill." To the base in Florida, Miller spoke just a single word. "Nexus." It meant the delivery had been made, package handed over. Tradewind was on her way back to Garcia. Luke, Miller, and the SIGINT operator with the receiver sat in the minivan waiting for Valentina to confirm she was with Garcia. It was after midnight when the small device buzzed into life. As the message came through, the comms operator scanned it onto his monitor, then passed the device to Miller without a word. It was not what he was expecting. Chapter 87. In a nondescript basement beneath a nondescript building in a street that looked exactly like the one next to it, Elise Mayhew sat bound to a wooden chair. The only other person in the room was Anna Maria, and she was standing just 2 meters away from her, arms folded, head on one side, considering her. That bitch! I knew it! Elise had suspected there was something not quite right about her when the elegant Spanish woman had wafted into the Stratford Gallery to inquire, ever so politely, about an artist who had never existed. Now she knew. Anna Maria was clearly part of some horrendous criminal underworld. What the hell did she want? Was Elise about to be trafficked? No. This was tied up with Luke and his work. It had to be. Elise was scared, but she willed herself to stay calm, her eyes following Anna Maria as the Spanish woman started to pace about the room. She was behind her now. Elise couldn't see her, but she sensed her standing very close. She felt a manicured hand reach down and stroke her cheek, as Anna Maria spoke for the first time since their encounter in the art gallery.
"What shall I do with you?"
she whispered, her face so close that Elise could smell her perfume. She recognized it as J'adore by Dior.
"I have an idea,"
continued Anna Maria, walking in front to face her square on, her heels clicking on the wooden floor. Elise watched her smooth the creases in her skirt with both hands. She looked, at a pinch, almost like some of the people Elise knew from her job at the gallery, elegant, sophisticated, well-dressed. So what on earth was a woman like her doing mixed up with the underworld? Someone had to be paying her a lot of money, and that, she reckoned, probably meant drugs.
Oh, God, how was she going to get out of this? I'm going to ask my partner to keep watch over you, announced Anna Maria. You do exactly as she tells you, and you will be fine. Is that understood?
Elise nodded and mumbled behind the gag.
You want me to remove that thing? Well, it's a little too soon for that, don't you think? You've only just arrived. Why don't you let my partner decide,
And with that, Anna Maria was gone. Alone in the room, Elise considered her situation. Breathing slowly and evenly, she was under control and thinking clearly. All those hard hours in the martial arts dojo had taught her qualities she could now draw on: resilience, tenacity, and the ability to withstand a few knocks, up to a point. It depended on what they had in mind for her. That was the big unknown. She knew one thing, though. If she ever got the chance, she would take the Spanish woman down, sweep her off her feet and lay her out cold in 2 moves. But then what? These people, whoever they were hardly going to leave her an open exit to the street. And where the hell were the police? Surely someone must have seen her being snatched and raised the alarm. Elise struggled ineffectually to release her arms, but they remained tightly bound. She stopped. She should save her energy for when she needed it. Chapter 88. "What we need," said Alwyn Hughes, the National Security Advisor, "is a multi-layered approach. It needs to start at the cenotaph and work outwards. We'll need to put a ring of steel around all the royals and VIPs. And I want a counter-terrorism piece written into the public order safety plan for the day." With 3 days to go before the annual Remembrance Sunday parade, preparations were in full swing. On the wide expanse of Wellington Barracks next to St. James's Park, the band of the Grenadier Guards had been rehearsing for days, belting out such martial tunes as Heart of Oak and the sombre strains of Elgar's Nimrod. Horse Guards Parade had been swept clean, every item of litter gathered up, and extra security cameras were being installed. Police leave had been cancelled. The national terrorist threat level was still at its highest, although there was little outward sign of anything different. The newspapers and broadcasters had exhausted every possible scenario for what had prompted the government to raise the level to critical. Most were sourcing it to threats emanating from Syria, Libya, or Yemen. None had traced it back to South America. But in the high-security confines of the Cabinet Office in the heart of Whitehall, where the country's key decision-makers met on the National Security Council, one question kept coming back to haunt them with ever greater urgency. Given the catastrophic threat of a radioactive dirty bomb, should the Remembrance Sunday parade be going ahead? All the searches around Greater Manchester had drawn a blank. The ports had turned up nothing. The human informants run by the Metropolitan Police and MI5 had failed to produce any meaningful leads. Increasingly, the NSC was veering towards the view that London was bound to be the target. "If we cancel Remembrance Sunday in London," cautioned Sir William Orgrave, the Cabinet Secretary, "we might as well tell the public what's really going on and press the panic button. The PM will have to go before the nation, and people will expect answers that we simply don't have. No, I wouldn't advise it." "But by going ahead," argued Hughes, "surely we're offering ourselves as a great barrage balloon of a target. The sovereign will be there, obviously, along with half the royal family, prime ministers past and present. Well, you know the score." From somewhere down in the street, a siren rose in pitch as it passed their building, then faded away as it moved off towards Trafalgar Square. "Let me remind everyone what we're talking about here," resumed Hughes. "If a dirty bomb were to go off in central London, you're looking at thousands of square metres getting showered with radioactive particles. There'll be people with first-degree burns, people with skin peeling off, not to mention all the thyroid cancer and other after-effects down the line. Whole streets, whole blocks would have to be evacuated. It could take weeks to decontaminate." His eyebrows arched as he spoke. The doomsday scenario he described had clearly been playing on his mind. "Are you saying we should cancel?" asked Alan Reynolds, the Home Secretary, his neat black hair as immaculate as ever. His eyes darted around the room, keen as a kingfisher's, sussing out his other colleagues to see where they stood on the matter. "No," replied Hughes. in his calming Welsh tones. "At least, not yet." "Well, we're cutting it a bit fine, aren't we?" chipped in the Met's national coordinator for counter-terrorism, a seasoned deputy assistant commissioner. "There's just 3 days to go, and we're no closer to locating the device and defusing it. If we can't find it, surely the public safety has to come first." "No one's arguing with that," said the Cabinet Secretary. "But can anyone here recall the last time the Remembrance Sunday parade in London was cancelled?" There was silence. "No?" continued Orgrave. "Nor can I. It's a national bloody institution, part of our calendar. So if we pull the plug, you can be absolutely certain the media are going to get wind of what's behind it. And then what?" Again he looked round the room, as if to emphasise his point. The Home Secretary twirled his pen between his fingers, but said nothing, averting his gaze. "I'll tell you exactly what," continued Orgrave. "You're looking at a mass egress out of London. Every road, every motorway clogged and backed up for miles. And where will they go, We simply aren't set up to deal with a crisis of that magnitude. We've had nothing like it since 1940 and the Blitz." After 45 minutes, the meeting broke up without consensus. But, in the most time-honoured of all Whitehall traditions, a decision was taken, to delay making any decision until there was more information to hand. Chapter 89. Elise jolted awake. She could hear footsteps approaching. How long had she been asleep? An hour? 2? Longer? Instinctively, she glanced down at her wrist to check the time, but her watch had gone. Of course it had. They had taken it from her when they'd thrown away her mobile phone. A dull, monochrome light was seeping into the room, the colour of November, so it must be morning. Elise's arms hurt from where she was bound, and she had pins and needles in all her limbs. She tensed and relaxed her muscles as much as she could, flexing her fingers and trying to work her circulation. With a shock, she realised that the gag was gone. That at least was a plus. They must have removed it while she slept in case she choked on it, which meant they planned to keep her alive, at least for now. When the door opened, she braced herself. Would it be one of the underworld thugs who had bundled her into the minivan yesterday? No, it was a woman, but a very different one from the fragrant Anna Maria. She was shorter than average, a little broad in the beam, and wearing a faded red polo shirt above stonewashed jeans. No jewellery, no makeup, no ring, and Elise detected a faint smell of stale cigarettes. "Good morning." Elise broke the silence. She was remembering something Luke had told her when they were idling away an afternoon on holiday. "If you're ever taken prisoner," he had said. She had laughed at that. "Try to establish a rapport with whoever's guarding you. Break the ice. Get them talking. Get them thinking of you as a fellow human instead of a nameless prisoner. That way you'll get better treatment, and when the time comes, they may just help you by looking the other way." Good advice, she reflected now. But this one appeared a hard case, not exactly a talker. "I really need to use the bathroom," she said. "El baño? Please?" The woman took a step forward and put her face very close to Elise's, examining her critically as if she were a suspicious package. Elise did not like what she saw in those eyes. Hardness, cruelty, a total absence of compassion.
"You be quiet,"
hissed the woman,
"or I put your eyes out."
The word shocked Elise to the core. It was a blunt and horrible reminder of her predicament. These people could do anything they liked to her, and apparently no one was coming to save her. She would keep quiet from now on. The woman turned round to look at the door as it opened. It was Anna Maria, as immaculate as ever, come to inspect her prisoner. "Is she behaving?" she asked in English. The other woman didn't answer, but Elise spoke up. "Please, why are you holding me? I don't know who you are or what you want. This has to be a mistake. Come on," she implored. "Just let me go, and I'll tell no one about this, and—" The backhanded slap was so hard it rocked Elise in her chair, cutting her off in mid-sentence. It left her gasping, her eyes stinging and tears welling. She could taste blood at the corner of her mouth, where the blow had split her lip. The shorter of the two women had delivered it, and now stood hissing at her like a venomous reptile. She raised her arm, ready to hit Elise a second time, but Anna Maria placed a restraining hand on her.
Paciencia,
she said, as she moved closer to Elise.
We are offering your government a choice. A simple exchange. You for him.
Elise looked at the two women, so very different, yet partners in the same crime. There was no longer any doubt in her mind. They were from the gang who had kidnapped Luke in South America, and they were cruel. They had already shown that, phoning her while they tortured him with an electric drill. Human life clearly meant little to them. Her spirit sank. Elise could feel a bruise coming up on her cheek where the woman had hit her, but now Anna Maria was speaking to her once more.
And this is my friend.
She laid a hand on the other woman's arm.
This is Linda. I have things to take care of now, so she will look after you.
What the hell did that mean? Elise had known the woman less than 5 minutes, and already she had threatened to blind her, then hit her. This wasn't good news. Anna Maria was sinister, but Elise suspected she was in for a rough ride at the hands of this woman from the barrios. Linda was coming towards her now, holding something. She recognized it as the gag in the last moment before it was tied over her mouth. It was so tight that it bit into her cheeks, stretching her lips. Linda looked at her work, grunted in satisfaction, and then the pair left. If Elise could have breathed normally, she would have heaved a sigh of relief. Every minute spent away from them was time away from imminent danger. But she was under no illusion. They would be back, and when they came, she had to be ready. Chapter 90. In the Met's Specialist Operations Room, upstairs in Cobalt Square, there was a buzz of excitement. Nearly 24 hours after she had been kidnapped, the team assigned to the Elise Mayhew case reckoned they might be looking at a breakthrough. Under the direction of Superintendent Warlock and 2 chief inspectors, they had pulled in every last frame of CCTV footage from every camera on every street within a 500-metre radius of the last known location of her mobile phone. Trawling through the jerky, monochrome footage, they focused on activity filmed between 1830 and 2000 hours the previous evening. While Elise's handset had yet to be recovered, the CCTV material had yielded clear images of 3 vans with enough covered rear window space to conceal a prisoner. 2 vehicles had been traced to their owners, who had been questioned extensively. One turned out to be a garden nursery in Cheam, the other to a furniture upholstering company in Staines. But the 3rd vehicle had been bought recently, paid for in cash, and, according to the DVLA database, was registered to a Mr. Hernando Gonzalez of 58 Woodlock Avenue, Isleworth. Superintendent Warlock sat on the corner of a desk in the ops room and peered at a computer monitor, studying the image of a van parked outside a lock-up garage in southwest London. One of the Met's most experienced hostage case handlers. His once neat sideburns had turned to unruly grey wisps in recent years. He wore reading glasses these days, and adjusted them now, pushing them further up the bridge of his nose. The kidnap unit's green team, assigned to exploit the intelligence, was gathered behind him.
AMPR?
Asked Warlock.
Already done,
replied a detective sergeant. Following standard protocol, he had run the number plate through the National Automatic Number Plate Recognition System, a network of at least 7,000 cameras, many of them hidden, that allows police to track the movement of suspect vehicles around the country.
And?
Warlock asked. It didn't spend long at that address in Hamworth. It drove out 30 minutes later. We've clocked it passing a camera in Walton-on-Thames, then moving on to an address in Weybridge, just south of where the M3 meets the M25. The DS sat back, scanning his boss's face for a reaction.
When was this?
Asked Warlock. Well, the vehicle movements were last night, but we've just received the data now. Get Blue Team onto all 3 of these addresses. I want to know every single movement in and out of each of them. Will do, boss. Superintendent Chris Warlock returned to his glass-walled office, mulling over 2 decisions he needed to make, and very soon. Should he contact SIS and give them the latest developments, or wait till he had something more concrete to tell them? Was Elise Mayhew in such imminent danger, a Grade 1 situation, that he needed to call in a tactical firearms officer to advise the teams on the options available to them? But something else was also nagging at the back of his mind. There was no return address, not even a digital one, for him to reply to the hostage-taker's demands, even if he chose to. That meant he could not deploy Red Team, his negotiators. But it also meant the hostage-takers didn't want to be contacted. They're jacking us around, he thought. His mind made up, he reached for the phone to call the tactical firearms officer. Chapter 91. Something had changed. She could sense it the moment they pulled up at the gates of the planter's villa. Valentina had sat patiently in the back of the jeep as Garcia's henchmen drove her along the darkened forest roads at what seemed to her an unnecessary speed. They had given her no reason for this late-night summons, but she was used to that. Garcia kept unpredictable hours. But she had an inkling of what it meant, given all the preparations to leave. He must want her to accompany them. Finally, she had earned her passport into his inner circle. The guard on the villa gates was drunk. It was obvious. In fact, he was making no attempt to hide it. Wearing a faded American combat jacket, a checkered Arab scarf round his neck, and a flat green Mao cap, he held his Galil assault rifle in one hand and a half-empty bottle of aguardiente in the other.
"They left without you, chica,"
he sneered, resting his arms on the open passenger window of the jeep.
"They clearly don't give a damn about you."
It was Luis Fernando, Valentina's least favourite security man on Garcia's payroll. She would never forget what had happened on her first day, his scrawny hands all over her, pawing at her breasts as he pretended to pat her down for weapons. Now he appeared to be almost triumphant. Valentina might have won the confidence of El Pobrecito, but, clearly, she was not so special that he had thought to take her with him. This now left her exposed, and she knew it. The guard craned his head inside the vehicle, addressing her in the back. She found his breath intoxicating, and not in a good way.
"Senor Suarez left instructions for us," he told her. "He said we were to take extra care of you."
He erupted into laughter, playfully punching the driver's shoulder and winking at him. Valentina was no fool. She knew exactly what was going on. Without her patron, her protector, she was now at the mercy of others at the villa who had always resented her. This was their payback time. She was going to have to fight for survival.
"I need the toilet," she said, urgently.
"Of course," replied Luis Fernando. "I will escort you myself."
He led the way towards the gatehouse, his feet shuffling, but the assault rifle still firmly in his grasp. It was a basic room attached to the hut, sealed with a flimsy wooden door. He made a half-hearted attempt to follow her inside, but she pushed him gently back as she closed the door behind her and bolted it. The room whined with mosquitoes, and she noticed one of the men had scrawled his name on the wall, using his own excrement. These people were barbarians, she thought. But now she had just seconds to make a plan. All too aware of the enormity of the task entrusted to her, Valentina took out the compact transmitter Luke had given her less than an hour ago. She had to get word to them about Garcia. The light inside the cubicle was dreadful, just a single weak bulb dangling on a flex, but she held up the compact to it so she could make out the keys and typed in a single sentence. "Se ha ido al extranjero." He's gone abroad. She pressed transmit, replaced the powder puff, and snapped the compact shut. There was a sharp rap on the door. That sleazy bastard Fernando again, growing impatient.
"Come on out, chiquitita," he called. "It's time to play with the boys."
She could almost see the leer on his face. Valentina yanked the flush to play for time. Then a thought occurred to her. The traveller's first aid kit. It was her only weapon, and since Garcia was gone, what was there to lose? She might as well put it to use. The rapping on the door was growing insistent.
"If you don't come out," shouted the guard, "I'm gonna come in there and wipe your pretty little ass myself."
Valentina grimaced. Was it possible to despise this creep any more than she did already? She shook her head in disgust and took a deep breath. She was ready. When she unlocked the door, Fernando pushed it open and barged into the tiny cubicle. He seized her roughly by the shoulders, but she wriggled free and wrapped her right arm around his neck, as if in a lover's embrace. The needle must have stung when it went in, because he leaped back and howled in pain, clapping his hand to where she had stabbed him. "Puta!" he hissed. Incensed, he raised his arm to smash his fist into her face, then held it poised in mid-air as he fought for breath. He didn't know it, but his respiratory system was failing. He had absorbed a lethal dose. As he collapsed in the doorway, his torso heaving, Valentina stepped over him and started to run, aiming to cover the shortest distance between the gatehouse and the edge of the forest. Perhaps, if she had been wearing different clothes, something more practical, she might have stood a chance. But her white dress and the mid-heel court shoes were working against her that night. She was lit up like a beacon as she raced across the courtyard towards the safety of the trees. The first 3 bullets hit her in the small of the back, pitching her onto the gravel. Her bag hit the ground a split second later, spilling out a small green rectangular box. Valentina was still breathing when Garcia's men emptied the rest of the magazine into her. They checked her pulse, then reached under her armpits and dragged her lifeless body into the forest for the dogs to find. Valentina Gomez, Agent Tradewind, would never see England. Chapter 92. In his temporary office in the Grade 1 listed building overlooking Horse Guards Parade, Major General Rupert Milton, retired, put on his spectacles and studied the document in his hand. It read well, he concluded, because he had written almost every word himself. General Milton took his responsibilities extremely seriously. He had been planning this for nearly 12 months, and now, with just 3 days to go before the event, he wanted every T crossed, every I dotted. That, he told himself, was why they had put a guards officer in charge. You want something like this to go by the book? Then call on someone like him from the household division. It isn't every Tom, Dick and Harry who gets asked to take charge of organising Britain's Remembrance Sunday Parade in Whitehall. This, read the report, is a supporting detail page of the main policy document. How those Whitehall types loved expressions like that. At 1100 hours on Sunday the 13th of November, the National Service of Remembrance will be held at the Cenotaph on Whitehall to commemorate the contribution of British and Commonwealth servicemen and women in the 2 world wars and later conflicts. So far, so good. The retired general read on, searching for errors. A heading in bold print announced who would be attending and taking part. 0845 hours, Royal British Legion, RBL, detachments form up on Horse Guards Parade and in Whitehall. 0945 hours, all detachments march out from Wellington Barracks. 1100 hours, 2 minutes silence marked by the firing of guns from King's Troop on Horse Guards Parade. Cenotaph service commences. 1120 hours, Cenotaph service concludes and RBL detachments disperse past the Cenotaph. Members of the public, it continued, may observe the ceremony from the pavements along Whitehall and Parliament Street. Orders of service will be distributed to the public by scouts. Whitehall was to be open to the public at precisely 0800 hours. Those attending are advised not to bring large bags. Security in the area remains tight, and the Metropolitan Police have powers to remove obstacles, such as camera tripods, where they obstruct public access. General Milton put down the paper. He realised he was grinding his teeth again, a habit he had acquired all those years ago as a fresh-faced young cadet at Sandhurst. Security in the area remains tight. That was an understatement, if ever there was one. Milton was one of the few in the know. Only the week before, he had been summoned to the MOD across the road and briefed by the Defence Secretary herself, no less. Yes, there was an ongoing threat, she had told him, but the situation was contained. There was no hard intelligence to indicate that London was the target, although units were poised to move anywhere in the city the moment they got a lead. No need for alarm, she told him, just thought he ought to be aware. General Milton got up and walked over to the window that looked westwards, down onto the equestrian statue of Viscount Wolsey, and out onto the wide expanse of Horse Guards Parade. Now long retired, he still liked to imagine himself reviewing his troops there, taking the salute while standing stiff as a board on a raised wooden dais, surveying the massed lines of crimson uniforms, the wind ruffling the black bearskins and the sun glinting off bayonets. Well, that was all in the past now. This was his main effort now, the parade this coming Sunday. And if General Rupert Milton had anything to do with it, it was bloody well going to go off like clockwork. Chapter 93. Keith Gammon had woken up late that morning, alone, as always, in his one-bedroom flat in Hounslow. Living on his own didn't bother him. In fact, he had had quite enough unwanted company in prison to last him a lifetime. His wife, Pauline, had left him soon after he was sent down, as he'd known she would. Taken the kids with her, she had, and moved somewhere up north. Gutted at the time, Gammon had gone through some dark days, coping with the depression that followed. He had emerged so much stronger, or so he believed, but he was bitter to the core. It was not just the government, the establishment that he hated. Not just the people who had put him away for so long. It was society as a whole. It had dealt him a rubbish hand, Gammon concluded, and now it was payback time. A chance to even the score. His welding skills were being called upon by people willing to pay him a small fortune. He felt valued and appreciated. And if some bad things had to happen to some people as a result of his work, well, so be it. That simply wasn't his problem. If Keith Gammon had ever had a conscience, he had discarded it long ago, flushed down the drains of a Category B men's prison in southwest London. He had taken the call the day before. It was the Spanish woman, Anna somebody, who had rung him to tell him quietly that it was on. Now he towelled off after his shower, pulled on the clothes that lay flung across the back of a chair, let himself out of the flat, and went down the road for a full English. Aldo's Star Cafe was his local greasy spoon. They knew him in there, and he didn't even need to order. Just a look and a nod as he pushed through the door and the fryer was on. Got to go to work on a full stomach and all that, he told himself. Begin it in style, and you can cope with whatever the day throws at you. Later, seated at the Formica table, splattered with the detritus of his fry-up, Keith Gammon got to thinking about the job. Much of it he had already done. The modifications to the floor of the Nissan Primastar van they would use, and the basic shape of the moulded coffin that would contain the device. They had planned it all in stages, him, Anna Maria, and that bloke Silvio with the ponytail, whom he didn't much care for. Long hours spent poring over sketch maps, street maps, and satellite images, all in the smoky back room of a South American restaurant in Bayswater. Cigarettes stubbed out as someone emphasized a point, another lit almost at once. On the wall he could see a lurid painting of an overweight woman sitting beneath a palm tree on a beach, and the shelves were lined with empty wine bottles. There was too much talk in Spanish for Keith Gammon's liking. He couldn't follow a word of it. But Anna Maria had paused frequently to translate for his benefit. They had reached an understanding the first time they'd met. She'd promised to make him well off if he did the job they asked of him, and he promised to ask no questions and tell no tales. She also promised him, in her sweet and gentle voice, that if he ever betrayed them to the police, the cartel would hunt down his children and post him their severed hands. "Rising bollards," Gammon had told them, when it had been his turn to offer advice in that Bayswater backroom. "Excuse me?" It was not an expression familiar to the South American criminal underworld in London. "You've got to get past the rising bollards," he continued. "It's what they're called. Those black pillars blocking the access to Horse Guards Parade. All 126 of them, I've counted. They're about a metre high, made of steel, and we're going to need to cut through 3 if you want to get the van through." Anna Maria had shaken her head emphatically. "No," she told them. "We do it a different way, a more subtle way. I will arrange the paperwork, and they will let us through. Leave it with me." "Entonces?" said Ponytail. "And then?" "And then," answered Anna Maria, "we do what we discussed." She turned to the welder. "Northwest corner of the parade ground. There is a big brown building like a fortress, covered in some red plant.
There is a camera on top, but don't trouble yourself about this. It faces out across the square. If we stay close in by the wall, it will be, how you say, a blind spot. Here, let me show you on the map.
They had all been 3 weeks ago. Since that meeting, they had bought the Nissan Primastar van second-hand, touched up the paintwork, made the modifications, and purchased the JCB mini-digger they would need on the day. They had done the drive-pasts, the dress rehearsals, practiced the cover story, and printed the documents to back it up. Today, it would be for real. At 12 noon precisely, the light blue Nissan Primastar with the British Gas logo stopped on the corner of Keith Gammon Street in Hounslow.
"You can't miss it," he had told Anna Maria. "It's right by the junction of the Twickenham Road and the Mogden Sewage Treatment Works."
He had clambered in, clutching a large holdall, and settled himself in the passenger seat. Silently, she had handed him a forged laminated ID card. Everyone in the van had been issued with one. "British Gas, looking after your world," it said, and there was his picture next to a data box. "My name is Mr. John Blaine. This card expires on 31st of the 12th, 2017. ID number 654337. If you want to check my identity, please call 0800 612 77660. Anna Maria was incredibly thorough. He had to give her that. She had thought of everything. Anyone calling that number would be put through to what sounded like a 24-hour British Gas switchboard. Yes, they would be told, after a pause to check an imaginary computer database. "We do have a Mr. John Blaine on our books. He's a qualified engineer. Been with us for years. Thank you for calling British Gas." As they drove east along Great Chertsey Road, heading to a suburban car park to collect the digger, then on into town towards Whitehall, Anna Maria had given them all one final briefing. They had 2 hours, and no more, in which to complete the job. That was from the time they appeared on site to the time they would drive away. Any longer, and too many questions would be asked. There was also the risk that secondary probing checks could be made. She and Ponytail had briefly debated whether to mount the operation by day or by night. In the end, they had opted for daylight.
Hiding in plain sight,
Anna Maria called it. Nighttime would seem too suspicious. At 13:05 hours, as Major General retired Rupert Milton was enjoying a cheddar cheese and pickle sandwich at his desk in Horse Guards, the blue van with the British Gas livery pulled up at the northwest corner of the parade ground, 200 metres away, towing a canary-yellow mechanical digger. It stopped at the exact point where the line of black metal rising bollards met the walls of Lenin's tomb, which were covered with the autumnal red leaves of Virginia creeper. Since the Home Secretary had raised the terrorism threat level to critical, the whole of Whitehall, known as the Government Secure Zone, now had a discreet but reinforced police presence. Parked on Horse Guards Road with the engine running, beside the Guards Divisional Memorial on the edge of St. James's Park, just 100 metres away, the 2 police officers in the patrol car watched the Nissan Primastar and the digger pull up. They reacted immediately. While one called it in to his superior, an inspector at the back of Downing Street, the other got out to investigate. WPC Granger approached the driver's side of the van. The day was unusually mild for November, and she was wearing only a black stab vest over her white uniform shirt. Politely but firmly, she told the driver he must move along. This was a secure area. He could not park there.
"Sorry, ma'am. We've been told this is a priority. Looks like there's a gas leak in the pipes below here. The gas board thinks one of the old mains has cracked. We've got a letter from the council. We need to dig down and investigate."
The driver of the Primastar, wearing a black jumpsuit with blue stripes and a British Gas logo, reached into the glove compartment and produced the letter.
"Can I see some ID, please?"
she asked, then looked at the letter. He handed her his British Gas card, and WPC Granger looked from one to the other.
"Wait here, please,"
she told him. She moved away a couple of metres and radioed in the names and phone numbers printed on the ID card and the letter. It took her colleague in the patrol car less than 10 minutes to call back. The man at Westminster City Council who had answered the phone had been more than helpful. Yes, he confirmed, they had had reports of a gas leak in that location, and proceeded to go into far more detail than the policeman had asked for.
"You see, this is a city gate problem," he had told him. "It's part of the local gas distribution system for Westminster. It's where our system accepts gas from another transmission system. So the transfer price under the ground at that point is what we call a city gate price. That's why we've sent a team over to Whitehall to sort it out, before we get into a pricing row with First Utility, and we don't want that."
Satisfied, the policeman had rung the British Gas number, and that, too, had checked out. The blue van was cleared to proceed. Inside the police post, at the back entrance to Downing Street, another policeman pressed 2 switches simultaneously. At the opposite end of the parade ground, 3 of the black rising bollards were retracted into the ground, allowing the Nissan Primastar and its digger to drive slowly onto Horse Guards Parade. Chapter 94. Anna Maria and her team worked with practised speed. It was 13:20 hours when the bollards were lowered. They had been on site for precisely 15 minutes, and she wanted them away and dispersed inside the next hour and 3/4. There was no need to venture far into the parade ground. They had already selected the spot where the trench would be dug. Just 50 metres in was enough to bring them to that out-of-the-way corner where the CCTV camera mounted on the wall above could not angle down far enough to film them. They parked the van and the digger just short of the Gallipoli Naval Memorial, beside 6 faded poppy wreaths placed there the previous year. In this secluded spot, where the sombre walls of Lenin's tomb met the magnificent Grade II facade of Lutyens Admiralty House, they went to work. Just as they had rehearsed, out on the disused airfield in Surrey, the men, in their black and blue British Gas overalls and white hard hats, threw up a cordon of orange plastic cones around the Primastar. Nobody wanted a nosy member of the public getting too close to what was going on. Keith Gammon remained inside the van. After all the modifications he'd made to it with the extreme plasma cutter, he liked to think of the second-hand Nissan Primastar as his own. The vehicle now had a removable sliding panel where the floor had been. Outside, the black-clad engineers got to work with the JCB HM25 hydraulic breaker, attacking the surface of the parade square with the handheld power tool. By 13:35 hours, they had broken through the hard upper surface and marked out a rectangular trench to be dug. It took a further 14 minutes to manoeuvre the mini-digger into position, and then, at the exact moment that the mechanical claw was raised and they were poised to begin digging, WPC Granger was back. And this time, she had an inspector with her. "Who's in charge here?" he asked. Anna Maria stepped forward. "I am," she said, and smiled at him from beneath her hard hat. "Right. We've had a complaint from the people in Horse Guards over there," he pointed. "Apparently, no one told them you'd be digging up half the parade ground. Can I see that letter of authorization, please?" "Of course," she replied, handing him the letter from Westminster Council. The words "urgent investigation work" were printed in capitals and underlined. Further down the page, the phrase "risk of gas explosion" caught his eye. There is a job number and a phone number on there, Inspector," added Anna Maria. She stood her ground, relaxed and calm, one hand on her hip. Anyone who had known Anna Maria Acosta in her university days in Segovia would have remembered her as a highly skilled poker player, a consummate bluffer. It was a talent that continued to serve her well. "We can pack up and leave now if you like," she said casually, "and come back another day. But I must ask you to sign here. I will need your badge number. If there is an accident here tomorrow because we were prevented from doing our job, then I cannot be held responsible." It helped, of course, that Anna Maria had devised a backup plan. It was not ideal. The secondary target was less iconic, and placing the device behind a rhododendron hedge in St. James's Park would probably delay them by a day. But knowing they had a plan B gave her the confidence to brazen this one out. The inspector looked from one face to another. Her point was well made. He certainly didn't fancy seeing his photo on the front page of the papers above some caption like "The Man Who Blew It." "How much longer is it going to take?" he asked. Anna Maria squinted up at the gold hands on the clock in the 18th century tower on Horse Guards. It was just coming up to 2.
"We shall be done within the hour," she told the policeman, "but we'll do our best to be away before then."
The inspector handed back the letter from Westminster Council and turned on his heel, W.P.C. Granger at his side. He called over his shoulder as he walked away, "Not a minute longer, mind!" Inside the blue van, Keith Gammon had been listening to the exchange with mounting concern. He didn't like being around uniforms. He certainly didn't like the police. And the thought of what might have ensued if the officers had decided to search the back of the Primastar caused his hands to tremble. That wasn't good, with what he was about to do. Peering out of the vehicle, he watched the mini-digger at work. They had already excavated the first metre. By 14:35 hours, the trench was finished. One of Anna Maria's team of 5 jumped down into it to check it. It had been dug to meet exact specifications measured in advance. 1.5 metres deep, by 2 metres long, by 1 metre wide. The man stood up and flashed a thumbs up to Anna Maria. She walked over to the van and tapped on the window. Gammon wound it down.
"Now it's your turn," she told him.
The most delicate phase of the operation was about to begin. It was now essential that neither the police nor anyone else came anywhere near the trench. Anna Maria had delegated one of the team to keep watch while the driver climbed back into the van. Carefully, he repositioned it in 2 moves, shifting it just a couple of metres to the left so that now it covered the hole. 2 of the team joined Gammon in the back. Together, they pulled back the retractable floor, revealing a rectangular gap of much the same dimensions as the trench. Next, they dragged the heavy coffin-shaped box from the back and positioned it over the hole. There were 3 handles on it, attached to ropes, and, under Gammon's instruction, they each held on, bracing themselves with their legs apart as they took the weight and lowered the box into the trench. When it was done, and they were satisfied that it was settled on the bottom, Gammon switched on the head torch on his hard hat and dropped through the open floor of the van, balancing himself on the edges of the coffin, then standing inside it, next to the heavy cylindrical canister. He was less than a metre away from 750 grams of radioactive cesium chloride. He called for someone to pass him his tool bag. The cartel had not chosen Keith Gammon for his welding skills alone, although that was a vital part of the contract. His military experience in handling high-explosive charges and detonators had piqued their interest, the result of a casual conversation during prisoners' association at Wandsworth. If they could source the explosives, they asked, could Gammon put together a viable device? He could, he had assured them. Now it was time to prove it, with the clock ticking and 2 uniformed police officers just 100 metres away. From a cellophane wrapper inside his tool bag, he slowly withdrew a long lump of what looked like orange putty. It was 250 grams of Semtex 1A, sourced by the cartel from their underworld contacts in Eastern Europe the month before. Kneading it with his hands, he moulded it around the base of the canister, positioning it in such a way that, when it exploded, the force of the blast would split the canister in 2 and drive its toxic contents high into the air. Keith Gammon had some idea of what was in the canister. He had done basic MBC training, nuclear, biological and chemical, during his time in the army, before it had been rebranded as CBRNE. But if someone had asked him about the properties of cesium chloride, its half-life, and how long it would take to remove from an area the size of Whitehall, he could not have told them. He was also unaware of what had become of the 2 Colombian submariners who had fallen ill with acute radiation sickness after transporting the material in a tiny confined space across the English Channel in a storm. Blocking everything else from his mind, Keith Gammon concentrated on inserting first the master detonator into the Semtex, then a second as backup. He took hold of the wires trailing from the detonators and inserted them into the homemade switch device, an object about the size of a refillable cigarette lighter, which he had built and tested at the disused airfield.
"Everything all right down there?"
called one of the men above, breaking Gammon's concentration and almost causing him to drop the switch.
"Anna Maria says, can you get a move on?"
"Anna Maria can sod off,"
said Gammon, under his breath, then added, louder,
"It's fine. Just 5 more minutes."
He felt along the edge of the switch until he located two further wires leading out of it, the positive and the negative. He inserted the other ends into what would look to many people like a chef's professional timer. It was a magnetic countdown timer, but he had doctored it to Anna Maria's specifications. She had been most precise about this. Instead of running to just 24 hours, this one could be set to go off at any time over the next 5 days. The next bit always scared him, even now, all these years after leaving the army. He checked his watch, calculated the number of hours and minutes remaining till the time she had chosen for the device to be detonated, then programmed it into the timer. Finally, and this was the true heart-in-mouth moment, he moved the switch to on. Nothing happened. He was still alive. "Coming up," he called. "You can fill it in now." Anna Maria had promised the police they would be off the parade ground within an hour, and they were. At 14:55 hours, they drove to the edge of the square, where they had entered it less than 2 hours earlier. She waved to the police patrol car and waited patiently for the retractable bollards to be lowered. At 15:01 hours, the blue Nissan Primastar van, with its distinctive logo, and the yellow JCB mini-digger in tow, drove off Horse Guards Parade and turned right, then right again, merging into the traffic on Trafalgar Square. They were leaving behind something that had travelled more than 22,000 kilometres across 2 oceans, from the Pang Sang-un People's Defence Unit on the outskirts of Pyongyang to the heart of London. They were leaving behind Nelson Garcia's gift to the people of Britain, his palomita, his little dove. Ticking away unseen beneath the earth and gravel of Horse Guards Parade, a device was primed to send a cone-shaped plume of lethal radioactive debris high over Whitehall. The timing was important to all of them, to Anna Maria, to Suarez, and most of all, to Garcia. He wanted this to be symbolic. He wanted what followed to be something that twisted the bayonet of pain in the conscience of a nation. "You mess up my operations. You pay the price." That was his message to Britain. The time of detonation had been chosen some weeks ago. It would take place the following Sunday, as the country was marking the most solemn moment in the national calendar. The moment when Big Ben would strike 11 times, and when broadcasters would remind Britons of a time long ago in 1918 when, at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, the guns fell silent. Chapter 95. Driving in convoy down a rutted road, swerving at potholes and touching the brakes each time some nocturnal forest animal scuttled in front of them, the pair of GMC Suburbans moved north through the night. Nelson Garcia was seated in the rear vehicle, cushioned by the suspension and his own considerable bulk. Uncomfortable as the journey was, he felt buoyed up and elated. Everything was coming together nicely. The London plan was about to go into operation, and when it did, they could search for him all they liked, but he would be a hard man to find. Suarez had seen to that. There had never been a Panama plan, of course. That had always been a decoy, a red herring, something to set the staff gossiping. They had a chuckle about that now, him and Suarez, as they made their escape through the darkened back roads of Antioquia province. If they had known that a heavily armed, highly trained, and extremely frustrated U.S. Special Ops team was squatting in a forest lay-by just a few kilometres to the south, well, Garcia would have laughed even louder. 90 minutes out from the old planter's villa, the lead vehicle's headlights lit up a gap in the trees where the forest thinned out, and Garcia's party swung off the road into a field. They had reached the airstrip. Beneath a canopy of camouflage netting, a Cessna 206 single-engine turboprop was being readied for departure, its 3 fat rubber tires glistening with rainwater, reflecting the beams of the torches. Bags were rapidly stowed in the back of the plane, while the flight plan was checked, but never filed. Someone handed Garcia a thermos of iced lemon juice as Suarez stood, his hands on his hips, keeping an eagle eye on proceedings. "Alfonso!" Garcia called to him, and waved him over. El Pobrecito liked to get people to come to him. "I know you think of everything," he said, "but indulge me, please. Reassure me one more time. La collection is safe, is it not?" Suarez tipped his head to one side and smiled, as if to say, "Do you honestly think I'd let you down on something as important as that?" "The collection is safe, patron. They will be arriving in San Salvador any minute now. All the arrangements have been made." Garcia reached out an arm and hugged him.
"Buen trabajo," he told him. "Great work. I knew I could count on you, because, you know, if anything happened to Patron—"
Suarez cut him short. "The collection is all safe. Trust me on this." The Cessna 206, known sometimes as the Super Skywagon, has a cruising speed of just 280 kilometers per hour and only 6 seats, enough for the pilot to take Garcia, Suarez, Vicente Morales, and his favorite bodyguard, a bull-headed man known only as Animal. The last seat was piled with their effects, which included at least 600 rounds of ammunition. The Cessna 206 was a small, discreet plane, especially when its fuselage and wings were painted a dull brown, as this one's were. A perfect aircraft, in fact, for flying very low across a darkened South America when you didn't want to be seen. Little wonder that the jungle valleys of Bolivia and of Peru's Apurimac region were littered with craft that hadn't made it. After a lurching trundle across the field, the pilot made some final checks of his instruments, then opened the throttle and accelerated into the darkness. Squeezed behind him, Garcia and Suarez locked hands as the Cessna became airborne, a silent gesture of self-congratulation amid the rasping roar of the Continental engine. It was 01:45 hours. Levelling out at low altitude, the Cessna headed almost due east. This, like the Panama rumour, was also a deception. 20 minutes into the flight, the pilot veered sharp right, taking them on a dogleg flight path south. Beneath massing thunderclouds, they flew just below radar cover for another 3 hours straight, at times the plane almost kissing the treetops.
"La selva amazonica!"
shouted the pilot above the engine noise, pointing down to the darkness below. He turned in his seat to see his passengers' reaction, but they were fast asleep. No one heard him announce that they had crossed into the vast region known as the Amazon Basin, where up to an hour's flying time can pass with no sign of human life. They were still in Colombian airspace, but drawing close to the borders of 3 countries. Preparations on the ground to receive Garcia's flight had begun some months back. Once again, Suarez had sent people to see to that. Part of an old timber logger's access road had been cut in a dead straight line through the jungle. The cartel had had it upgraded and resurfaced. At half a kilometre long before it turned a bend, it was more than adequate to accommodate the 430-metre landing distance needed for a Cessna 206. And down on the banks of the Rio San Miguel, where the muddy river tributary twisted and coiled its way through the jungle, there was a large tin-roofed ranch that looked no different from 100 others scattered across the area. Built high enough to escape the Amazon's rising floodwaters during the rainy season, it was comfortable but not luxurious. It was close to a national park, the Cuyabeno, so it was not unusual to see boats chugging up the river and dropping off visitors, mostly eco-tourists. It was true that the ranch had rather more communications equipment than was usual, but the large rotating satellite dish and the plethora of aerials were artfully hidden at the back, out of sight of anyone coming up the river. It had one other key advantage. It was, in theory, beyond the reach of Colombia's powerful counter-narcotics police. The ranch, La Machana, was across the border in Ecuador. Chapter 96. The contrast could not have been greater between the upbeat, ebullient mood of Garcia's party as they soared off into the night in the Cessna, and the despondency of Luke, Todd Miller, and all the others in their team who were left behind. Their quarry had eluded them, their mission had failed, and Tradewind had dropped out of contact. All in all, reflected Luke, a truly crap day. There was nothing for it but to return to the same Medellin airbase, Olaya Herrera, whence they had set out, and wait for further instructions from London, Tampa, and Langley. The driver resumed his place, while Luke and Todd Miller regarded each other in the dim green glow from the vehicle's dashboard, both thinking the same thing. We've just flown 2,200 kilometres across the entire span of the Caribbean, mounted a complex, well-planned operation, done everything by the book, and still we've failed. For Luke, The prospect of returning empty-handed from South America for a second time in as many months was utterly galling. After what he had gone through at the chop house in Buenaventura, he had had serious misgivings about venturing back to Colombia and poking the hornet's nest that was Garcia's cartel. But he had put aside his own fears to get the job done and finish with El Pobrecito once and for all. That, plainly, hadn't happened. When his encrypted phone vibrated in his pocket and he saw it was a call from VX, he was half expecting to get his marching orders. Perhaps fate was telling him to listen to Elise and take the investment job after all. No, he wasn't ready for that. He answered the call. There was a slight delay due to the encryption. "Luke?" said a middle-aged voice, stern and authoritative. He didn't recognize it. He angled his body away from the others and cupped his hand to the mouthpiece. "Speaking? Who's this?" "It's Carl Main, Director of Ops. We haven't met, at least not face-to-face." Here we go, thought Luke. Flight home, cattle class, and thanks for the work you've done, but we won't be needing your services anymore, Mr. Carlton. "He's gone," said Luke abruptly. "He might as well get it out there straight away. Garcia's taken off, possibly to Panama. We did everything—" "I know," interrupted Main. "Langley already told us. Don't beat yourself up, it couldn't be helped. Listen, there's been a development. The mission's still on." "It is?" Todd Miller was looking at him questioningly, so Luke mouthed, "SIS in London." Miller nodded and went back to studying an illuminated rolling map on his handset. It was now close to 0330 hours, and most of the other passengers in the minivan were asleep. "Yes," continued Main. "You need to listen very carefully. NSA have been in contact, and they've passed something to us through GCHQ. Seems they intercepted a call on a sat phone a few hours ago." Luke hunched forward, trying to shut out the noise of the journey so he could listen. "NSA managed to geolocate it to an unregistered airstrip north of where you just were and voice-matched it to one of the known players, Alfonso Suarez. I believe he oversees all of Garcia's security. Anyway, he made a second call mid-flight. They're still in the air now, and we're tracking them." Luke felt like he'd been given a new lease of life. "So they're heading north to Panama?" he asked. "Can we intercept them?" "Opposite direction. They're heading south, towards the tripartite border, the point where Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador all meet. I've got it on the screen in front of me now. They're just about coming up to the equator as we speak." "Well, we're totally good to go here," said Luke. "What's the plan?" At that moment, there was a screech of tires, and Luke felt the seatbelt bite hard into his shoulder as the vehicle braked sharply and swerved to avoid a goat that had wandered onto the road. It stared dumbly back at them. "Motherfucker!" shouted someone in the back. "Next time run it over, why don't you?" "Just the hazards of driving at night in this country," said Luke, into his phone. "Colourful language," said Main. "Now listen, we're still going for a takedown of Garcia, but we can't do it without the full cooperation of the Colombians. We're setting up now for them to take you into wherever Garcia's plane puts down." "Even into Peru or Ecuador?" questioned Luke. "You mean a cross-border op?" "That would be deniable," snapped Main, then added, in a more conciliatory tone, "It's been done before, mind you, in 2008. The Colombians took out the FARC No. 2 and seized a whole load of insurgent laptops. Some incriminating stuff on there, and we helped them sort through it, so they owe us one. Hold on, someone's telling me something." Luke strained to catch what was being said in London as they passed through a town where salsa music was spilling out onto the street from an all-night bar. Other people, thought Luke. Normal people, just going about their daily lives. Then Main was back. It would be coming up to 9 in the morning in London, he realised. No wonder the man sounded so fresh. "So, here's what's happening," said Main. "You should get back to the airbase at Medellin around first light." But Luke was distracted. Over in his seat, Todd Miller was on the phone, clearly trying to get his attention. When Luke looked straight at him, Miller gave him an emphatic thumbs up. So he was getting the good news at the same time. "There'll be a plane waiting to take you and the team down to a place called Puerto Leguizamo," continued Carl Main. "It's a Colombian naval base on the river, slap bang on the equator. That's your launch point. We'll have more info for you when you get there. Miller's being told the same thing now. Stay in touch." Main rang off. Luke was running short on sleep and had had little chance to shake off his jet lag from London. But none of that seemed to matter now. They were back in the game. A tightly wound ball of tension inside him seemed to dissipate, and for the first time since he'd left Florida, his thoughts turned to Elise. It felt good to know that while he was hot on the trail of the bad guys in South America, his girlfriend would be heading off to work about now. He imagined her in their Battersea flat, making the bed, checking herself in the mirror, and heading out of the door. Perhaps she had slept in one of his T-shirts. Chapter 97. Elise Mayhew was despondent. She was still wearing the clothes they had kidnapped her in, a navy blue business skirt and sheer tights. She was dressed for her real life, working in a West End art gallery, valuing paintings, negotiating sales, putting together catalogues and exhibitions. Yet she was bound to a chair in a bare, windowless basement, begging to be taken to the lavatory next door, her every move observed by a woman with a violent, unpredictable temper. Linda had provided her with precious little sustenance since her capture: a plastic bottle of tap water, a packet of savoury biscuits, and a single apple. Whether this was designed to weaken her, or whether it was just out of laziness, Elise wasn't sure. But she certainly wasn't going to repeat the mistake of asking again for something more substantial. Last time, her guardian and tormentor had flown into a rage, leaving the room in a rush, then returning with something in her hand. It had looked like a primitive mobile phone, and, for a moment, Elise had thought she was going to be ordered to call someone. But the object had two metallic prongs. No sooner had Elise worked out what it was than Linda jabbed it into her thigh. There was a crackling sound, and a searing, red-hot jolt of pain tore through her as she jerked backwards in the chair, letting out a high-pitched scream as the electric charge pulsed through her body. Never had Elise experienced pain like it. And now the woman was holding the electric cattle prod in front of her face, waving it from side to side.
"You eat what I give to you," she hissed. "You don't ask."
In the evening, they arrived to move her again, Linda and two of the men who had snatched her in Battersea. She was making a careful note of their features now. One was a little overweight, with a florid, blotchy nose and receding hair. Every time she saw him, he was wearing the same tan jacket with the grease stain and the tear in the sleeve. Maybe Anna Maria wasn't paying them very much. The other was short and wiry, but he had striking blue eyes, unusual for a Latino. His face had a bronzed glow, and in other circumstances she might almost have thought him good-looking. Elise guessed he had been on a late autumn holiday, or had recently arrived from South America. The men were careful not to address each other by name in front of her, but she once overheard Linda call him Leon. She would remember that name. It was her third journey as a captive, and this time she sensed she was in a car, not a van. Wordlessly, they had thrown a blanket over her head, then forced her down into the back of the vehicle behind the front seats. Linda had sat practically on top of her, and, just to make a point, she had briefly switched on the electric prod, so Elise could hear the terrible static crackle, just in case she had any ideas of trying to make a run for it. When they stopped, some 45 minutes later, and brought her out of the vehicle, her head still covered, she knew they had left the city behind. The air was cooler, fresher, and she could hear the distant rush of traffic from somewhere over the horizon. They guided her down a flight of wooden steps into a cellar, sat her on a wooden crate, removed the cover from her head, and left her alone with the door locked. Her arms remained bound behind her back. Elise fought rising despair. What was it that her sensei, her karate instructor, used to tell her? The greater the wind, the stronger the tree. Engage your mind and body. Focus on mastering your internal environment. That had all sounded so eminently clever, so full of Eastern wisdom in the clean and ordered confines of the dojo. But somehow she couldn't bring herself to apply it to her present situation. What would Luke do? Did he know of her predicament? The worst of it was, she had no idea if the police were even aware that she was missing. Chapter 98. There was something not right, Luke reckoned, about a place that called itself a port when it was at least 500 kilometers from the nearest ocean. Puerto Leguizamo was a riverside port on the Rio Putumayo, right on the border with Peru. He had looked it up on Google Maps on his phone, waiting, with the rest of the Special Ops team, at the Medellin Air Base for their Colombian Air Force flight south. Switching his phone to Google Earth, he stared down at a sea of green, the Amazon rainforest. The mud-brown river coiled across the page, and an interactive hyperlink indicated their destination, the base naval, the Colombian military's remote outpost just 200 meters from the Peruvian border. He scrolled westwards, and there, barely 50 kilometers distant, was Ecuador, and the tripartite junction of the three countries. From the short time he had spent at Vauxhall Cross, Luke knew this was serious bandit country, a place where weapons, drugs, money and people crisscross borders illegally, blending into the jungle or hiding themselves among the impoverished communities that eked out a living on the banks of the rivers. He scrolled eastwards, following the course of the Rio Putumayo deep into Brazil, until it joined forces with the mighty Rio Amazonas at Manaus, over 1,600 kilometers away. It made him realize just how vast this jungle was, and how it dwarfed the tiny base they were heading to. As they filed into the C-130 transport plane, Luke reached into his breast pocket and took out a pair of yellow foam earplugs for the night flight. He never went on operations without them. Strapped into his seat, he and most of the rest of the team were asleep even before the four-engine transport plane soared into the night sky above the twinkling lights of Medellin. The Colombian Navy's base at Puerto Leguizamo felt curiously like home to Luke. Not proper home, of course. Not like his and Elise's flat in Battersea, or the bleak Northumberland farm where he had passed his teens. No, more like what he remembered from his Colombian childhood. The heat, the humidity, the smell of lush vegetation, fresh with rainwater, and flies turning lazy circles about his head. It also reminded him of the SBS base back at Poole. There was the main camp with the accommodation blocks, the parade ground, helipad, armoury and offices, the equivalent of North Camp on the desert coast. Then there was the boatyard, not quite the well-oiled ship-shape operation they ran down at Poole, known as the Hard, with all the immaculately maintained RIBs and other assorted assault craft, but a boatyard all the same. The difference was that here in Colombia, the mission was operational 24/7. The bad guys were out there in that jungle and swamp, just across the river, day in, day out. And he knew this because Carl Main had told him so. Garcia and his senior lieutenants had landed just a couple of hours ahead of them. The net was closing. 2 hours after dawn broke, Luke stood with the rest of the team on the quayside of the naval base boatyard, trying to hear what was being said over the deafening screech of parrots in the trees above them. He stood with his legs braced slightly apart and his sleeves rolled up, watching. The Colombian Marines had a new weapon in their armory, and their commanding officer was extolling its virtues. "Este equipamiento es innovador," he announced proudly, pausing for the interpreter to translate. "He says this equipment is a game-changer." Luke and the Americans looked from the officer to the machines behind him, parked up on the sloping mud of the jetty, ready to be deployed. "The Griffin 2000 assault hovercraft has changed the nature of our operations," continued the Colombian colonel. "In the dry season, which we're coming into, it allows us to pursue our enemies across the mudbanks and reach places we could not reach before. There is no hiding place now for the narcoterroristas. Gentlemen, we are pleased to offer you our help." Luke was back in his element. An ex-commando dropped into a jungle naval base, looking down at these giant beasts of the river. The assault hovercraft were just over 11 meters long, with a single massive turbofan at the back. Painted a dark grey-green, they each had a powerful .50 caliber machine gun mounted on top, while their rear canopies bristled with antennae. "It has a top speed of 35 knots, added the Colombian officer, "and it can carry 14 fully equipped Marines. These craft just arrived here from Britain." The hovercraft, Luke knew, were just one element of a complex plan they would need to put together to close in on Garcia and finish him. They would require input from the NSA to fix his exact location. Then maps had to be drawn up, insertion routes chosen, forming up points, radio frequencies, a medevac plan. They were walking into the briefing hut when Luke's mobile vibrated again in his pocket. He thought about ignoring it, but saw it was from Angela in Vauxhall Cross. "Give me 2 minutes, and I'll catch you up," he called out to Todd Miller. "You got it." The American's giant frame towered over the Colombian officers beside him. Luke stopped beneath the spreading branches of some tropical flowering fruit tree. The parrots had dispersed, and he had no difficulty in hearing Angela's voice cutting crisply across the 8,000 kilometres that separated them. "I hesitate to ring you at this time," she said. "I know you're right in the middle of things." Oh, God, don't tell me they're calling it off. "But there's something you need to know." Her voice sounded unusually strained. "Go on," he said. "It's Elise. She's been kidnapped by Garcia's people. I'm not supposed to tell you, but I believe you have a right to know." For several seconds he didn't say a word. "Luke? Are you still there?" He was silent at first, but the questions were crowding in thick and fast. "I'm still here," he said eventually. "When did this happen? And where? Have they said what they want?" "It was 2 days ago, in Battersea, near your flat," said Angela. "The Met are handling it." "What the hell does that mean?" "It means they're working as fast as they can to get her back. Look, the people who've got her, they want to trade. You for her." She let that sink in, then added, "Obviously, it's out of the question." A figure appeared in the doorway. It was Todd Miller, and he was growing impatient. "Hey, Carlton. Time to wrap up the romantic phone call. I need you fully focused here." Chapter 99. In a sparse basement room beneath an ordinary house, in a quiet residential cul-de-sac near the junction of the M3 and M25, Elise Mayhew was undergoing a metamorphosis. Suddenly, inexplicably, she no longer felt afraid, not of Linda or of the South Americans who kept bundling her in and out of the backs of vehicles to move her from one hiding place to the next. She was still alive, still largely unharmed, and she had reached a conclusion. She was going to get through this in one piece. In fact, she was going to do more than that. She was going to escape. Anna Maria might be an accomplished poker player, but she wasn't the only one who could put on an act. Each time Linda had come into the room to check on her or escort her to the bathroom, Elise had taken care to cultivate an air of weakness, helplessness, and despair. With bogus tears welling in her eyes, she had pleaded with Linda to untie her bonds. "I'm not going anywhere," she gasped, pointing to the locked door. "And you still have the key." Eventually, Linda had agreed. "Give me your shoes," she had ordered, almost as an afterthought. Alone in the basement, once Linda had left, Elise resolved to wake up her aching limbs. With no one around to watch her, she began some basic stretching exercises. At first, it was a tremendous effort. The last 2 days had taken a lot out of her, but she persevered. Twice, she went to the door to listen in case anyone was coming. Silence. She moved back into the centre of the room, savouring the simple pleasure of walking after all the hours she had spent tied to a chair. She seemed to have been abandoned, which was infinitely preferable, she reflected, to having to cope with Linda and her electric cattle prod. Now she felt light on her feet, alert and alive. And then she heard the key turn in the door. After that, things could have gone either way. Elise could have sat down on the crate in the middle of the room, apparently weak and despondent, cowed into submission by the bleakness of her situation. But when the door opened and Linda walked in, unaccompanied, something clicked in her head. It was as if a voice was saying to her, "You're only going to get one chance, and this is it. Take it." And it was true. Linda had clearly changed her mind about untying her prisoner, because she was holding the electric prod in one hand and a length of cord in the other. "Sit down," she snarled. Elise moved towards the crate, judging the distance between herself and the other woman. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. When Linda was within range, Elise erupted into an explosive Maigeri Jordan, a devastating karate front kick that caught the Colombian woman completely off guard. It was as if all the pent-up terror Elise had experienced since the moment they had snatched her was concentrated in that single controlled kick. Back in the training dojo, Elise was capable of landing a kick to the head of a man as tall as her, if not taller, but Linda was a good 15 centimetres shorter, and her head made an easy target. The hard heel of her right foot caught Linda right beneath the chin, knocking it upwards and snapping it backwards with a sickening crunch that shocked even Elise. The Colombian collapsed onto the floor, motionless. She was out cold. Elise braced herself for the next person to come through the door, but no one followed. It seemed they were alone in the house. So, what now? Elise stood there, balanced on the balls of her feet, breathing heavily, heart racing. Her instinct was to run outside and wave down the first car she encountered. But what about Linda? These people already knew where she and Luke lived and where she worked. They were bound to be back. Elise stood over the Colombian, legs poised, fists clenched, ready to put her back on the floor if she made a move. Linda's eyes opened, but she wasn't moving. At all.
No puedo moverme,
she murmured, a note of rising panic in her voice.
I can't move.
A trick? Elise kicked the woman's leg, not hard, but enough to hurt, testing her reaction. It was unresponsive. Elise reached down and shook her arm, expecting that at any moment Linda would grab her, but she didn't. She lay there, slack and listless, repeating over and over that she couldn't move. It took several seconds for the enormity of what had happened to register with Elise. Had her kick knocked the woman's head back with such force it had ruptured her spinal column? If her nervous system was now disconnected from the neck down, then that meant that Linda must have lost control of nearly all her body. Elise was in turmoil. In all her years of practicing Shotokan karate, she had never heard anyone like this. It was one thing to knock the woman down so she could escape, quite another to condemn a fellow human being to a largely lifeless body. Despite everything that Linda had done to her, Elise felt a surge of guilt, remorse, and even pity. She bent down so her face was close to the stricken Colombian's and patted her shoulder gently. "Someone," she told her, "will be back to help you." And now, she needed to get away from this place before anyone returned. If the narcos came through the door and found this scene, she dreaded to think what they would do with her. Elise moved quickly, out through the door of the basement, quietly up the steps, pushed open another door, and felt cool November air. It was getting dark. Or was it getting light? She couldn't tell. It seemed to be between day and night. There was a short stretch of open ground between her and the cover offered by the nearest hedge. She looked around, saw no one, and sprinted to it, barefoot. She crouched, her body hard up against waxy laurel leaves, her breath coming in short gasps. She waited to see if anyone was in pursuit. No. She was free. Chapter 100. "I must apologize," said the Colombian Special Forces colonel. He spoke in a strong American accent. "These pictures are not so clear." They were sitting round a briefing table in the shed, a corrugated iron-roofed shack on the sprawling Amazon naval base at Puerto Leguizamo, where his unit planned their offensive operations against criminal traffickers running guns, drugs, people and money on this tense stretch of Colombia's southern border. "These were taken at 0600 this morning, on an overflight by one of our surveillance planes." He was handing round a sheaf of freshly laminated A4-sized photographs to the US team from MacDill and to a number of his own subordinates. Luke was doing his best to focus. This was important. No, it was more than that. It was crucial. This should be the op that finished Garcia once and for all. Yet inside, he was seething, and desperately worried about Elise. In the short time between ending his phone call with Angela and walking into the briefing shed, he had abandoned the idea of flying home to search for her. He could do nothing in London that the police weren't already doing. In any case, his mission was here, and he needed to see it through. He held the aerial surveillance photograph in his hand. As far as he could see, it showed little more than cloud and jungle canopy, a blur of greens and greys that made him think of something a struggling French impressionist might have knocked out on a bad day. "If you look carefully, gentlemen," continued the Colombian officer, "you will see the objective on the left at the bottom of the frame, right on the riverbank, past the oxbow bend.
thanks to our friends at Langley. He paused to smile at the two CIA men in their beige fishing jackets and expensive designer spectacles. We have the exact coordinates from the SIGINT intercepts. So, this is the ranch. This is our objective.
Luke stared at the photograph. In Special Forces, he had spent a fair bit of time on satellite and image interpretation. IMINT, they called it. He had even done a course on it at the Defence Intelligence and Security Centre at Chicksands in Bedfordshire. But he was damned if he could make out any useful detail. "Any video?" he asked. "Any moving pictures from ground level?"
"It's coming,"
replied the colonel, looking around to see who had spoken. "Matter of fact, it's being filmed right now. We got 2 local guys going past in a canoe, fishermen. At least, that's what they look like. Don't worry, we'll get the video to your team ASAP." Todd Miller stood up and thanked the Colombian colonel, who stepped neatly aside to give him room.
"Okay, gentlemen, time is pressing. The J2 intel is that Garcia and his party touched down on the Ecuadorian side of the border at precisely—"
He stopped to check his watch.
4 hours ago.
He held up 4 fingers.
The good news is that he thinks he's safe over there. So, the predictive intel assessment is that he's going to stay put, which means we've got him cornered, like a rat in a box.
Privately, Luke did not share his optimism. As the only person in the room to have come face to face with Nelson Garcia and lived to tell, he thought it unwise to underestimate the man's ability to wriggle away and pop up somewhere else. Garcia was a survivor, and finishing him off was like dealing with an ever-mutating virus.
"Let's move this on," said Miller, in his Texan drawl.
He walked over to the whiteboard, marked up with coloured arrows, circles, and acronyms. He was about to say something important when he was interrupted by a cacophony from above. The parrots were back in their tree above the briefing shed, announcing their return with a cacophony of squawking and trilling. Miller simply raised his voice a notch until they calmed down.
"Okay, what we're mounting tonight is a combined U.S.-Colombian operation," he shouted above the birds. "And, Colonel, we're truly grateful for your cooperation in this matter, especially given the sensitivity of crossing borders."
"Don't mention it," the Colombian grinned.
"This operation," continued Miller, "has been designated highly classified and has been given the code name Operación Anaconda."
He looked across at the Americans, sitting mostly on the left of the room.
"That's Op Anaconda for you folks from stateside."
There were a few grunts of acknowledgement, but people were dead tired. Quite a few of the team from MacDill were rubbing their eyes and stifling yawns, and Luke was doing the same. They had been travelling almost non-stop for 24 hours since leaving the base in Florida. In an ideal world, they would rest up, plan the op, carry out rehearsals, and go in, firing on all cylinders in a few days' time. But they didn't have that luxury. Garcia had to be found, fixed, and eliminated. Now. Washington and London were in total agreement there.
"We will deploy in 3 teams," announced Miller, speaking in a normal voice now the parrots had settled down. "First in will be the cutoff group, the screen. This will be inserted covertly, tonight, here."
He indicated a point marked on the whiteboard, and everyone leaned forward to get a better view.
"They'll be dropped in 2 kilometers south of the objective, then proceed on foot to go firm at a point approximately 300 meters from the ranch."
The Texan gauged his audience's reaction, then continued.
"The second group, comprising the main force, will deploy along the river Putumayo, then up the San Miguel tributary in Ecuador."
Some vigorous gum-chewing was going on among the Special Ops guys as he said this, yet their faces betrayed nothing. If anyone in that room was nervous, they were not showing it.
"The main force will be mounted in the Griffons, the assault hovercraft," continued Miller. "Their task will be to carry out a full frontal assault on the ranch. We expect some pushback from the narcos, but not a lot. They don't have the firepower, and they'll be hoping to get away, which is where the cutoff group comes in."
He made a slicing motion with his hand towards one of his own team.
"Captain Dietemayer, this will be your tasking."
"Boss."
"Your mission is to capture Nelson Garcia alive and let Luke Carlton here interrogate him. The Brits have a lot at stake in this. He is not, I repeat, he is not to be allowed to get away. Questions?"
"Reserve force?" asked someone at the front, an operator with a broad flat face framed by a ginger beard. For a second, He reminded Luke of Henry VIII.
"I was just coming to that," replied Miller. "The third group is our reserve force, positioned just here."
Again he pointed to the sketch map on the whiteboard.
"Our Colombian partners have a helicopter landing site on their side of the border. Medevac will be based there in case we run into problems."
Problems. Luke recognized that word as a euphemism for a whole world of pain, like getting ambushed almost before the op had started, or finding that the people you're after have twice the firepower you expected. Deep in thought, he chewed the inside of his cheek and watched Todd Miller take a swig from a canteen on the table, then swat away a fly.
"Okay," Miller went on. "Aviation. As from midnight tonight, we'll have one of the new AC-130J Ghost Riders flying in close air support out of Tres Esquinas Air Base northwest of here. Think airborne artillery, folks. Those things carry a 105mm cannon. That's enough to ruin the narco's entire day."
Miller stopped talking and suddenly punched his arm through the air. He looked as if he was taking a swing at an invisible opponent. In fact, he was checking his watch.
"Local time now is 10:15 hours. Next briefing will be here at 1600 hours. Before then, I suggest you get your heads down. And remember," he faced the Americans, "the only easy day was yesterday,"
they chorused, knocking fists, and filed out into the suffocating heat of an Amazon morning. Chapter 101. Less than 150 kilometers away upriver, Nelson Garcia, billionaire, transcontinental cocaine trafficker, was not enjoying his new life across the border in Ecuador. For him, the euphoria of their night flight to safety out of Colombia had quickly worn off. Now everything about these temporary jungle quarters that Suarez had chosen for them was starting to annoy him. The third-rate food, the dank, close climate, the incessant mosquitoes. It was as if they were conspiring to spoil his mood. Already he missed the cool hills of the Colombian highlands, his horses, and his women.
La Machana.
He spat out the rancher's name with contempt as he and Suarez sat on the veranda above the riverbank smoking. It was the afternoon after their arrival from Colombia, and the big man was still complaining of a bruise on his thigh, sustained early that morning when the pilot had brought down the Cessna a little too steeply onto the log cutter's road between the trees. Suarez had hit his head on the flimsy ceiling as they landed, but he chose to keep his complaints to himself. The two men looked at the remains of their lunch, which lay beside them on a rattan table. The plates were already crawling with ants.
"What is she trying to do to me, this simpleton of a cook?"
grumbled Garcia.
"Cassava bread and yogurt. Tell me, do I look like a vegetarian to you?"
They regarded the Rio San Miguel that flowed beneath them in silence, its dark, placid surface broken occasionally by a liquid splash as a fish leaped, then vanished.
"Piranhas,"
remarked Suarez, examining the tip of his cigar.
"Now there's a fish that knows how to hunt. You know what they do, Patron? When they find their prey in the water, they swarm all over it and use their teeth like this."
Suarez made a gnashing motion with his jaws.
"They don't eat straight away. They just chew bits off their victim and let them fall to the bottom, then go back and eat them when it's stripped bare." "Yes, I've heard that story,"
answered Garcia, turning to look at his closest and most trusted confidant. Suarez laughed.
"How do I know?" he continued. "I saw it on a nature program once. Perhaps that's what we should have done with that bastardo Englishman, Carlton. Let's just hope he gets contaminated with the rest of them." "Ah, yes. El contaminación."
Colombia's fugitive drug lord cheered up considerably at the thought of it.
"How much longer now?" he asked. "I can never understand these time zone differences."
Suarez went to his phone and checked the countdown function.
"Less than 24 hours, Patron. That Española, the Spanish woman, Ana Maria, will send us the signal when it's done. She has already proved herself. She is reliable." "Don't patronize me, Alfonso," snapped his boss. "Tell me exactly how long to go."
"Just under 16 hours, and we are in a good place for when it happens."
"And then how long?"
persisted Garcia.
How much more time do we have to spend in this malarial shithole, You know what I saw this morning in my baño? A tarantula. Just sitting there all black and hairy. He was as ugly as you, Madre de Dios. I have to leave this place soon. Be patient, Patron. It won't be for long. And what's wrong with the communications here, I want news of La Colección. Have they landed safely? I want to speak to them tonight. Please arrange it.
Si, Patron. Their conversation tailed off, and Suarez went off to check the guard detail he had organized. Garcia, weary and irritable, slouched indoors for a siesta. The air-conditioning units on the wall rattled and wheezed. In his room, his temporary quarters in this godforsaken swamp, he lay back on his bed, which sagged in the middle. Yet another annoyance. He folded his arms behind his head on the pillow. As the aircon did its job and cooled him, the sweat from the humid afternoon evaporating off his forehead, he felt a familiar longing. He needed something to distract him. He needed the company of a woman, despite the problems he had been experiencing in that department. Again and again, his thoughts kept returning to that acupuncture girl, Valentina. Yes, it had probably been a mistake to leave her behind. He wanted her now. His mind was made up. In the morning he would send for her. And with that reassuring thought, El Pobrecito drifted off to sleep. He was out of Colombia. He was beyond the reach of the Diran anti-narcóticos. He was secure. Chapter 102. If Nelson Garcia could have seen what was being prepared for him downriver at the naval base, he might have thought twice about taking that siesta. The roar was like nothing Luke had ever heard. It filled his ears and shook the damp, marshy ground on the banks of the Rio Putumayo where he stood, watching in awe. It was late afternoon at the equatorial base on the edge of the Amazon jungle, and the Griffin 2000 assault hovercraft were being taken out for a rehearsal and weapons check. The noise from the Deutsch 350 HP engine and the three-bladed propeller was so loud that most of the Americans were clamping their hands over their ears. In a riverine landscape more used to dugout canoes, with tiny handheld outboards, this was the Amazon version of a shock-and-awe weapon. "I want these things to put the fear of God into Garcia and his narcos," Miller had said in the briefing shed. "They think they're safe across the border in Ecuador? Wrong. We're coming for them." The noise of the hovercraft did not seem to bother the Colombian Marines, who were used to them by now. As the giant green turbofans reached full pitch, the men clambered over the inflated black rubber skirts of the hovercraft and hauled themselves aboard. Up on the roof, the gunner loaded a gleaming belt of ammunition into the .50 caliber Browning heavy machine gun, a Second World War vintage weapon that could still lay down a devastating rain of fire on any battlefield. With bullets the size of a man's thumb, it was said that one of them had only to pass within a few millimeters of you for the shockwave alone to smash your arm or take it off altogether. Luke felt a twinge of regret that he would not be going into action on one of these river beasts. But, as MI6's man on the operation, his was a subtle and far more important role. The Griffin 2000s would be the hammer. He would be right in the centre of the anvil. By agreement with Miller, Luke would join the screen force, inserted after dark by stealth helicopters, dropped into position behind the objective, ready to kill or capture Garcia and his command team. When the hovercraft moved off downriver towards the Brazilian frontier, throttles opening in a fountain of spray, they left behind a sudden stillness on the riverbank. Luke was aware that something was biting the underside of his arms, sandflies. They were swarming up into the air from the mudbank and attacking any exposed flesh they could find. He rolled down his sleeves and tried not to think of visceral leishmaniasis, the debilitating tropical disease transmitted to humans by dogs via sandflies. But biting insects were the least of his worries. While others had slept ahead of tonight's mission, Luke had worried about Elise. If this was Garcia's attempt to unsettle him, it was working. He had called Sid Khan, he had called Angela, and even called a mate in the police, in the vain hope that someone, anyone, might have some leads. And then, As he was leaving the riverbank to sort out his weapons, his phone buzzed once more. "Luke, it's Angela. Good news. She's been found." "Is she okay? Can I speak to her? Where is she?" Relief was flooding over him like a wave, but he still had so many questions. "She's being debriefed down at Wilton Park," replied Angela. "She's shaken, but physically she's okay. She's a brave girl, Luke. I'm going to insist you take some serious time off together when this is over." "Thanks. Jesus. What a relief." "I'm sure," said Angela. "But things are getting very tense here. There's been talk of cancelling the Remembrance Sunday service at the Cenotaph. It's going ahead for the moment. Look, do you have everything you need out there?" "Pretty much," replied Luke. "The Americans seem to have all the right kit, as ever." "Good. So go in there and close down Garcia's operation once and for all, and stop this nightmare for all of us. It has to end." Chapter 103. The rehearsals with the Griffins on the Rio Putumayo were not the only ones underway that Saturday. 8,000 kilometres away, on a parade ground next to St James's Park in London, the band of the Grenadier Guards had been putting in their final practice for Remembrance Sunday the next morning. The drum major had shouted himself hoarse as he made them go over the anthems time and again until he was satisfied. Anyone on Birdcage Walk, the road running from Buckingham Palace to Parliament Square, would have been treated to the stirring strains of Heart of Oak, the Sky Boat Song, and Nimrod from Elgar's Enigma Variations. The parade square at Wellington Barracks was a swirl of marching grey greatcoats and black bearskins. Major General Rupert Milton, retired, was not in the habit of going into town on a Saturday. It was a day more usually reserved for shopping with Mrs. Milton in the farmers' market where they lived in Gloucestershire. But he took his duties exceptionally seriously, sometimes rather too seriously, according to her. And when it came to tomorrow's parade, he wanted nothing left to chance. He would stay up in town until it was over, he decided. In fact, he had booked himself a room at his club, the Cavalry and Guards on Piccadilly. Since early that morning, he had been in his office at Horse Guards, going over the final details, running his finger down the list of VIPs who would be laying wreaths the next day. Duke of Kent, Earl of Wessex, Prince Harry, then the politicians, PMs past and present, Blair, Brown, Major. Good, they'd all be there. By early afternoon, he could stand it no longer. The sound of the band rehearsing less than a kilometre away was drawing him in, like a moth to the flame. They were playing Men of Harlech. As a former grenadier, he was particularly proud that they would be performing this year. The band of the Grenadier Guards was the oldest in the British Army, dating back more than 350 years, and he was damn well going to let everyone know it. It was time for an impromptu inspection, he decided. He would go and see how they were getting on right this minute. He put away his notes, locked them in a drawer, took his coat off the hook on the back of the door, the beige one with the velvet collar and the tiny hole in the breast where his clasp of medals was pinned, when, and only when, occasion demanded. His bowler hat was there too, but he would leave that for tomorrow's parade. Milton marched briskly down Birdcage Walk and presented himself at the gate with his pass. The young guardsman on duty, stiffening to attention, was probably no more than a third of his age, and had probably already seen an operational tour in Afghanistan. Good man, he mused. Good man. Milton's timing was perfect. He arrived on the parade square just as the band was taking a breather. "Drum Major, glad I caught you," he barked, the red blood corpuscles in his cheeks standing out on this fine autumn afternoon. "Sir," replied the drum major. "All going well? Any problems? Got everything you need?" "All good, thank you, sir." "I don't suppose you've noticed that bit of building work on Horse Guards Parade, have you?" "Can't say I have, General. Why?" "Well, it's damned unsightly, all that disturbed earth and a row of orange cones. Not what we want to see on Remembrance Sunday." "No, sir." "Still," said Milton, "you won't have any problems marching round it, will you?" The drum major looked surprised. "If it's on Horse Guards, that's where we'll end up once we've marched down Whitehall. I'm sure we'll manage. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir,
We need to crack on one more time with Rule Britannia. Chapter 104. It was the waiting that always killed him. You train hard, thought Luke. You push yourself to the limit. You draw up your plan, you rehearse it, and then you sit around and wait. In this case, for darkness. At 1745 hours, Luke's phone rang, just as the tropical dusk was closing in around the naval base and the worst of the heat was draining from the day. It was Carl Main at Vauxhall Cross. Luke seemed to be hearing more and more from him these days. Had he replaced Sid Khan in the pecking order? He put that thought out of his mind. Right now, office politics were the last thing he needed to be thinking about. "Carlton, it's Carl Main here at VX. Glad to hear your other half made it." Luke was pretty certain that wasn't what the man had called him to talk about, so he waited for him to go on. "Listen, there's been a development. Rather a good one, as it turns out. Wait, what's all that squawking? Oh, that's the local bird life. It's the parrots coming home to roost. It's nearly dark here on the equator. Right. As I was saying, we've got some traction on the Garcia front. You may not need to go for a termination after all." "I won't. So why am I here?" "Not if you can get him in front of you. We've got some information we'd like you to use." "Okay." "It's his extended family. He calls them his collection." Luke hadn't given a thought to Garcia's family. He'd been so busy going after the man himself. But yes, of course. El Pobrecito was bound to have cousins, siblings, other relatives. Maybe none were connected to his business, or maybe they all were. But he would certainly care what happened to them. Family was strong in Colombia. "Go on," said Luke. "We've got them. All of them," said Main, somewhat triumphantly. "Sorry, I'm not following you. You grabbed them in Colombia?" "No, in El Salvador. They landed this morning by executive jet at a place called El Papillon. It's in the southeast. Tegucigalpa Station picked up word they were coming in, so we got the Salvadorians to lift them when they landed. They're being held now at the Intelligence Directorate in San Salvador." "Does Garcia know this?" Luke was already thinking ahead as to how he could use this information. No doubt Main was going to lay it out for him anyway. "Not yet," replied Main. "But NSA have picked up several attempts by him to call them. He's going to be worried about them, which is exactly where we want him. So you need to use this, Luke, but use it carefully. Remember what we're going for here. Stopping the bomb. Nothing else matters. Put whatever pressure you can on him." "Then I have a suggestion," said Luke. "I'm listening." Luke checked around him to see that he was alone, then began to speak. By the time he had finished, Main was almost lost for words. "That's dark, Carlton. Oh, that is dark. I like it. Where the hell did you think that up from?" "Okay, I don't want to know. Well, we've got the software for that. We'll make it happen at our end." Chapter 105. There were no lights to illuminate the helipad, and there was no noise other than the low thrum of the muffled rotors as they waited for the off. In the darkness, the Sikorsky UH-60 Blackhawks looked exactly like any other Black Hawk helicopter in a dozen countries around the world, but these were stealth variants, their Special Forces pilots part of the Night Stalkers unit out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Using advanced composite materials and unusual angles on the airframe, they were designed to be almost invisible to radar. At 1 minute past midnight, they lifted off in a pair, fully laden, carrying 21 troops, Colombian and American, and Luke. This was the advance screen, the cut-off group to be dropped into the jungle 2 kilometers behind Garcia's ranch. They flew low, as Todd Miller had said they would, so low their fuselages were almost brushing the tops of the trees, but there was a good reason for this. The Ecuadorian Air Force had an air defense unit at Nueva Loja, less than 100 kilometers away from Garcia's place. They flew west, following the line of Colombia's jungle border with Peru, then south, heading deeper into the Amazon rainforest. At 0020 hours, they crossed the border into Ecuador, entering Colombia's neighbor without permission, and flew on over the mostly uninhabited Cuyabeno National Park. They approached from the south,
a few kilometres short of the Rio San Miguel and far enough away from Garcia's ranch not to be heard. In the cockpits, the US pilots had switched to infrared, using all their concentration as they held their craft at the hover just above the jungle canopy. One wrong move now, and their rotors might collide with the foliage, bringing the whole craft crashing down in a fireball. There would probably be no survivors. At 40 metres above the ground, the two Black Hawks disgorged their passengers over the side. In quick succession, they fast roped down through the open hatches, dropping silently through gaps in the trees to land on the damp jungle floor with a soft thud. Adjusting their eyes and senses to the trees around them, the patrol regrouped. Captain Dietermeyer did a quick head count, and they set off, heading due north for the river. Even in the darkness, Luke could feel they were making faster progress than expected. This was primary jungle, pristine in some ways, because where they now walked the towering hardwoods had never been cut down. In secondary jungle, you had to contend with all the smaller plants, the shrubs and the twisting, tangled foliage that grew up and blocked your path. But here, they were able to move swiftly between the soaring trees, their night vision goggles locked into place beneath the rim of their helmets, their canvas-sided boots picking their way across the leaf litter, alert to the threat of tripwires and claymore mines. By 0145 hours, they were in position, spaced out at intervals in a wide arc, 300 metres south of La Machana, Garcia's refuge on the riverbank. Luke was right in the centre of the arc, within whispering distance of Captain Dietermeyer and his signals guy. They had a good clear signal back to Todd Miller on the base at Puerto Leguizamo, but they were keeping comms to a minimum. Squatting close to the ground, Luke peered intently through his goggles, looking for forward movement. Nothing. Here I am again, he thought, back in this sodding jungle. And for a moment, his mind flashed back to that day in his childhood. A 10-year-old boy straying way out of his comfort zone, exploring a dark, dank and dripping world that held mysteries beyond his imagination. A day that had ended in tragedy. A day that, quite possibly, had shaped him into the person he was today. And there was another memory, equally unwelcome, of a Colombian patrol of police commandos, the elite Jungla, perched above Garcia's lair in the hills. They were all gone now, those 10 men, all murdered in cold blood that morning outside the farm, betrayed by the bent Tumaco police chief and his treacherous insiders. There were certainly scores to settle here. 0340 hours. Another 20 minutes to go before the Griffin assault hovercraft were due to go in. Luke massaged the space where his middle finger should have been. Sleep had been out of the question in the jungle. He felt wired, tuned to every croak of a tree frog, every rustle of the leaf litter as men adjusted their firing positions, watching and waiting. Then he heard it, a low, distant drone. Just audible above the cacophony of natural sounds around him, along with the persistent whine of mosquitoes. But there it was, the Ghost Rider, the Death Angel, as some people called it. The US Air Force's gunship flying top cover just across the border inside Colombia. On board, there was a massive 105mm howitzer and enough high-explosive shells to obliterate a small village. He just hoped they had been fed the right coordinates. Luke and the others in the cut-off group were not the only ones to hear that sound. Standing in the shadows on a wooden jetty above the banks of the Rio San Miguel, 300 meters away, a pair of Garcia's bodyguards on night watch heard it too. They exchanged a few nervous words and strained their eyes in the darkness to try and spot the unseen aircraft. Few planes came straying over this empty part of the Amazon, so anything that close had to be suspicious. Should they wake Suarez? Probably a good idea. The security chief would expect to be told, even if it turned out to be nothing. They might even get rewarded for their vigilance. But now there was another sound, a deeper throbbing roar that seemed to be building. The two guards looked towards the east. It was definitely coming from downstream. Both men unshouldered their assault rifles. Nothing good could possibly be coming up the river at this time of night. They had left it too late to alert Suarez, because just then A burst of white light seemed to explode in their faces as a high-powered beam swept over the water and up onto the wooden jetty where they stood, frozen with indecision, their assault rifles dangling uselessly in their hands, their night vision temporarily blinded. The roar was deafening as two giant hovercraft came powering up the river. From behind the guards on the jetty, a door to the ranch flew open and Suarez appeared, a ghostly apparition caught in the searchlight in his white t-shirt and surf shorts, a gold crucifix round his neck glinting in the reflected light.
"Hijos de puta!"
he yelled at the guards.
"What's wrong with you two? Shoot the fucking lights out!"
He ducked back inside to look for Garcia and get him out. If this was an Ecuadorian police raid, then someone would be held accountable. Suarez had seen to it weeks ago that the right people had been paid off, and handsomely. Garcia's cartel did not take kindly to being double-crossed. Later, someone would lose their balls, but right now he needed to get his boss to safety. From where the cut-off group lay concealed, Luke was hearing all of this and feeling like a racehorse in a starting stall. The action was kicking off, and he wanted a part of it, but his time was yet to come. Now another noise was erupting from down on the river. It was the .50 caliber machine gun mounted on the hovercraft. Luke recognized its heavy rhythmic thump from his time in Helmand, and he could envisage the massive bullets tearing into the wooden jetty and splintering it like a balsa wood toy. The gunners had orders to hit the riverbank, not the house, but Luke could hear long, uncontrolled bursts splitting the night air. This was getting out of hand. In his bedroom, Nelson Garcia knew they had come for him. Was it the Ecuadorian police, the DEA, MI6, a rival cartel? It didn't matter. Someone had betrayed him, and now his only thought was of self-preservation. His heart pounding, he rolled off the sagging mattress and slithered awkwardly under the bed. It sounded like World War III had erupted outside.
"Suarez!"
he called, as he groped around for a weapon to defend himself when they came through the door.
"Suarez!"
He called again, louder this time, an unfamiliar tone creeping into his voice, the sound of fear. Had his loyal lieutenant abandoned him? Garcia's scrabbling fingers closed around a familiar object. It was the metal grip of a MAC-10 machine pistol, and, thank you God, there was a 32-round magazine already inserted into it. Nelson Garcia rolled onto his side, brought the gun up into a firing position, and cocked it. The safety was off. With the animal cunning that had propelled him to the top of his dangerous trade, he was working out his next move. He remembered that there was a door at the back of his room that opened onto a wooden staircase at the rear of the building. From there, it was only one floor down into the forest, and they wouldn't look for him there. All he had to do was fire a holding burst when they came through the door, which should give him time to get away.
"Nelson, amigo, you've got through tighter jams than this."
When the bedroom door crashed open, Garcia was ready. From his floor-level firing position, he squeezed off a long burst at the first man through, tightening his index finger on the trigger of the MAC-10 as it bucked in his hand, spewing out a stream of 9mm bullets at almost point-blank range. But only one man had come in. There was no one behind him. In the split second before the man fell, sent reeling backwards by the force of the bullets as they tore into his intestines, Garcia caught the look of surprise on Alfonso Suarez's face. In his panic, El Pobrecito had just ended the life of his most trusted partner. Chapter 106. Remembrance Sunday, and Major General Rupert Milton, retired, was up early. He believed a chap needed no more than 6 hours' sleep at the most. When commanding his regiment on an emergency tour in Northern Ireland in the 1980s, he had frequently had to make do with a good deal less than half of that. It was a fact about which he frequently reminded his wife. "I know, dear, so you've told me," she had said, more times than she cared to remember. Now he was completing his rounds of what he liked to think of as his Whitehall area of responsibility, his final tour of inspection ahead of the VIP arrivals. As the man in overall charge of today's solemn ceremonials, he expected everything to be in place, and it was. The serried ranks of Army, Navy, Air Force and Marines were already arrayed 3 deep, flanking the broad strip of tarmac that was Whitehall. The crowd barriers were up on either side of the cenotaph, the white stone monolith to the glorious dead in the centre of Whitehall, midway between the black gates of Downing Street and the Department of Health across the road. The police cordons were in place, officers checking passes as the crowds of military families and well-wishers filtered in to take their places behind the barriers. The Royal Reviewing Stand was there too, protected by an extra cordon of armed police this year. For the third time that morning, Milton looked at his watch. Not long now until the Queen and the royal party would appear, flanked by their protection officers, ready to lay their own wreaths at the foot of the cenotaph, as they did every year. Milton glanced up into the skies above the capital, where a small black and yellow police helicopter hovered on station. It was, perhaps, one of the few indicators that Britain was still at threat level critical, the highest on the national scale. Milton knew it to be a Eurocopter EC-145 from the Met's Air Support Unit. He knew this because the Home Secretary had told him so, part of his not to worry it's all in hand speech ahead of the ceremony. Apparently, the Eurocopter possessed something called an electro-optical turret that could beam back images in real time to Gold Command on the ground at Lambeth Police Station. Well, it could play Beethoven's Fifth for all he cared, as long as it didn't interfere with his parade. The weather was playing a blinder this morning. He certainly had no complaints there. The second Sunday in November had dawned bright and clear, and looked like staying that way. It was as if London had been given a lick of fresh paint. As General Milton walked briskly past the mounted ceremonial guard and through the arched tunnel beneath Horse Guards, he was pleased to note his breath frosting in the chill morning air. It reminded him of his first hunt with the Avon Vale foxhounds, and of damp morning manoeuvres on the North German plain, digging trenches on Lüneburg Heath against the Great Warsaw Pact invasion that never came. That, reflected Milton, was when we had a proper-sized army, not like today. He quite missed the Cold War. Ah, that was more like it. He paused at the eastern entrance to Horse Guards Parade, surveying the myriad cap badges as veterans of several regiments, some long disbanded or merged, gathered under the banner of the Royal British Legion. There was the Suffolk Regiment, and there was the Royal Green Jackets, now part of the Rifles, the largest regiment in the British Army, and fast marchers. Clever chaps, those. The Black Mafia, they called them, with their black buttons and their uncanny ability to get their people into the top slots of the army. But Rupert Milton was a guardsman, and he had never regretted for 1 minute being anything else. There were thousands of veterans and reservists too, men in suits, berets and bowlers, women as well, he was pleased to note. General Milton liked to think of himself as something of a progressive. There was nothing wrong in his book with a few fillies showing up on the parade ground, if that was what it took to move with the times. But he could see now that so many reservists and veterans had volunteered to march down Whitehall this morning that their ranks were spread right out to the limits of the parade ground, as far as the Gallipoli Memorial, where all those unsightly orange cones were. He still hadn't had a satisfactory answer as to what that had been about. Nobody seemed to know who had authorized it. Still, he had more important things on his mind today. General Milton's ruddy features creased into a smile as he watched the King's Troop, Royal Horse Artillery, arrive with their ceremonial field gun, all polished brass gleaming in the pale November sun. It would be their job, when the chimes of 11 o'clock struck, to fire the single cannon shot to announce the start of the 2-minute silence. Royal Marines buglers would follow it up by sounding the last post. Everything was falling into place nicely, he concluded. They would remember this, he told himself, as the best organised remembrance parade for many years. Chapter 107. Nelson Garcia was a proud man reduced to blind terror. There was no time to mourn the death of his closest confidant, Alfonso Suarez. Heavy, gut-shredding bullets were smashing into La Machana, the place that was supposed to have been his safe refuge, while his petty act of revenge was meted out on a distant enemy. Thumb-sized projectiles were tearing into the flimsy woodwork above and beside him, showering him with vicious splinters. Designed to fire on targets up to 2,000 metres distant, The Griffin hovercraft's Browning .50 caliber heavy machine guns were bringing a hail of devastation raining down on the building from less than 100 meters away. And, as the gunners on the roofs of the assault craft switched their ammunition to armor-piercing incendiary, small fires were igniting all around him. He had to get out. Shuffling and squirming across the floor of what had been, only minutes earlier, his bedroom, Garcia wriggled to the door at the back of the ranch. The cacophony of incoming fire was deafening. Any second now he expected to be cut down by the bullet that would end his life. But El Pobrecito was a survivor. He had always known that one day something like this would come, and despite the fear that filled him, he was utterly focused on saving himself. Half rising from the floor, he punched open the door and rolled onto the wooden landing at the back of the ranch. The bullets were still cutting through the night air all around him, and there was no time now to take the steps. He launched himself over the side, falling the 3 meters through the air to land heavily on the grass. A sharp pain tore through his solar plexus. A broken rib? Probably. He didn't care. He was hunted quarry, and he had to get away from the pack. Ducking low, he ran at a crouch towards the cover of the trees. The firing had stopped abruptly, and he could see helmeted figures silhouetted against the flickering flames at the back of the ranch. They were swarming up the steps like rats, those pieces of mierda, seeking him out. By nature, El Pobrecito was a man of the city slums. He had never felt comfortable in the wild. He distrusted it. But now, in the darkest hour before dawn, the jungle would be the blanket that masked his escape. He trod carefully, moving with surprising lightness for a man of his size, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the blazing ranch. The fools who came for him, they wouldn't think to look behind them in the forest where he was, and when they did, he would be long gone. Maybe he would go to ground in Ecuador for a few weeks, let it all settle. Or maybe he would join his family, La Colección, in El Salvador. Spend a bit of time fishing on the Pacific, lie about in hammocks, eat some prawns. Yes, that would be good. Garcia moved on, feeling his way through the darkened forest, then stopped dead in his tracks. Something had appeared on his right thigh, wobbling and wavering. Now it was creeping up his body to settle on the center of his chest. It was the bright red dot of a laser. Chapter 108. Luke had been observing his prey through his night vision goggles for a full minute before he lit him up with the laser sight. He wanted Nelson Garcia to come close enough to realize there could be no way out, no possible escape. His guards were all dead. They had had word on the radio from the team going through the ruins of the ranch. Apparently, the body of Suarez, the cartel's head of security, had been found too. They said it was cut to ribbons. As soon as Luke had got a visual on the man, watching him feel his way in the dark past the hanging vines and feathery ferns, he pulled out his encrypted phone and dialed Carl Main in London. Then he kept the line open, plugging an earpiece into his left ear and clipping a throat mic to his collar, leaving his hands free.
"We're all set at our end," said Main. "We're listening in. Just give us the word when you're ready, and we'll patch you through to San Salvador."
Nelson Garcia was fewer than 50 meters away from Luke and Captain Dietermeier's group when he spotted the red dot of the laser playing on his thigh. Silently, using well-practiced hand signals, the U.S. Special Ops officer had sent 3 of his men to encircle Garcia from behind. As the Colombian drug lord stood motionless, considering his options, Dietermeier clicked the Pressel switch on his VHF radio, connecting to Todd Miller at the Puerto Leguizamo naval base. He kept his words to a minimum.
"Bravo 1 is under our control,"
he told the mission commander.
"I say again, Bravo 1 is under control. We're extracting."
The American peeled back the green Velcro covering on his waterproof watch and checked the time. 04:55 hours. Already a rising chorus of birdsong was building in the canopy above their heads. Dawn was coming, and they were still in Ecuador, illegally.
10 minutes, Carlton. That's all I can give you," said Dietermeier. "Then we need to haul ass double-quick back across the border. Miller wants us out ASAP. If the Ecuadorian military catches on to us being here, we're in a whole world of pain. We'll be extracting by hovercraft and taking Garcia with us.
10 minutes. That was all the time he had to carry out one of the hardest tasks of his career. Luke was acutely aware of the enormity of what now rested on his shoulders. Finding a way to get Garcia to call off the bombing and reveal the whereabouts of the weapon would be a massive task at the best of times. Perhaps with their prisoner safely under lock and key on a military base in Colombia, his resistance eroded by lack of sleep and days spent contemplating the next 40 years in a rat-infested jail, Luke could work a persuasive case on him. But they were 10 kilometers inside a hostile country with no authorization, far from the nearest safe base, and time was against them. Luke was looking at a ruthless, unpredictable psychopath, a man more likely to go to his grave with a smile on his face than offer his enemies the means to head off the planned explosion. But he had one card up his sleeve, and he intended to use it. He lifted himself from his crouch and nodded to Dietermeyer.
9 minutes 50 seconds, the American reminded him. Then we're out of here.
Luke was already gone, moving quickly, closing the remaining distance between himself and Garcia in seconds, keeping his DeMarco assault rifle trained on the Colombian's chest as he strode through the trees. When Luke got within spitting distance of him, he could see that Nelson Garcia presented a pathetic sight. The now former drugs lord was on his knees on the jungle floor, both hands clasped behind his back, while 2 U.S. Special Ops men kept him covered with their weapons, one with the muzzle touching Garcia's shoulder blade. Lit by the grey light of dawn, his thinning hair was plastered with sweat across his brow, his clothes were torn and dishevelled, and his hairy belly was sagging over the waistband of his trousers. Yet pity was the last thing on Luke's mind. This was the man who had dispatched a dirty bomb to Britain, who had murdered 10 police commandos in cold blood, who had sent Luke to the chop house in Buenaventura to be slowly dismembered alive. It was time to go to work on him. Luke squatted on his haunches and saw the spark of recognition in Garcia's face. The man remembered him. And now El Pobrecito was smiling, his lips curling upwards in a fleshy-lipped sneer that Luke found both repulsive and surprising.
"So you lost, Carlton," he said, "because my little palomita is hidden in your city and your people can't find it."
He broke into a weak laugh, then clutched his side in pain from his broken rib. Luke answered him calmly, despite the seconds ticking dangerously by. "Did I?" "So where's your family today, Nelson? Where is La Colección now?" Garcia looked up sharply, cold eyes squinting at Luke's face. The sneer had vanished. He seemed unused to anyone addressing him as Nelson.
"If you touch one hair of their heads,"
he roared, flecks of his spittle landing on Luke's cheek. "Oh, we're going to do a lot more than that," replied Luke, without flinching. "Do you remember what your people did to my foot with that electric drill back in Colombia?" He leaned forward, as if about to share a great confidence with the man.
"Let me tell you a secret,"
Luke whispered. "That drill? It really, really hurts." He shifted back so he could look Garcia in the face. "But you know what? I'm going to let you choose which one gets the drill first. How about Luisa, your sister, Do you think she could take it? Or maybe your 2 fat cousins, Alejandro and Jaime. We could do them together. Maybe if they're lucky, they'll pass out with the pain." He was speaking with an almost unnatural calm, but in his head, Luke was all too aware he was running out of time. How much did he have left? 6 minutes at the most. 6 minutes before they had to pile onto the hovercraft and hand Garcia over to the Colombian government. Then his chance would be lost.
"Hijo de puta!"
Garcia swore at him.
"I don't believe a word of this shit. You don't have my family. You don't have anything. You think I'm falling for your stupid games?"
Luke shrugged, then spoke a single phrase into his mobile phone, loud enough for Garcia to hear. "Begin the treatment." He passed the Colombian his phone. The sound that followed nearly made Garcia drop the phone. First came the high-pitched whine of a handheld drill. That noise alone, screeching from Luke's mobile, could be heard by almost everyone in the cut-off group as they packed up their kit and prepared to move down to the riverbank. But what followed was worse. It was a woman's scream of terror, and Garcia recognized the voice.
"Louisa!"
he shouted, clamping the phone to his ear. The sound of the drill went on for a further 10 seconds and left Garcia trembling with a rage he could barely control. One of the US operators had to dig the muzzle of his weapon hard into the man's back to stop him launching himself at Luke. "I'm going to count to 5, said Luke, very calmly. He reckoned he had about 3 minutes left. "If you don't tell me exactly where the bomb is and when it's time to go off, we'll move on to the rest of your family. 1.
"I don't know where it's hidden, I swear. It's in England. That's all I know."
2.
Okay. It's in London, near the palace,"
he hissed. "What palace?"
"The Queen's Palace."
"Not good enough," replied Luke. 3.
"Gotcha! I don't know the name of the place. White Hill or something. Suarez chose it."
"When? When's it time to go off?" Luke was unable to keep the urgency out of his voice. Because that one frantic conversation, down there in the mulch of the Amazon jungle at dawn, was the culmination of everything he had been working on for weeks.
"Nelson!"
he yelled, shaking him by the shoulders.
"When's it going off?"
But Garcia was spent. His shoulders slumped, and he turned his head away to one side, refusing to cooperate any further.
4,
shouted Luke grimly. "When I count 5, the drilling starts again. I'm not pissing about." Out of the corner of his eye, Luke could see Captain Dietermeyer trying to attract his attention. He was pointing frantically at his wrist and making a cutting motion with the flat of his palm. They were out of time.
11,
mumbled Garcia.
"It's going off at 11 this morning in London. Now let my family go."
"Oh, Christ," said Luke. He had just worked out the time difference. If it was 0508 hours now in Colombia, it must be 10:08 hours in London. That left 52 minutes. 52 minutes to find the bomb and defuse it before a shower of radioactive debris erupted over the thousands of people packed into Whitehall on Remembrance Sunday. Chapter 109. In Parliament Square, a light breeze swirled through the half-bare plane trees, then gusted along the wide boulevard leading to Trafalgar Square, the street known as Whitehall. Picking up strength, it ruffled the coats and hats of the families crowding behind the barriers, and rippled through the ranks of servicemen and women as they stood to attention, a crimson poppy pinned to every lapel or behind every cap badge. Guardsmen in their black bearskins and athel-grey greatcoats towered motionless over almost everyone else, as the band of the Grenadier Guards played "O Valiant Hearts," a hymn composed to commemorate the fallen of the First World War. By 10:08 hours, Horse Guards Parade nearby had been packed solid with men and women in uniform, exactly as the late Alfonso Suarez had known it would be. The reservists and former soldiers, sailors, airmen and marines were all waiting their turn to march down Whitehall in formation, to salute the cenotaph, paying homage to the fallen. Young men, barely into their 20s, some bloodied by combat in Afghanistan, mingled with veterans from long-gone campaigns in Aden, Malaya and Borneo. A reviewing stand had been erected opposite the Guards Division Memorial, where Prince William, the Duke of Cambridge, would shortly take the salute. Suarez had known the parade ground would be filled to capacity because the year before he had stood beside Anna Maria on the edge of St. James's Park, observing it all from a discreet distance. Together, they had noted where the CCTV cameras were positioned, where the blind spots were, where the troops would concentrate. Together, they had selected the spot where the device would be buried, and together, they had devised the cover story. Exactly 1,000 meters away, SIS's Director of Operations looked as if he might be having a heart attack. Normally known for his crisp military manner, his face had turned ashen, and his forehead was covered with a light sheen of sweat. Those in the room with him that morning had noticed he was breathing in short, slightly laboured gasps. Karl Mayne was not having a heart attack, but what he had just heard over the phone from Ecuador had left him shaken. 52 minutes. That was all the time they had to prevent Britain's first ever dirty bomb attack, somewhere in the streets beyond Thames House. The investigations team were gathered around the Polycom sound station, listening on speakerphone to Luke's exchange with Garcia as it had come in live from the Ecuadorian Amazon, with a 2-second delay. They were in the operations room at Thames House, the central node of all the government's efforts to locate and disarm the device. Damien Grove spoke first. Ecuador might have been an SIS operation, but as the MI5 senior investigating officer on the case, it was down to him to set the wheels in motion. And his reaction, in those first hollow seconds, was to say exactly what they were all thinking. Fuck! Groves knew instinctively, the moment the phone call ended, the intelligence had run its course. "Get Grimshaw on the line, now!" he shouted. "He's got to get his expo teams out there this second!" From Thames House, the call went straight through to the counter-terrorism pod inside the control room at Lambeth Police Headquarters, a vast warehouse-like room where the gold and silver commanders were already flat out, running the policing for Remembrance Sunday. Andy Grimshaw, commander of the Met's SO-15, the counter-terrorism unit, had just crammed a rich tea biscuit into his mouth while taking a slurp from a mug of lukewarm tea. Already that morning he had had to deal with 2 false alarms and 1 hoax bomb scare. "Grimshaw," he said tersely into the handset, sending a shower of biscuit crumbs over his workstation. He listened, tapping his fingers on the desk, for just 30 seconds. "Okay, we're on it," he said, and slammed down the phone. At 10:13 hours, from the forecourt of Curtis Green, on the site of the old Whitehall police station, a pair of dark blue Range Rovers drove out onto Victoria Embankment, past the tourists taking selfies by the Thames, and turned right towards Big Ben. If anyone had been watching them on that bright and breezy November morning, they might have noticed how low their chassis were to the ground. Both vehicles were heavily armoured to withstand an explosive blast, and both were driven by a Class 1 police driver, trained to swerve through built-up areas at high speed. Beside and behind the drivers sat 6 explosives officers, the Expos, still known to many as the Bomb Squad, wearing full CBRNE protective gear, black Protec helmets, ballistic goggles, boots, and black charcoal-impregnated suits designed to offer some protection against chemical, biological, and radiological agents. As part of the public safety plan for the day, they had already been forward deployed to central London from their base near Euston Station. Close behind them came a lorry, a large box-like vehicle known as the Beast. It contained all their heavy equipment, including the Caterpillar-tracked bomb disposal robot dubbed Felix, for its 9 lives. Kate Bladen rode in the front vehicle. 29 years old, a former British Army captain in explosive ordnance disposal with several tours in Afghanistan under her belt, she was now a police inspector with SO-15. She had made the lonely walk to defuse a device many times. "You can pull in all the hardware you like," she would say to friends, "all the electronic countermeasures, all the remotely controlled robots, but at the end of the day, it takes an operator on 2 legs to go in there and make a device safe." On the seat behind her lay a protective suit made up of more than 50 kilos of Kevlar body armour, plastic and foam, and a helmet with visor shield, her dubious defence for the task ahead. If and when they found the device, it would be Kate Bladen's job to defuse it. "Pull over here," she commanded, "beside the statue. Yes, right here." They pulled up abruptly beside the imposing bronze sculpture of Sir Winston Churchill on Parliament Square. With the streets already sealed off by the police for the parade, there was no other traffic. She spoke quickly into her radio, briefing the team in the vehicle behind. "Number 2 team, you deploy on foot from here with the dosimeters and start making a sweep to get a signal. Number 1 team will stay with me and head to Buckingham Palace. We'll proceed up the Mall from there and converge at the back entrance to Downing Street." "And the Beast, Mom?" prompted an Expo in the seat behind her. "The Beast stays right here. Keep the engine running." From 100 metres away on Whitehall came the sound of the band playing Flowers of the Forest. The order to evacuate had not yet come through. It was 10:18 hours. Behind Kate and her team, a whirlwind of activity was spinning ever faster. In the Lambeth control room, Commander Andy Grimshaw had gone straight over to brief the Gold Commander. His reaction was similar to Damien Groves's at MI5.
Jesus bloody Christ, he said. So we've got under 50 minutes to evacuate over 5,000 people from Whitehall?
He was already thinking it through as he spoke. As an experienced counter-terrorism detective, he had been involved in countless national security exercises, many involving special forces, rehearsing for countless imaginary scenarios. Wembley, Twickenham, Old Trafford. They had often planned for something big, with the shadow of the 7/7 and 21/7 bomb plots hanging over every exercise. But this, today, was of a whole different magnitude. "OK." He spoke to his Silver Commander, the next level down from him. "We need to move the Royals and the VIPs out first, or they'll be swamped in the stampede. Tell SO14 Royal Protection to get them out now. Same goes for SO1 Specialist Protection. The PM and the Cabinet need to be pulled out at the same time." He looked at his watch. "They've got 7 minutes. Then we're alerting the public. We stop the band and make the announcement. We'll need to corral the public across Westminster and Lambeth bridges, and we'll need holding pens. Get the emergency services primed, and SO15 will tell Aldermaston what's going on." The atomic weapons establishment at Aldermaston in Berkshire, better known for its design and maintenance of Britain's Trident nuclear missile warheads, had been on high alert from the moment the Cobra Committee concluded that a radiological device was heading for Britain. Its scientists, deeply immersed in the unpleasant effects of radioactive fallout, had been briefing government departments constantly. They now had people permanently embedded in counter-terrorism command at New Scotland Yard. As Inspector Bladen and her team raced down Birdcage Walk to begin the search from the Buckingham Palace end of St James's Park, she called them. "Listen," she said. "I need you here now. We're just 2 streets away, or we're about to be. Grab your kit, get in a vehicle, and get yourselves down to the big statue in front of Buckingham Palace, and we'll meet you there." "What?" "No, I've no idea what it's called. It's painted gold, that's all. Just be there." At 10:19 hours, the band on Whitehall stopped playing, and from all around rose the sound of sirens. Chapter 110. When the band of the Grenadier Guards stopped playing and put down their instruments halfway through Elgar's Nimrod, those standing closest to the Royals had already noticed something was up. In the last few minutes they had seen the Queen, dressed entirely in black, with a double row of pearls and a floret of poppies pinned with a brooch, hurried off the stand, escorted by worried-looking plainclothes police officers in dark suits. There was no time to bring up one of the fleet of claret-coloured Bentleys or Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Instead, a pair of Range Rovers had nudged their way through the crowd, their doors had been flung open, and the entire royal party had been unceremoniously bundled inside, then driven off at high speed out of London towards Windsor Castle. It took a little longer for SO1, the Met's Specialist Protection Group, to herd the Prime Minister and senior members of his cabinet through the gates of Downing Street and down to the car park at the rear. From there, they dispersed towards Chequers, the PM's country retreat at the foot of the Chiltern Hills, and to 2 other country house addresses outside London, known only to a very few in government. A third group, the foreign dignitaries, was rounded up by SO16, the Diplomatic Protection Group, and taken to an underground room beneath the Cabinet Office. Several heads of state protested vigorously, believing it to be an exercise, but they got no explanations from the police, who were insistent that this was for their own safety. Kate Bladen's No. 2 team reached the junction of Great George Street and Horse Guards Road on foot, only a few metres west of Parliament Square, just as all hell broke loose behind them. Police vehicles, fire engines and ambulances were converging on both entrances to Whitehall from several directions. A chief superintendent was on the raised stand, addressing the crowd through a megaphone. "This is a civil emergency. Please move calmly towards the exits to Whitehall. Do not run. Police officers will guide you towards the exits." He was doing his best to remain calm, but everyone in the crowd could hear the tension in his voice. "It's a bomb!" somebody screamed. "There's a bomb!" Like the spark that ignites a forest fire, the rumour spread. Somebody tripped and fell, then another, and suddenly the stampede began. as people clambered over discarded brass instruments, bearskins and drums. The troops that had stood in such perfect formation only minutes earlier joined the public in the blind rush to get off the packed street. Those at the northern end ran towards Trafalgar Square, those at the south towards Parliament Square and Westminster Abbey. Many of the carers who had patiently wheeled their aging and infirm charges to the parade stayed with them, struggling to push them to safety as others poured past them. Several veterans were abandoned in their wheelchairs where they sat, utterly bewildered by what was going on around them. One man closed his eyes, pressed his mottled hands together, and began to pray. The Gold Commander's ambition to herd everyone calmly over the bridges to the South Bank remained just that, an ambition. There simply wasn't time to set up barriers and cordons as hundreds poured past the police and ran blindly away from Whitehall. On Horse Guards Parade, word quickly reached the reservists and veterans waiting their turn to march. Those standing closest to the Guards Division Memorial had seen Prince William whisked away in a Range Rover without taking the salute, and now police were appearing with megaphones, ordering everyone to clear the area. The beautifully polished field gun, brought in to fire the 11 o'clock salute, lay abandoned on its chassis as police hurried everyone off the square and out onto the Mall and Birdcage Walk. At 10:35 hours, Kate Bladen and her team were still in their vehicle, driving slowly up the Mall from Buckingham Palace, checking their radiation dosimeters, followed by a pair from Aldermaston, when they saw a solid wall of people streaming towards them. Their faces told of fear and panic. "Lock us in!" she commanded the driver. As men and women rushed past, some stopping to bang on the doors and wave frantically at them to turn back. At 10:37 hours, Kate's radio buzzed. It was Sergeant Murray Bamford, from the second team of expos, whom she had deployed on foot in Parliament Square. "Ma'am, we're getting a reading," he told her over the radio. "The dosimeters are registering." And as he spoke, he was holding an FH40 digital gamma survey meter, a silver and black oblong box with an LED display window. The black numerals were blinking and rising as he walked. "It's increasing the closer we get to Horse Guards Parade," he told her. "Right, get there as fast as you can and meet me on the square," she told him, and ordered the driver to step on the accelerator, scattering the crowd still streaming away from the parade ground. In the few seconds it took to cover the remaining 400 metres and turn the corner into Horse Guards, Kate ordered the beast to be brought up on station from Parliament Square. At 10:39 hours, Kate Bladen and her team reached the northwest corner of Horse Guards Parade to find Sergeant Bamford and his team of 4 already there. They were spaced at intervals of a few metres, holding their radiation dosimeters out in front of them, like divining rods searching for underground water. As she leaped out of the armoured vehicle and joined them, she could see clearly where their sweep was leading them. "Stop!" she shouted. "Only one person goes forward from here, and that's me." She was facing the orange and white cones and the taped-off area of disturbed gravel next to the Gallipoli Memorial. The last few disabled ex-servicemen were being helped off the parade ground, hurried along by police. A helicopter was hovering directly overhead, beaming live pictures back to the Gold Commander at Lambeth. The beast was parked next to the abandoned ceremonial field gun. At 10:41 hours, Kate Bladen approached the suspect area of gravel, then stopped dead in her tracks. The FH40 dosimeter was telling her all she needed to know. Whatever device was emitting the gamma rays was buried beneath her feet, below the surface of the parade ground. But now she faced a massive problem. If they couldn't see what they were dealing with, there was no point in deploying the Caterpillar robot. It would have nothing to make contact with. Dig it up? She looked at her watch for the umpteenth time and bit her lip. With 18 minutes before detonation, she realized she needed to refer upwards and radioed the Bronze Commander at Lambeth. "We're out of options," she told him bluntly. "There's no time left to uncover the device, which could set it off if they've got it rigged. We have to go for attenuation. I need your okay on this one." "You want to contain it? You sure you can't make it safe? Because, strictly speaking, this has to go up to a Cobra." Kate Bladen respected authority, and she was respected in turn by her subordinates, but at that moment, standing there in her black protective suit, meters away from a ticking dirty bomb, she lost it. "Are you fucking kidding?" she screamed into the radio.
In 17 minutes, this thing is going to go off and contaminate half of central London. We need to go for mitigation, now. Do I have your permission?
Wait one, he replied. Kate squeezed her eyes shut in frustration and looked up to the sky as 5 seconds passed, then 10. Then a different voice came over the radio.
Go, Commander here. Do whatever you have to do to contain the blast. Thank you, sir.
Kate turned towards the beast and gesticulated wildly for it to be brought over.
Get the igloo out,
she ordered, as the lorry drew up,
and place it on top of that disturbed earth over there.
But the police driver leaned out of his window and shook his head.
Sorry, Mum. We haven't got it. It was sent up to Manchester, remember?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Kate shouted. It was 10:44 hours.
Hang on, though,
yelled the driver, his face lighting up.
We've still got the dome in the back. Oh, you beautiful man,
thought Kate.
Get it down here now.
It's bloody heavy.
Sergeant Bamford,
yelled Kate.
Get everyone over here. Put the dome in place. Then move everyone back to behind the Guards Memorial over there.
She pointed to the nearest solid structure that could provide any cover at all. The sirens were still wailing as the 6 expos manhandled a large metal and plastic dome out of the back of the truck and staggered over to the cordoned-off area, knocking over orange cones as they went. On Kate's command, they lowered it to the surface of the gravel, looked at her for the nod, and sprinted for the shelter of the memorial. At 10:57 hours, her team were crouched behind the stone pillar when one of the 2 scientists from Aldermaston spoke up.
When this thing goes off, she told them, we've got to move away fast. Even with the dome there could be seepage out of the sides. This area is going to take days to clean up, maybe weeks. You do realise, she added grimly, we're all going to have to be checked for radiation after this.
For Kate Bladen's team of expos, crouched behind the Guards Division Memorial that day, those 3 minutes were perhaps the longest of their lives. They were the only people left on Horse Guards. Downing Street had been evacuated, Whitehall had been cleared, even the police helicopter had moved off. To all of them down there, squatting just 90 metres from a buried and primed dirty bomb, it seemed an incredibly lonely moment, as if they were the sole survivors left in London. At 5 seconds before the hour, Kate looked down at her feet and said quietly,
"Stand by. Here we go."
The detonation, when it came, would have been a gigantic disappointment to Nelson Garcia. It was the very antithesis of the toxic fireball he imagined enveloping his enemy's capital. To the 9 men and women close enough to hear it that morning, it sounded like a muffled thud, almost a dud explosion, which, in a way, was what it was. Instead of jetting upwards in a vertical shower of radioactive isotopes, coating hundreds of buildings and streets all over Westminster, the blast reverberated ineffectively against the heavy composite underside of the dome, almost completely containing and absorbing it. 3 seconds after the explosion, they were about to pull back into St. James's Park when Kate turned to Sergeant Bamford in amazement. He was holding something above his head.
"I don't bloody believe it," she said. "Were you filming all that on your phone, Sergeant?"
"I was, ma'am. Gotta have something to show the grandkids one day."
"I've got a better idea," she replied, smiling.
"Send it to my phone, and I'll make sure it gets to the operator who discovered the intel just in time. He sounds like one hell of a guy." Epilogue.
"Please, babes," she purred,
putting a finger to his lips.
"Just don't answer it."
Luke rolled over in bed, glanced at the incoming call and winced. "Sorry, I think I'd better take this one," he said. Elise sat up, pulled her knees to her chest and pouted at him, feigning disapproval.
"You promised,"
she whispered, scowling. As he hesitated, he reached behind her and gently massaged the back of her neck with the tips of his fingers. Elise closed her eyes, tilted her head and smiled. My God, she looked beautiful. Even with the traces of a bruise where the Colombian woman had hit her. Right now, Luke felt he wanted never to leave her again. Yet he still picked up the phone. Luke speaking. "Oh, right. What? In 40 minutes? That doesn't give me a whole lot of time." "Okay, I'll be there." "It seems," he said, leaning over to kiss Elise on the lips, "but I've been summoned to see the chief." "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" she murmured, her eyes still closed as he massaged her shoulders. "You know what? With these people, I have no bloody idea. They're probably going to keep me guessing right up until the moment I walk into his office." He moved to get up off the bed, but Elise opened her eyes, reached out and held him, suddenly serious. "Listen," she said. "I want you to know something important." "Go on," he said. "I did a lot of thinking while I was being held by those people." Luke looked at her warily. "Elise, I promise you, you don't need to worry about them ever again. They're all behind bars now, every one of them. And that's partly thanks to what you offered up in the debrief." He smiled as he remembered something. "You know what my mate Jorge at the Colombian embassy tells me?" "What?" "That Garcia will never again see the light of day. They're holding him in a solitary at a jail just outside Bogota. But once the legal paperwork comes through from D.C., the Americans will ship him to a supermax prison in Colorado." Elise had released her grip on his shoulders, and Luke was up and pulling on a pair of trousers, then walking over to the wardrobe to choose a shirt and tie. "Still can't believe that Anna Maria woman tripped up like that," he said, selecting a woven navy tie. "Getting traced back through her mobile phone. From what you said, it sounded like she was smarter than that. Anyway, sorry, Elise, I interrupted you. You were about to tell me something?" "Well, what we've both been through these last few weeks has changed the way I look at things," she said. "Call it a 180, if you like. But I think I understand now what it's all about, and what it is you do, and I suppose what I'm trying to say is, I'm proud of you. I really am." Luke stopped buttoning his shirt, and for a moment, just a moment, he felt quite emotional. He loved her so much. "Good to know," he said lightly. "But remember, I'm still only on contract to them." Luke was right. The service was not going to tell him anything before he got to the chief's private office. Not even Angela had given him the heads-up this time. Travelling in the lift to the 6th floor, he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, and as he straightened his tie, he thought that the face looking back at him had aged since they had first sent him to Colombia. It seemed as if years had passed since that fateful morning meeting in October. Yet what had it been? 4 weeks? 5? Barely that. And already in that short time he had added another unwelcome scar to his growing collection, a dark red wheal on his foot, where it had encountered that electric drill. "This way, Mr. Carlton." Sir Adam Keeling's PA pointed to the door, gestured for him to go through it, then closed it quietly behind him. Luke took in the scene at a glance. The spectacular picture window looking across the river to Millbank, the modern Azerbaijani carpet, the portrait of the Queen, and all those unsolicited gifts from around the world balanced on the windowsill. A curved dagger from Bahrain, an incense burner from Oman, and, bizarrely, a life-size replica of a seagull. But it was the people assembled in the room who caught his attention. "Ah, Carlton," said the chief, limping towards him and holding out his hand. "Well rested, I hope. So, I think you know everyone here?" He swept an arm towards the others. "Carl Main, our Director of Ops, Sid Khan, Director of CT, Angela Scott, your line manager, of course." He nodded to each of them in turn, exchanging his warmest smile with Angela. "And last, because you can never have too many lawyers present, I've asked John Friend to join us." For a second, Luke saw a man in his pyjamas, framed in the doorway of a Colombian hotel room, his eyes wide with horror as he took in the scene of carnage on the floor in front of him. Then he shook his hand. "Hi, John." "Hello, Luke." "Before I say what I want to say," said Sir Adam, "I believe you had some concerns regarding how we dealt with Garcia's family in El Salvador." Luke had another image in his mind now. The look on Garcia's face when he heard his own sister scream down the phone, and the noise of that electric drill somewhere in the background. "That's true, Chief." Luke looked pointedly at Carl Main. "I was assured they wouldn't be harmed." "And nor were they," replied Sir Adam. "And I'm pleased you did have those concerns, because I want you to know that not a hair on her head was touched. The same goes for all his extended family." Luke relaxed a little, But he wanted to know more. "We actually used the Vortex program that Sid Khan helped develop when he was in Tech Division," said the chief. Luke glanced across at Khan, who gave a slight bow. "We took a sample of his sister's voice, recorded while she was in custody after they landed, and morphed it into a scream. Then we simply added in the effects of the drill and played it down the line from San Salvador. I think we can agree it did the trick, don't you?" "You mean she was never under any duress at all?" "Luisa Garcia," said the chief, with a mischievous smile, "does not even know her brother was on the end of that phone call. No, she's fine. They're out of custody now. They'll be back in Colombia by the end of the week. Now—" Sir Adam Keeling cleared his throat and looked knowingly at the others gathered in his office. "We've asked you here today," he said, "because you've done an outstandingly good job for us. This country, and my service in particular, owes you a debt of gratitude." "Thank you, Chief." Luke was surprised to find he was blushing. "As you know, because of our line of business," continued Sir Adam, "you won't get any public recognition for it. That's not our way. But we do have something else to offer you. Angela?" The chief turned to his right as she passed him a crisp white envelope. "Please open it," he said, as he leaned against the corner of his desk. Luke took the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of vellum, folded into 3. It was addressed to him and signed in green ink. "It's your letter of engagement," said Sir Adam quietly. "Should you choose to accept it, of course." He held out his hand again. "You've made the grade, Carlton. We'd like to offer you a permanent job here as a case officer in the Secret Intelligence Service. Oh, and Carlton, just one more thing. We've got an interesting situation developing, somewhere that might appeal to you. We'd like you to take a look at it. If you're up for it, that is."